Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Southeast governors pledge unified action on regional development. Yega Africa says the Senate has betrayed Nigerians by refusing to make electronic transmission of result mandatory. South Sudan hospital hit by government airstrike, MSF says. And U.S. must be prudent when supplying arms to Taiwan, Xi tells Trump. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of a Southeast Investment Company to pool resources for the funding of projects by the Southeast Development Commission. The Vice President Kashim Shettima disclosed this in ENUGU while declaring open a 4-day summit organized by the Southeast Development Commission at the International Conference Center, ENUGU. Correspondent Christopher Ele has the report.
It has been a gathering of top government functionaries, development partners, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, the diaspora community, organized private sector, women and youth groups, and indeed, all segments of the Nigerian society. They all gathered at the International Conference Center for the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum, with the theme, Charting a Shared Path to Sustainable Prosperity for the Southeast. The gathering focused on developing a long-term evidence-based roadmap aimed at transforming the socio-economic landscape of the 5 Southeast states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, by the year 2050. Declaring the summit open, the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, commended the governors of the 5 Southeast states for what he described as the development strides in their states, saying the region has never had it so good. Shettima announced that the president has approved the establishment of Southeast Investment Company to enable the Southeast Development Commission pool resources for the development of the region. He said the Southeast region matters so much to the present administration as a central pillar of the nation's economic growth and urged the Commission to think beyond quick fixes and focus on a future based on inclusive and comprehensive growth. The Minister for Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, told the SEDC not to see itself as another layer of government that should compete with state governments. Momo charged the Commission to reset the development of the Southeast through a coordinated vision for development. The representative of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in Nigeria, LC Atafoa, noted that the Southeast hosts one of the most powerful incubation models that has nurtured and grown enterprises. She observed that Nigeria represents a test case of making regional development to drive national growth and urged the SEDC to evolve credible long-term plans that would outlive political circles and translate objectives to practical transformation.
As a pillar of national development, through the federal government's establishment of a dedicated Ministry of Regional Development and strengthening regional development commissions, including the Southeast Development Commission, and their explicit linkage to national economic coordination.
Speaking on behalf of the diaspora community, the chairperson of Umuigbo Unite, Ijeoma Okoli, said Nigerians in the diaspora have enough financial capacity that could help drive development in the region. She advised the Commission to collaborate effectively with various institutions and organizations to drive its agenda for the overall good of the region. The consensus here is that there is the urgent need to upgrade infrastructure, drive industrial growth, deepen human capital development, and attract sustainable investment to the region, as well as promote regional integration and a shared path toward lasting prosperity of the Southeast. In ENUGU, Christopher Lely, Signature TV News.
The 5 Southeast governors have committed themselves to working collectively to execute joint development projects aimed at accelerating growth across the region. The governors made this commitment while presenting their positions at a stakeholder engagement on the Southeast Vision 2050, where they unanimously declared that the era of disjointed development efforts in the region is over. Correspondent Christopher Lele again, who was at the summit, gives us an update.
For decades, there have been persistent calls for the 5 Southeast states to pursue integrated regional development, particularly in infrastructure, commerce, security, and human capital development. However, differing priorities and limited collaboration had often slowed progress, leaving many of these ambitions unrealized. At the Vision 2050 stakeholders engagement, the governors acknowledged these past challenges and emphasized the need for a coordinated approach that leverages the collective strengths of the region. Addressing participants, ENUGU State Governor Dr. Peter Mba commended the Southeast for taking bold and deliberate steps toward regional integration. He advocated the creation of a unified Southeast marketplace, describing it as a strategic move to deepen economic ties, boost intra-regional trade, and drive shared prosperity among the states. Governor Mba further noted that a common economic framework would attract investors, create jobs, and strengthen the region's bargaining power at the national level. Abia State Governor Alex Oti, who noted that the Vision 2050 has woken a new consciousness in the region, which he said is blessed with enormous natural resources, including oil and gas and solid minerals, that should be fully harnessed to develop the region through articulated energy policy. He called for the joint investments in generation, transmission, and distribution of energy as key to unlocking the potentials of the region. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State urged the Southeast Development Commission not to see the Vision 2050 as just another plan, but a strategic work plan to grow the region. He made a strong case for joint funding of regional security and command center to tackle insecurity, highways, railway lines, and seaports. Governor Francis Wefuru and Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma, who was represented by the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Chike Olengbe, also aligned with their colleagues on the need for regional integration. Many stakeholders across the region have expressed optimism that the Southeast Vision 2050 will not only deliver improvement in infrastructure, economic growth, and resource development, but also foster stronger unity and shared identity among the people of the Southeast. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
River State Governor Signaturetv Fubara has assured of his commitment to fulfilling the social contract with the people of the state despite ongoing political challenges. Fubara stated this while inspecting the rehabilitation of internal roads at the old Port Harcourt Township, as well as a proposed site for the construction of a modern market at a Creek Road Market. He said his administration remains focused on governance, stressing that the trust reposed in him by the people must be repaid with purposeful and confidence-driven leadership. Governor Fubara explained that road rehabilitation and the construction of a new Creek Road Market are aimed at restoring the glory of the old Port Harcourt Township by eliminating street trading and improving traffic flow. The Abia State government has launched the Abia Electronic Health Project, a bold move to digitize healthcare delivery and replace paper-based medical records with a modern, technology-driven system. Commissioner for Information OK Kanu, who announced this at a press conference in Umuahia, said the State Executive Council approved the scheme. According to him, the e-Health initiative is a flagship component of the administration's drive to build a digital ecosystem that improves service delivery across all sectors of governance. He explained that the project integrates telemedicine and other digital health solutions to expand access to quality health care and improve operational efficiency. The initiative has been implemented in partnership with e-Health and Live Health Hubs. OK Kanu also revealed that Abia State recently earned commendation from the House of Representatives Committee on Health Services led by Moses Malachi during an oversight visit to the state. According to him, the committee assessed ongoing reforms in primary health care and universal health coverage and rated the state highly, praising Governor Oti's performance in the health sector. OK Kanu further announced the formal launch of a measles and rubella vaccination campaign flagged off earlier on Tuesday by the wife of the governor, Priscilla Oti. They said the campaign targets children aged 9 months to 14 years have been implemented across primary health care centers, schools, and other health facilities statewide. The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee on Agricultural Subsidy Intervention Funds, Aids and Grants Program has summoned the Central Bank of Nigeria, the National Bureau of Statistics, and other concerned financial institutions to appear before it. Resolution followed a motion raised by the Deputy Chairman of the committee, Sunday Umea, during an investigative hearing held in Abuja. Umea expressed concern that despite several letters sent to the affected government agencies and financial institutions, they failed to honor the committee's invitation.
Mr. Chairman, I also move that all the relevant processes for issuance of relevant summons on these aforementioned agencies and financial institutions be activated, completed, and duly served on them. Mr. Chairman, we cannot let the Nigerian people down. The federal government of Nigeria have shown good faith, have shown that it actually cares for the people of Nigeria by investing this huge amount of money in the agricultural sectors, but there have been outcry that what we have gotten in return is far below what is expected.
At a hearing, Jay's Bank, Unity Bank, and some other financial institutions that appeared before the committee were unable to provide certain requested documents. Abubakar Makinta, Jay's Bank chairman of the ad hoc committee, Jamu Aminu directed the bank to submit comprehensive details of funds, inflow and outflow, as well as full records of beneficiaries, among other documents. Dissatisfied with the submissions made by some of the financial institutions, the committee adjourned the hearing and rescheduled it for Tuesday next week for further scrutiny. Speaking at the session, Jamu Aminu reiterated the committee's determination to ensure transparency and accountability in the management of agricultural subsidy and intervention funds.
Be honest, the documents were not actually the information you just provided are missing in the documents here. However, we will seek the indulgence of the committee to enable us, put the documents in the order you just mentioned, and probably make an appearance in the next sitting coming up next Wednesday.
Right to even present. I thought you have that from introduction up to 15th, so that we can move on, so that members would know you are referring page A, page B, page C, page D. And I haven't done that. Now it comes down. And even this way, it's not a presentation. You cannot tell us how much you received, how much you disbursed, what is outstanding, what is not stated here. And at what page, which schemes are you undertaking? A, B, C. You have not done that. You have not shown us that.
Up ahead, Senate passes 2026 Electoral Act, the bank's rejection of electronic transmission. Senate urges President to increase funding for security agencies. Details of these and more after the break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The Senate has rejected a proposal to make the electronic transmission of election results compulsory, a move seen as a setback to efforts to entrench real-time result uploads into Nigeria's electoral law. Lawmakers on Wednesday voted down an amendment to Clause 60 of the Electoral Amendment Bill that sought to mandate presiding officers of the Independent National Electoral Commission to electronically transmit polling unit results to the INEC result viewing portal immediately after Form ECHA is signed and stamped. The rejection followed an amendment moved by Senator Tahir Mungodo, who proposed the removal of a compulsory transmission provision while retaining the original clause. Reacting to the controversy, Senate President Godswill Akpabio insisted that the claims the Senate had removed electronic transmission from the bill were misleading, stressing that electronic transmission of results remains provided for under the law, but not as a mandatory requirement. The Senate also constituted a conference committee chaired by Senator Tai Mongono to harmonize differences between the versions passed by both chambers of the National Assembly, with some other lawmakers serving as members. Senate later adjourned plenary to February 24. Joining us now to discuss the decision of the Senate is a former INEC resident electoral commissioner in Ekiti State. Let's take a quick break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
So join us now is the former INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner in Ekiti State, Chief Nduka Eya. Good evening, Chief Eya.
Good evening, Signature Television. How are you doing? Happy New Year.
We are fine. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. Well, I guess you've heard about the position taken by the Senate on the Electoral Act. What is your reaction to it?
Well, my dear, just by some coincidence, this has been the news since yesterday. An addition was made today by the Minority Caucus, which seems to confuse the issue the more. But my reaction is clear. Let's take the Senate President. Akpabio is just mocking Nigerians, the way he mocked. When the President's removal of the fuel subsidy without plan, without consideration about the backlash, Akpabio said, you go on demonstrating while we go eat. Mocking us. Mocking. And that's exactly what is done yesterday in his briefing. First of all, it was clear delay in Senate was deliberate to make sure that it doesn't come out with a limit of 360 days. So that they can say, like during Buhari, it cannot be used this year in 2027. What is it all about? It's all about because Akpabio, who did not contest election for Senate, but is now Senate President. And Nigerians keep quiet and look at that thing. They say, because you are candidate, but you did not contest the election. You cannot say, I scored so many votes in that election. You are a senator. And you are President of Senate. This is exactly what is going on. Scratch me, I scratch you. Before this time, we heard about tax law, which was talked on. That one has been thrown under the carpet. Nobody is asking questions. And Mr. President signed a law that has been talked on, not what the House passed. This is what we have come. We have really graduated to ironies. I won't go to very bad language. Ironies. And Nigerians are both groaning. My reaction is that this is a mockery. Amadi's statement today raises a basic issue. He says they passed a law which talks about transmission, not transfer. We are now dealing with semantics. I've just listened to prime time in urban radio where Dr. Basis did a good job on it. We want to use either the senators not to understand what they were doing, or they are just being deliberate to confuse us. What was necessary in that amendment? That it must be mandatory for the returning officer to transmit electronically the results of the election. Mandatory. You know, because the Supreme Court said to us, and that was the regrettable part of our ironies about the Supreme Court, that INEC had a discretion by the existing law. But INEC in this guideline chose one of the discretion by saying electronic transfer and failed in doing that. And when we went to the tribunal, even the Supreme Court said, oh, INEC has discretionary. This is how we mess up ourselves, we market our country, and we look for scapegoats who are demarketing us. What my reaction is just something.
So
it's the way Nigeria.
So, Chief,
and like somebody said, cry, beloved country. What are we going to do? We, the people of Nigeria, we are the Nigerians, not these people who have defined our democracy, not as government by the people, for the government for the people, by the people, for the people, but as government of a group, by a group, for the group, for the operation of the rest of us. That's what they have redefined us. And we are all seem to be helpless.
Chief Aya. Chief Aya.
Yeah.
From your reaction, it looks as if the consequences are enormous. But how does this impact on the trust Nigerians are supposed to have on the electoral process?
There is, what is happening? Let me tell you, the foundation, Nigeria must live beyond certain things. These people have said they want Tinubu back. And the mandatory transition may not make it easy for them. So they kill it, because it's only when you don't have mandatory that a glitch can come and you continue. If you remember, my PDP was, he walked out and said, you have not fulfilled the law. But the leader of the ZLP, let the others back and say, we have confidence, continue. That's why that corruption continues. Because ZLP block people say, we are interparty, we have confidence in you. We forget so much. It has very serious implications. The people, somebody said today, did you want Senate President to commit suicide by putting that in clause when he has told us, told Tinubu to go and sleep on the very first day they launched the Lagos Calabar Highway. You can go and sleep in 2097. You will return there. First project. These are plans. And they have just been trust for Nigeria. All the people who don't represent Nigeria, they represent themselves. That's why I said they redefined democracy, not as government of the people, by the people, for the people, but government of a group, by a group, for the group.
Thank you very much, Chief Aya, for coming on to the Global News on Signature TV. Thank you very much for your invaluable comments. The Minority Caucus of the Senate on Thursday dismissed claims circulating in the media that the National Assembly had rejected the electronic transmission of election results, the ongoing amendment to Nigeria's Electoral Act. Addressing journalists at the National Assembly on behalf of the caucus, Abia South Senator Ainaya Baribe said the Senate did not vote against electronic transmission, but rather clarified and strengthened the wordings of a provision. According to him, what the Senate passed was a clear provision for the electronic transmission of results distinct from the term transfer using the 2022 Electoral Act, which it describes as vague and open to misinterpretation.
The Senate did not, I repeat, did not pass transfer of results, which was in the 2022 Act. What we passed, and which the Senate President himself, when he was doing a clarification sitting on his chair, is transmission of results. And I need to make this very clear. Every one of us who is a senator, who has the privilege to represent a senatorial district, came here under the trust of their senatorial zone. And the reason for us to go into a closed session was so that we can tidy up all the niggling things inside there. And when we now come back to plenary to pass it, that we will pass it without any rancor. I can assure you, on my honor and the honor of all of us who are standing here, that both the Electoral Committee of the Senate, then the Ad hoc Committee of the Senate, and also in the executive session that we had, that we all agreed on section 63, which is electronic transmission of votes.
Baribe further disclosed that the Senate had set up an ad hoc committee to review the electoral reform report before deliberations in a closed executive session. The lawmakers resolved outstanding issues before returning to a plenary. The lawmaker also clarified that the harmonization process between the Senate and House versions of the bill had not yet been concluded, as the Senate must first adopt its votes and proceedings formally before the conference committee can meet.
The Harmonization Committee was set up also yesterday because when the House version and the Senate version differ, because there were so many other things, including timelines, that now differ, you set up a harmonization. Those harmonization is what you use to make sure that you come to one single document which the president will now sign. So that is where we are at the moment. But I need to add one further thing so that Nigerians can rest assured. The Harmonization Committee cannot meet because the document that we use to go to the harmonization is the document passed by us and ratified by the votes and proceedings. So there's still one more step left by the Senate to take.
The executive director of YEGA Africa, Samson Itodo, says the Senate has betrayed the trust of Nigerians and made rubbish of all the gains made in the electoral process. Itodo, who spoke in a live television interview, described the action of the Senate as a dangerous retreat from some of the lofty reforms that were introduced by the 2022 Electoral Act. Said that the Senate President is lying to Nigerians because what the Senate passed was against what was provided in the report of the two technical committees of the National Assembly that updated the law in electronic transmission of results. It further noted that while the Senate has introduced some draconian provisions that would undermine the preparations for the 2027 elections, especially logistics, said that what the Red Chamber did cannot be said to be the outcome of a thorough job insisting that the Senate owes Nigerians a lot of apologies. The Senate has urged President Bola Tinubu to adequately fund the nation's security agencies to strengthen the fight against banditry and other security threats across the country. This followed a motion raised on the matters of urgent public importance by Senator Muntari Danduse, representing Katsina South, over a deadly bandit attack on a community in Faskari local government area of Katsina State. Senator Danduse recalled an armed bandit stormed the community, killing several residents, destroying houses, shops, and vehicles, and leaving many people homeless.
35 people have been attacked and killed across Funtua zone, 24 in Faskari local government area, 8 people in Dandime local government, 2 people in Funtua local government, 1 person in Kankara local government area of Katsina State in less than 24 hours. Mr. President, concerns that the incessant banditry attack on communities will significantly impact food production and agricultural activities, as more than 50,000 farmlands are not cultivable presently, thereby jeopardizing food security and livelihood of the people.
Senate Chief Whip Mohammed Mungunu emphasized that addressing security challenges remains a core responsibility of the Senate, while Senator Wadada Ahmed warned against negotiating with bandits, said it emboldens criminal groups to inflict more harm.
This area in question is the agricultural an agricultural heartland where a lot of foodstuffs and cash crops are being produced. And as a result of this insecurity, many farmlands has been displaced. People are unable to engage in the agricultural activity and therefore negatively impacting on food security of the country. Therefore, the directive of Mr. President that a military formation should be established in that area with a view to securing the lives and properties of the people should be implemented as captured in the prayers.
So we should stop by all the means negotiating with bandits, and we should be reminded that security is for all. But we should encourage our constituents that have empowered us to be here to be much more responsive and committed to the issue of security.
The Senate President Godswill Akpabio in his reaction called for the endorsement of the use of sophisticated drones to monitor and secure prone areas and expressed concern over videos showing local government officials negotiating with bandits.
So I understand the anger, but also note that there are a lot of things involved. They only go for soft targets. We can't have military barracks in every village in Nigeria. The country is very vast. So they go for soft targets, and when they go, they cause maximum damage. And by the time we move there, we now become reactionary. So I have also advised that we do everything to explore the possibility of using very sophisticated drones in very fast areas that we cannot man with human feet. So I assure you that the Senate, the National Assembly in general, will take cognizance of your plea.
The Senate further urged the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and the National Emergency Management Agency to immediately provide relief materials to victims of a Katsina attack. A minute silence was observed in their honor. Over 100 people were feared dead on Tuesday night following a deadly attack on Boro and Nuku communities in the Kayama local government area of Kwara State by Islamic militants. Several other people were also killed after bandits pounced on Abande community in Bakio Ward, Turankwande local government area of Benue State. Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak disclosed the figure on Wednesday night while addressing residents at the palace of the mayor of Kayama, explained that the victims were local Muslims massacred for refusing to surrender to extremists preaching a strange doctrine. He added that President Bola Tinubu had approved the immediate deployment of an army battalion to the area to prosecute counter-offensives codenamed Operation Savannah Shield. Lakurawa, an armed group linked to the Islamic State Sahel province, is believed to have carried out the attack, which has further put the federal government security campaign under public scrutiny. Residents said the attackers had earlier moved around border villages in neighboring Niger State, preaching that locals should abandon Nigeria's constitution and embrace Islamic law. Some reports suggested the attackers operated from forests around the Bogu axis, with security analysts linking them to extremist elements suspected to be expanding sleeper operations in border communities. Senator representing Kwara Central, Saliu Mustafa, urged the deployment of more troops in the affected areas, describing the attack as a tragic reminder of a need for stronger vigilance and community cooperation. Next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) will issue an implementation roadmap for open banking within 3 months to address technical gaps delaying adoption, according to its FinTech Report 2025. The plan includes rolling out standards, governance structures, and consumer awareness initiatives. The roadmap forms part of wider reforms, including regulatory sandbox upgrades, data portability rules, and regional regulatory passporting. The CBN also plans to introduce digital banking licenses and strengthen AI-based fraud detection as demand for open banking infrastructure grows among fintech firms. Nigeria's net foreign exchange inflow fell by 18.3% year-on-year to $48.1 billion in 9 months to September 2025, from $58.8 billion in 2024, driven by weaker inflows. Total inflows declined 15% to $83.71 billion, while outflows fell 12.2% to $35.65 billion. CBN inflows dropped sharply by 30% to $28.72 billion, while autonomous inflow fell 6.8% to $54.99 billion. Net flows through the CBN plunged 62% to $3.04 billion, while autonomous net inflows declined 11.5% to $45.02 billion. Diaspora remittance also weakened, with international money transfer operators' inflows down 15.7% to $3.22 billion. The Central Bank of Nigeria reports that Nigeria's Purchasing Managers Index (PMI) rose to 55.7 points in January 2026, indicating expansion in economic activity for the 14th consecutive month. Out of 36 subsectors surveyed, 31 recorded growth. The industrial sector expanded at 56.0 points, with 14 of 17 subsectors growing. The services sector posted 54.5 points, marking its 12th straight month of expansion, while agriculture recorded 54.2 points, extending growth to 18 consecutive months. The report also showed moderation in input and output prices, with sharper declines in output prices across the composite, services, and agriculture sectors. This is business news in Global News. Chimizi Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, suspect identified in disappearance of 4-year-old in Australian outback. We're ready to talk. US News anchor Savannah Guthrie pleads for return of abducted mother. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Medical humanitarian NGO Doctors Without Borders, known by its French initials MSF, says one of its hospitals in South Sudan was hit by a government airstrike amid renewed fighting between soldiers and a coalition of opposition forces in opposition-held areas. The night attack on the hospital in Lankiang, Jonglei State on Tuesday marks the 10th attack in 12 months on an MSF-run medical facility in the country. It came after the South Sudanese government in December imposed restrictions on humanitarian access in opposition-held areas of Jonglei, restricting MSF's ability to deliver essential medical assistance there. MSF said the hospital was evacuated and patients were discharged hours before the attack, after it received information about a possible strike against the city. But one of MSF staff members suffered minor injury. In a separate incident, MSF said its health facility in Pieri, also in Jonglei, had been looted on Tuesday by unknown assailants, making it unusable for the local community. Gulbat Shah, MSF's operations manager in South Sudan, stressed that the charity had shared the GPS coordinates of all the facilities with the government and other parties to the conflict before, and had received the information that they were unaware of their locations. Government spokesman Atene and Army spokesman Major General Lua Koang did not immediately respond to media requests for comment. MSF highlighted that it was the only health provider serving about 250 people in Lankiang and Pieri. But Shah said MSF would make the necessary decisions to protect the safety of their staff and healthcare facilities there. The NGO said the targeted attacks on its facilities have forced the closure of 2 hospitals in the Greater Upper Nile and the suspension of general healthcare activities in Jonglei, Upper Nile, and Central Equatorial States. China's leader Xi Jinping called Taiwan the most important issue in China-US relations during a phone call with US President Donald Trump on Wednesday. Xi had told Trump to be prudent when supplying weapons to the island, adding that he attaches great importance to ties with Washington and hoped both sides will find ways to resolve their differences. Trump cast the call as excellent and long and thorough. He added that Beijing is considering buying 20 million tons of U.S. soybeans, up from the current 12 million tons. The two leaders last spoke over the phone in November about a range of issues, including trade, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, fentanyl, and Taiwan, according to Trump and China's foreign ministry. Apart from Taiwan and soybeans, Trump and Xi also discussed the current situation in Iran and China's purchase of oil and gas from the U.S. in the call on Wednesday. Xi said the self-governed island was China's territory and that Beijing must safeguard Taiwan's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Police say a suspect has been identified over the disappearance of a 4-year-old boy who went missing in the South Australian outback. Gus Lamont was last seen playing outside his home on a remote sheep station near Yunta, about 300 kilometers from Adelaide, on 27 September. His grandmother left him alone for about half an hour before checking on him, only to find the boy missing, prompting one of the largest land and air searches in the state's history. Police said the person who lives on the property has been identified as a suspect, but confirmed the boy's parents were not under investigation. In the days and weeks after the boy was reported missing, Police conducted extensive searches covering about 470 square kilometers, an area roughly twice the size of Edinburgh, around his home, the Oak Park Station homestead. In late October, police wound down efforts and appointed a 12-member task force to continue the investigation. That task force sifted through previous statements given by family members, which identified a number of inconsistencies and discrepancies of the timeline around the boy's disappearance. Investigators said they had initially considered 3 possible scenarios: the boy walking off, he being abducted, or someone known to Gus was involved in his disappearance and suspected death. Given the remote location of the property, police ruled out abduction, and there was no evidence to suggest Gus had merely wandered off. U.S. news anchor Savannah Guthrie has posted a video message tearfully pleading for the return of her abducted mother and seeking proof from her captors that the 84-year-old is still alive. Nancy Guthrie went missing in the middle of the night from her home in the state of Arizona over the weekend. Authorities said they suspect she was kidnapped and they are working with the FBI to authenticate a possible ransom note. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos has described an all-hands-on-deck search with dogs, drones, helicopters, and federal agents to find the missing woman. And that's it on international news.
Next is entertainment news with Queenette Mokonta.
Famous Nigerian actress Omotola Jalade has addressed the alleged feud with her colleague Genevieve Nnaji. It is widely believed that the movie stars were not in good terms. However, addressing the popular assertion during a recent interview, Omotola, who clarified that they were never fighting, noted that people don't need to be best friends. Omotola accused fans of pitching them against each other, explaining that the fans started the quarrel before they even realized it, and that they only had to catch up with what was already being framed as a fight, insisting that there was never any real quarrel in the first place. Nollywood actor Bolanle Ninalowo has been appointed as the Atlanta United States coordinator for a President Bola Tinubu support group known as Relax, Tinubu is Fixing Nigeria, RTIFN. Ninalowo made this known in a post shared on his Instagram page, announcing his appointment. The actor shared a RTIFN poster that has his picture and All Progressive Congress APC logo. Ninalowo accepted the appointment and captioned the poster to express that he was honored to serve as the coordinator for Atlanta, USA, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. RTIFN is an advocacy group founded by Sheyi Tinubu to promote President Tinubu's administration. The actor made the announcement hours after Sheyi presented an appointment letter to celebrate businessman Obi Kubana as the Southeast coordinator for City Boy Movement, a campaign group for Tinubu's re-election in 2027. American streamer and YouTube star Kai Cenat has described Nigeria as a destination worth promoting globally, saying he would return to the United States and encourage people to visit the country following his current trip to Lagos. Speaking during his visit to the state on Wednesday, Cenat reflected on his return to Nigeria, noting that the experience has been deeply meaningful to him. The popular streamer also spoke about his ongoing efforts to support children during his visit to the country, explaining that while the process has not always been straightforward, he remains committed to making a difference. Asking about his plans during the rest of his stay, Cenat said he would focus on understanding Lagos better and connecting more closely with people. Nollywood actress Angela Okori has appeared in a video apologizing to fellow actress Mercy Johnson following her reported release from detention. In the video, which surfaced online, Angela Okori expressed regret over the controversy involving her and publicly asking Mercy Johnson for forgiveness. She said, "I am sorry, Mercy Johnson, please forgive me." The actress described the incident as a difficult and humbling experience, noting that it gave her time to reflect on her actions and the impact of her words. She also appealed to the public and her fans for understanding, stressing her desire to move forward peacefully. The video has since generated reactions across social media platforms with mixed responses from fans and industry observers. While some praised her for taking responsibility, others called for reconciliation and calm within the Nollywood industry. As of the time of this report, Mercy Johnson has not issued any public response to the apology. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokonta, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience. Our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signaturetv. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signaturetv trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signaturetv every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signaturetv. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
A very fine morning to you. Today is Friday, the 6th day of February 2026. Today is Queensley's favorite day of the week.
Good morning. Welcome. Good morning, Uche. Of course, it's my favorite day of the week, and we're glad. Drum rolls. Let's see what the weekend has for us. I can't wait to unpack already. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on the Signature Morning Show. If you're just joining us, we are always live on our YouTube page, where you can follow us on all social media platforms. That way you can, stay connected with us and stay updated on the various interviews and programs that we have on our pages.
Yes. So let's
let's just do a little recap of things that happened this week. Well, starting from Monday, we saw the massacre issue of about 160 people who were killed in Kwara State, another resurgence of killings and insecurity.
Which is, I think, even from the Red Cross that we saw that particular, I think they said it was 165 from Red Cross, but the newspapers had reported 75. Regardless, people died.
People died,
That's the truth.
exactly. And then we had the electricity subsidy reduction by the federal government. I think that one was very interesting because it was like states now would also have to, pay for these things. And I mean, if you look at the Southeast too, we have one in the Southeast.
We have one in the Southeast. And speaking of the South, is the summit that ended yesterday that we had a whole lot to talk about. I really, really look forward to the outcome of that particular meeting.
Our reporter Christopher was very optimistic and enthusiastic, so let's hope that that enthusiasm comes into fruition. Well, thank you once again for being a part of the show this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
I am Quinsley Roland. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll look at the papers this morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back. Looking at the papers this morning, looking at Daily Trust newspaper, boldly written, we are still burying the dead inside Kwara's massacre.
Interesting. Now, Minority Caucus, Senate approved e-transmission of election results.
Above the headlines we have, we are beaten, Dean's back for 2 weeks, and this is coming from the Kaduna abductees.
Parties now 21 as INEC registers 2.
Defense headquarters admits U.S. troops in Nigeria.
Now we see how ex-Nexim MD jailed 10 years for 2.4 billion naira fraud.
Remi Tinubu meets Trump.
And finally, on the Daily Trust, how Nigerian startups raised $520 million.
Looking at the Punch newspaper beside the mass, Electoral Act, opposition pushes back as e-transmission faces firestorm.
And we see boldly written, Kwara massacre, UN condemns killings as Turkey pledges support with rider. Tinubu meets governor. Northern senators demand security overhaul. IG deploys tactical team.
Above the mass, we have Kaduna abduction, 183 freed victims recount ordeal, and government pledges rehabilitation.
PDP is on the headlines once again with Makinde camp fumes as INEC recognizes Wike block.
Respected woman, Trump hails Remi Tinubu at U.S. prayer breakfast.
Now over to the Nation newspaper, just above the mast on page 7 and page 4, how Nigeria can fast-track economic growth by NRS boss, RMFAC, new pay package for office holders ready.
Boldly written, terrorists killed Kwara villagers for refusing strange belief with the rider. Defense headquarters reveals cause of the dastardly attack. Tinubu and Abdul Razak meet at Esso Villa.
Federal government ends use of tax credit scheme for road construction on page 3.
Nigeria and World Bank strengthen partnership to boost economy.
Now over to the Vanguard newspaper, page 7. We see 2027 majority of senators want real-time results transmission. This is coming from Abaribe, Ningi, Ume, others. And if you look at the riders, vow to ensure inclusion, monitor process to presidential assent. Outrage greets Senate's rejection of mandatory transmission of results. Opposition parties blast Senate. Obi, ADC, Yaga Africa, Wankwo, others speak.
We have 10,000 drivers to benefit from Lagos government's health and safety programs.
And above the mass, poor data privacy, how online scams, unsolicited ad score, Nigeria's digital economy low.
Kwara massacre, soldiers came 10 hours after terrorists had killed scores. And this is coming from the village head with the rider. Troops promptly deployed on receipt of information of attack, and this is coming from the defense headquarters.
Downstream deregulation delivers 6 trillion naira gain in 9 months. This is from MDPRA, and beside that, 2 PDP factions insist on fielding candidates in 2027 polls.
All right, over to the Nigerian Tribune. Above the mass, we have Electoral Act. E-transmission of results must stand. And this is coming from opposition senators with the rider vow to monitor to presidency. Obi, ADC, NBA, Yaga, Africa, PACA, React.
Nigeria taps into $7.7 trillion global halal market. Cautions against religious interpretation, says it will unlock $12 billion economic value.
Kwara attackers are religious extremists, and this is from the government with the rider. Death toll rises, bodies still being picked from bushes.
The DHQ is saying that U.S. troops in Nigeria are not combat forces.
Wike-backed PDP leaders recognized by INEC attend stakeholders meeting. Turkey-led NWC fault INEC. And that's all we have on the papers this morning. Connecting with the Oracle right here in the studio to converse with us on the various things we have just seen on this paper. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Quincy. Good morning, people of the world. I am in low spirit and I'm heartbroken.
Sorry.
The nation is bleeding. Nigeria is bleeding. And it's bleeding so badly, and there's confusion. The number of people that died in one community, the headlines say, because of strange belief. But some viral video and information at the background says that the government were aware, they wrote to them. ISIS wrote to Kwara State government, whatever ISIS means, that are coming with their belief, and they gave them condition. The government actually may not escalate. They did it, but they handled it in their own way. The same group entered and got people to sit down, and they downloaded their belief. And the people either said, we do not understand. And this time, it's not just Christians, it's not Muslims, it's not pagans, it's not atheists. There are people of Nigeria. That some people from somewhere wrote the government and said we are coming to, and this is the condition. They came, they saw, they conquered. And they line up, you see the viral video, you will not eat in the next 1 year. We are people, human beings, that are Nigerians, that hitherto were there in their own community, and they have a government that's supposed to protect them, got information, and they killed like ants. Now they cannot even come with figures because the people said we are still burying, and inside the bushes there were people who were not accounted for, they were killed. I wish people will look for that viral video and look at what happened to fellow Nigerians. And the only thing that we have at the National Assembly is that Transmission of result, transfer. Some group said what they agreed is that result will be transmitted. Some people said what they documented and gazetted is that result will not be transferred. Transferring result physically and transmitting result online are two different things. The Abaribe group we saw in the newspaper were saying with many other senators. So what happened? Why should we have what happened with tax, new tax reform in Nigeria happening to the blood that is what is the lifeline of Nigerian democracy at this time of our development? That once we sit down in a polling booth and we finish casting our vote, we put it in the system and send it up immediately so that the thing will be counting at every point, the real-time result. That is what the distinguished senators, some said they don't want in Nigeria of today. And we call them distinguished senators of Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is what they could do. That's all that is in the headlines. Nigeria government has not reacted to what's happening in Kwara. UN is condemning it and pledging support. Thanks to UN. Probably United Nations is waiting until Nigeria will say we are 240 million. When we got to 100 million left, that's when UN, United Nations, Nigeria signed since our independence, we come to our help. This is the first time. As newspaper reviewer on this desk, I'm hearing that UN is reacting to Nigerian killings. Is it that UN is hearing that people are dying in Nigeria for the first time?
All right, Chris, let's move on. We see that the PDP crisis is back. We see that Makinde camp fumes as INEC recognizes Wike blog. And on another hand, on another newspaper, we see that the two PDP factions insist on fielding candidates in the 2027 polls.
The result is obvious. The camp that INEC recognized will be the camp their candidates will be recognized and be on the ballot paper. So there's no need of fighting the substance and leave the shadow and leave the substance. Makinde and his group, since he visited Aso Rock, what he has been saying has not been joining with what we've been saying earlier. So I do not want to get involved with the PDP crisis again because it's no more crisis. What we have is history of a party that used to be gone. So anything that do now is when you do some tradition to do the obituary after the burial, the first burial, the second burial, the third, then this is remembrance. I'm sorry to say that all this they're talking about PDP is that the last remembrance ceremony they're doing. So they can go ahead. Anybody can say anything because at the remembrance speeches will be made. He used to be. It was a good, my friend, when he was alive. We missed him. Those are the speeches. They should go back and go and decorate the tomb of PDP because they have, even Makinde himself, you are quoting here, has said that he wouldn't have joined the rank and file of people who killed PDP. And you start wondering yourself, since Makinde started talking, does it mean that he didn't know who were killing PDP? So he allied. And he has been on the side fighting for the life of PDP. And suddenly he turned and said, I've been fighting on the side of people killing PDP. Don't you know that something wrong has happened? I told you once you visit Aso Rock, you come back, you become soft. Those riddles that were asking, something went into the pot, hard, came out soft. Something went in soft, came out. So the PDP riddle is going in soft, coming out hard, going out soft. All those confusion is what they called about the history. It's gone in history. So let's talk about more current thing. Where else did they kill people in Nigeria? Where else have they abducted and raped and beheaded and lined people up and shot them in broad daylight, in cold blood? And the country we call a sovereign nation. And they will be not ashamed when people talk about and say Nigeria is gone and to help Nigeria. Some people who are safe in Abuja will say Nigeria is sovereign nation. God will judge everything. It's sad. I am heartbroken. Why are people dying like ants in Dixon? That's the only thing I want to talk about. Because there's nothing that joined every other politics. 2027, all the people that died in Kwara State are one of the population that will vote in 2027. Are the politicians counting on them? Are they just interested in making Nigeria, everybody join one party and go back to who do they are they waiting to govern in 2027 when this thing continues? Nigeria is not at home. I've said it for almost 1 year on this deck, and it has not shown any sign that we are coming back. We are just going to extinction. And we are talking, Obodone Fufu Amuamu, how they fulfilled. Only God will decide the case of Nigeria.
All right, so lately on the papers, we've been seeing some major steps taken to strengthen the economy of Nigeria. Now we are seeing Nigeria and World Bank strengthen partnership to boost economy. Do you think that this would also help with the economic situation?
World Bank is a borrower. He doesn't strengthen economy. When you are distressed, he give you money for a lifeline. There's a lifeline for a long time, nothing sustainable, and you pay. There's no how World Bank and Nigeria will partner. In my understanding, I can be wrong. To make Nigeria economy to be strong. It is like a Shylock. Somebody who will never, who is a borrower for money. Dealing with you, you go to borrow money. Hey, my mother is dying, is admitted in the hospital. How much do you want? He gives you the money. I'm telling you, that is in 1 month time you pay. And he put the interest. Whether your mother died at last after you borrow the money, it doesn't concern him. That is World Bank. And their name is World Bank. They are not economic planners. In Nigeria, we have Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. And all the MDAs, the ministry, department agencies that are in charge of planning economy. We have so much professors of economists, and strategists all in Nigeria. Nigeria have human resources. We have some of them that have been described as master planners of politics. We also have master planners of economy. But we plan. You know, yesterday we were talking about Nigeria being good on paper. That is what World Bank will give you. Paperwork. The job of salvaging yourself, working out your salvation is for Nigerians. And it is the worst thing that has happened over time since I started being a Nigerian and living in Nigeria. I've never seen us taking the bold step to revive our economy. We depend on, after borrowing ourselves out, we call to World Bank, International Monetary Fund, whatever they call it, they can never help Nigeria to revive. They can only help you, giving you, it's like somebody who is addicted on cocaine. If you want to remove the person out of addiction in a moment, the person will be feeling so bad. If care is not taken, will die. That's what World Bank and International Monetary Fund is doing for Nigeria. When they do, they'll give you another shot of cocaine you take, and you think you do like this and think you're okay. We are going, we are not okay. Nigeria, World Bank cannot plan our economy. Nigeria will sit down, plan the economy with all the countries that are doing their trading, international business people, and know what we are going in and what is coming out. That is all we can get. If what is going out is not what is coming in a simple term, Nigeria is not at home. And that's what is happening. We are consuming nation. We import toothpick, we import handkerchief, we import biscuits. And you are going, after doing all that, you go to World Bank to plan with. They only borrow you money, you must pay. And the World Bank has kept Nigerian children, the next 40 generations, in debt. So how are they helping us? So it's sad to hear. Say, well, Nigeria partner. We can't partner. Nigeria and the World Bank are not partners. Nigeria can partner with US, China, countries like our countries that have process. World Bank has no such process. They are people in business. They give you money, you pay them back. That's why they are banked. The only problem is that the only difference is that they are world, and only God knows who made the World Bank.
All right, Chris. Now we see that that Remi Tinubu meets with Trump, and from the papers we see that the presence of Remi Tinubu at the U.S. prayer breakfast excites Trump, and he hails her, calling her a respected woman and all the likes.
Yes, our First Lady is respected. In her career, she started being different positions she held and being in the Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria as a woman. Whatever brought her there and kept her there is strong. So she's respected. No, all our senators in Nigeria are respected. They are distinguished senators. That's how we refer to them. And being the wife of president of Africa's most populous country at this time is also a respect. So the respect that you deserve and the respect you earn are two different things. There are respect that you earn because of your position. But then what other respect that comes to you is what comes out of your mouth and your heart and your actions and all that. So if Trump is the personal opinion of our first lady, that she is respected. It's not something that we're talking about. It's a good kudos. Kudos to first lady. You are respected and we respect you. But we are watching. Because respect can be, over time, become disrespect. When over time, all those things that end with the respect begin to fade if you do not maintain it. It's not to get to the top. That is the problem. It's to remain at the top. Remi Tinubu, our distinguished and honored First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has climbed to that height. It is to maintain that respect that she had earned being there. That's the issue. Because it's small thing can waste all those respect. So the job coming from Trump telling you are respected is that you go back and continue to maintain that respect with your actions and your words.
All right then. I think there was this on the papers that we saw that the defense headquarters admitted that the U.S. troops were in Nigeria, but not exactly to take over.
Tribune.
On the Nigerian Tribune, that the U.S. troops in Nigeria, not combat forces, that it was actually the U.S. troops that were in Nigeria.
Do they need to explain it? There are certain security things you do not talk about. Whether U.S. forces are here for combat, are here for peace building, are here for training, are here, whatever they are here, the U.S., they confirm that the U.S. troops are here. It's no more history. So we welcome the U.S. troop, but whatever the defense ministry and all that are doing with it, we trust the defense ministry that is to the best interest of Nigeria that those people are here. We have never asked them why are they here. For whatever reason they are here, something brought them. And those things that brought them, they didn't come in secret. They come with the knowledge of Nigerian highest authority. And they'll be here doing those things. So let's watch out. The outcome of why the U.S. military is here will come out soon. In Nigeria, we don't just take anything they say with pinch of, we take it with pinch of salt. Because before you know it, the same troop that has come on a casual visit, by tomorrow morning they will turn into another thing. So let's wait. They told them until Nigerians now, what we wait in Nigeria is when we see. Because nothing. And I will tell you, majority of people in Nigeria do not even read newspapers again. They don't listen to news. They're just working because over time, everything they've gathered has failed them. Is it not in this country that the National Assembly has been fighting now? They didn't resolve it. When they started, they didn't tell us. We already had it in newspaper. That the new tax reform they signed is different from the one gazetted. They swept it under the carpet. Nobody has told us which one. Now it started again with transmission of transfer. They got confusion. Sat down there, distinguished people. They don't know whether the difference between transmission and transfer. And that's the people that will say honorable men. That's okay. And they are, according to Mark Anthony, then they are honorable people. And they are distinguished people. We sat there that say a clause that once you finish election, transmit it so that you go to rest. They will still come out. The same National Assembly will approve budget for 2027 election. Without, by then they may not resolve it. They will leave it hanging. Because the dangerous men of this country, the greedy, corrupt officials will always like to leave loopholes. So that's where they making room for where they escape when they cause trouble. That is what's happening with this. And the good people said, close that loophole. Let Nigeria sign it as electoral law and pass it that once election finish, transmit it, and everybody will go to rest. They are still battling. What is difficult about it? If not, very clear case of somebody, open eye, to tell it lies in this country and expecting peace. But the country they build, you cannot, the roof cannot be fallen and the house will remain. The house, when house fall, the roof will go with it. And when they cut the head, even the ear and the mouth and nose will go with it. So Nigerian Senate keep on running around. When this thing blew up, it will on record that you are part of the 10th National Assembly of Nigeria that had the opportunity of salvaging that checkered issue of Nigeria Electoral Act, and you are sidelining and playing politics with it. No matter how you make your mouth, you lie on it. God bless you. God bless the country. God bless the people and all the who are listening to us. And God bless all the people who think that what we are saying is to get Nigeria better. Thank you for accommodating my passion and energy. And God will continue to bless. But remember that God blesses are meant for those who desire and deserve to be blessed.
Thank you so much for joining us, Chris. All right, then that's all we have on the papers this morning. We'll be back shortly to look into other segments on the Signature Morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome back. It's time for our first discussion this morning, and we're looking at the National Assembly and the disagreements on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, particularly when it comes to the electronic transmission of results. And we're going to look at all of that with Barry Topagi, who is a retired resident electoral commissioner, joining us via Zoom this morning to give us his thoughts and his insights on what is currently going on in the National Assembly. You're welcome. Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
I'm hearing you.
Okay. Thank you once again for joining us. Now, from your experience working with INEC, how would you interpret this disagreement between the Senate and the House on this electoral reform bill? Would you say it's an unusual development? Would you say that it's some sort of a risk or a threat, administrative risk, for this disagreement to be going on? What are your thoughts?
all kinds of argument as to what happened in the Senate, to the extent of even some senators coming out to disagree with what was agreed at the Senate. So I would rather want us to look at the topic of electronic transmission of result rather than focusing on the disagreement. Rather, I mean, disagreement between the two houses is not a new thing. It's not restricted to the Electoral Act. And anytime they have such disagreement, they normally have a way of resolving it through a committee. And I guess they will do that if they really have any disagreement. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
Saying,
right. While we're
I'm
talking about
that,
the
actually,
issue of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, like I asked, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on this, because this is also something of interest and concern to both those of us here and also the viewers. So you would have an opinion, you would have a thought on what is currently going on in the Senate and in the House of Assembly about this, and that is what we want to hear.
My thought is that if there's a disagreement between the Senate and the House of Reps, they will normally set up a committee that will harmonize the two views and then resolve it at that level. But my own worry is beyond that. My worry is that even at the Senate level, we've seen some senators that have come out to say what was announced is different from what was agreed. And I think they need to sort that one out first. But my interest in this whole discussion is that, one, Nigerians need to know why people are clamoring for compulsory or mandatory transmission of result real time. I think that is what people need to know. Why are Nigerians saying so? Because yesterday I listened to the Senate president saying that they did not reject electronic transmission, that they retain what was in 2022 Electoral Act. And it is what is in the 2022 Electoral Act that was used for 2023 elections, which was not effective because at the end of the day, the court still held to the view that even though that was in the acts and in the INEC guidelines, but that it was not mandatory. And Nigerians have been saying since 2023 till now that the National Assembly should amend the act to the extent that transmission of result real time from the polling units should be mandatory or compulsory. And that's what they are running away from. So that is the real issue. As to the disagreement between the two houses, I know they will resolve it. They have a way of resolving it. So that shouldn't be my main focus this morning. My main focus is that Nigeria should understand why we want mandatory or compulsory transmission of result real time from polling units to the IRF.
How could the proposed amendment of this bill affect the credibility and transparency of Nigeria's electoral process?
Sure, it does. Because you see, election is a process. Election is a process. It starts from the polling unit, coalition starts from the polling unit with a document called EC8A. Then it goes to the ward, it goes to the local government like that, to the state, and to Abuja in case of presidential election. Now, in order to reduce the human element, the manipulation that go with the human element, Nigerians are clamoring that transmission should start from the unit real time, because when that is done, all of us will have access to the result. And all the manipulation that go on from the polling unit to the ward level, to the local government level, and to the federal level could be reduced or eliminated if that is done.
Are you still with us, Mr. Bagi? Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. I don't know if you are hearing me. Did you hear my last comment?
Yes, we heard you clearly. Now, one of the other issues, apart from the electronic transmission of the results, we also see the issue of vote buying and PVC trading, and the lawmakers rejected tougher jail terms and penalties for these misconduct or for these offenses. So, what do you see, playing out? Do you think that that rejection was the right thing to do? Do you think that it should have been more intense? The penalties or the tougher jail terms should have been accepted by the lawmakers?
I think that there are some questions that you already know the answer. There are questions that the answers are very clear. Let me also ask you, my dear, who are the people that buy votes? And who are the people that benefit from rigging and electoral malpractices? They are the people that are making the law. And all they are saying is that they want to continue doing what they have been doing. If they are actually representing Nigerians and their constituencies, as they want us to believe, and the constituencies are clamoring for certain changes and they are resisting it, what does that suggest? It suggests that they are not representing us. They are representing themselves. And so with impunity, they tell us that we don't matter. They don't care what we think. That is my understanding.
All right then. So looking at the situation right now, could the disagreement in the National Assembly delay the electoral reforms that is needed to improve Nigeria's democracy, looking at what happened in 2023 and needs to be corrected ahead of 2027?
They are not ready to correct anything from the outcome of the deliberations in the Senate. Unless Nigerians put them under pressure, they are not ready. And some of the things you are referring to could be deliberate tactics to ensure that that doesn't happen. If we finish an election since 2023 and this issue has been on the burner, why is it now that they are going to and fro? Okay? So I think Nigerians need to understand that these people on their own are not ready to make any changes that will affect them. The truth is that some of them will not return to the Senate or to the House if these amendments are made the way Nigerians want them. And so they are working for their own interest. So it's up to Nigerians to also pursue their own interest.
Now, but there are also warnings that, continued delays on this particular bill could affect the 2027 election, logistics and the likes. So I would like to ask you, how late is too late for INEC to safely implement these major reforms, assuming they are not being finalized upon early enough as people expect?
Well, I can tell you, I can tell you that the 2022 Electoral Act is still in force. And INEC, looking at their own logistics and the time frame within which they are to do this election by that law, they can go ahead to make their own plans. Because from what we are seeing, like I said, if these people were serious about the reforms, they had enough time. And for goodness sake, what is so difficult about inserting in that document mandatory or compulsory transmission of results? What is so difficult about it? But their body language shows that they are not interested in that. So INEC can, on their own, start their preparation using the 2022 Electoral Act. It's still a law. It's still valid.
All right, then, looking at other countries that have practiced this form of election and voting process over the years, what lessons can Nigeria learn from these countries and also implement it in order to aid the smooth aid of transmission of votes to the INEC head office?
Now that we are talking of other countries, let me also ask you, when was the last time you saw your own member of parliament or your senator? The other countries you are referring to, their MPs and their senators value them. They could visit their homes. You can go to them and say, this is the problem in our constituency, and they will listen to you. These people have been benefiting from an election that they don't depend on us, and they will not want to depend on us. Okay? So comparing, look, we copied the constitution from America. They've been practicing it, and it has been working for them. Is there anything we have allowed to work? You know, so we are always looking at another country. I give you an example of the last time. I mean, last time when I was with you on this platform, that I monitored the election in Ghana here. I didn't need to go very far. And on the day of election, they didn't bring out all the security in Ghana. And I told you that in their office, the headquarters of their electoral management body, there was only one police van stationed there, and it was on a working day. They didn't close work, and things worked. So the point I want us to look at is, what can the citizens do to put pressure on these people to behave according to the law? The law is there, even the one that is in 2022 election. But will they allow it to work? And since they have discovered that technology would force them to comply, they are running away from it. Okay? So it's not that with the other countries. Other countries do it the way the Nigerians are suggesting. But the people that have been benefiting from it and want to continue to benefit don't want it to work. So what can the citizens do to force them to allow this process to go on? I think that is what is important at this stage.
Right now, the House or the National Assembly still says that the 2022 Act is still being implemented, and you also mentioned it while you were speaking earlier. So what then would you say is the justification for reopening fundamental issues like this result transmission instead of enforcing the law as it was already? Why would you say that it's coming up again like it's a fresh law? Meanwhile, they are saying that it's still the 2022 Act that is still being implemented.
Yeah, the society is dynamic. When you go into the field to implement existing laws, and along the line you discover some lapses here and there. Rational human beings go back to say, why? What can we do to ensure that we don't fall into this trap again? It is the defect arising from the implementation of the 2022 Act in 2023 that made people to clamor for mandatory transmission. Because in 2023, that although transmission is in the 2022 Act, but during the re-election, that was abandoned. It was not used. And the court supported it by saying that it was not mandatory. It was not mandatory. So it is subject to what the people in the field feel like doing. Okay? That's why people said, let it be mandatory, let it be compulsory, so that there will be no ambiguity when they go to court, because these days the court end up resolving most of these cases arising from the election in the field. Okay, so it was that gap that people were clamoring that it should be covered or filled, so that we don't have that kind of experience we had in 2023.
All right, then, just to get your take on it, some stakeholders argue that changes to the timeline and procedures could create some sort of logistic and legal challenges for INEC and political parties ahead of the 2027 election. Do you agree with that thought?
I don't know what challenges it will create unless you come out to tell me the challenges that you think it will create. But like I said, 2023, we had our elections, all these lapses were noticed, and the general public, even INEC, made contribution to the proposed amendment. And within 3 years, we couldn't take a decision. And like I'm saying, what is so difficult about a group of people agreeing that if the problem is mandated transmission, let's insert it there. What is so difficult? But because people don't want any change, they are doing what they are doing, and we always fall into their trap by hooking up to the point they make it will create challenges, it will create logistics. What happened between 2023 that this thing was not resolved? So I think Nigerians should understand that these people don't want this change. And if they don't want this change, should we be spending the money we are spending on election in the name of election? Why don't we just allow them to choose themselves and save us the problem?
Now let's look at this issue of timelines, INEC timelines. Now, you know, there is this idea that just like we spoke about earlier, that these delays could affect, you know, INEC's preparation and the likes. But now we also see that INEC has reportedly already drawn up parts of its timetable under the old law. So do you think that this could also disrupt, you know, INEC's election calendar, or do you think it could compress it, you know, because of this legislative change in the timeline, or this legislative uncertainty, moving it from 1 year to 6 months and the likes? Do you think that this could also affect INEC's internal affairs and, you know, the way things are run?
You know, INEC is a body set up by the law, and it will operate within the confines of the law. INEC is not going to sit down, I believe, INEC is not going to sit down until these people run to and fro. They will continue, I believe, working on the law that is in existence now, and I'm sure they have been working. I'm sure they have been working. And if this law is not amended within the framework, I mean within the time frame that we allow them to utilize it, they will go on with the law that is in existence. But what we need to understand as Nigerians is, what are we gaining from allowing these people to behave the way they are behaving? And then we do their work. Nothing will stop them from doing their work. There's a law in place. But is it adequate? Should we continue to repeat the same thing? These are the issues. So INEC is, I'm sure INEC is, they are doing their planning. They are doing their planning. They are not going to wait. And so if these people finally make up their mind and amend the law, and it's still possible for them to utilize it, they will just do some adjustment. And the election, we hope.
All right then. So in your view, does this amendment really reflect genuine electoral reform or political interest ahead of the future elections?
If it has reflected the desired intention of the general public, of the Nigerian public, remember they did what did they call it? Public hearing. And like I've said, INEC made input. Civil society groups made input. And they've toned it down. With that, will you still believe that it reflects the general desire of the people? In my view, no. Hello?
Are you still, Mr. Baggy?
Hello?
We can't hear you anymore.
Oh, that's network. It's not my fault. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes,
Can you
yes,
hear me
we can
now?
hear you. Please
Okay.
go on. We
What
lost you along the way.
Okay, what I was saying is that the amendment we are talking about, that the general public made contribution through the public hearing, civil society groups, other professional groups, and even INEC made input into the proposed amendment. And one key area that was generally accepted by everybody is that the transmission should be mandatory and compulsory, which the Senate, I'm not saying the outcome of that of House of Reps, have rejected. In my view, and I believe that should be your view too, have they listened to the people? My answer is no.
All right.
You're not hearing me
So
again?
what? Yes, of course I can hear you. So what possible electoral problems do you think could arise from this controversy about this new electoral laws or this modifications to the electoral laws that are being put in place?
In my view, I've not seen any modification, because listening to the Senate president, he said they have allowed what was in 2022 Electoral Act. So we have a repeat of what happened in 2023, and that is where we find ourselves, unless they quickly do something.
Let's look at voter apathy. How do you think the people of Nigeria are going to react to this come 2027 election? 2023, most people were very, very optimistic about protecting their vote and making sure it was counted and transmitted. With this particular Electoral Act reform, do you think that it's going to reduce the voter apathy? Do you think it's going to affect voter apathy in Nigeria?
I would think so, because if you don't believe in the system, will you participate in it? If people believe that their voting doesn't count or it doesn't matter, I mean, will they waste their time to go out? So I think it will impact on the turnout. Network. Hello?
At this amendment, who would you say practically gains more from this, from all of this? Because on one hand, we've heard a lot of reactions from a number of people, Atiku, Falana, everybody is coming out to give their 2 cents and their thoughts on this. And some of them say that this could favor, instead of helping the electoral system, it would instead favor the ruling politicians or the incumbents. Some say it would, favor the political parties. Some say it will favor INEC and some of their mistakes and all these other things. So who do you think would practically gain more from this discretionary transmission that has been given to INEC? What are your thoughts?
I would rather think that Nigerians are going to lose, because they're not going to have free, fair, and credible election. Nigerians have been looking forward to free, fair, and credible elections where they will be allowed to choose who represent them. So instead of me looking at who we gain and who we not gain, I would rather look at those that are going to lose. Those that are going to lose are us, the ordinary Nigerians, because we will not be allowed to choose who to represent us. And when people begin to choose themselves over and above us, then we lose the right of asking questions, which is what has been going on. I asked you a while ago, have you ever seen your MP or your senator since 2023? Can you draw the attention of your MP to what is going on in your constituency? You can't, because they don't value you. They know they don't need your vote to go back there. And that is what they're insisting they must do. So it's the politicians that will gain, but the Nigerians will lose. The ordinary people.
There was also another controversy with the bill of the tax reform bill. When it came out, some people had disagreed that, oh, this was not what we agreed on. And what came out, some people had really opposed what cropped out, And now we have the same situation with this electoral bill. Do you think that it would also be swept under the carpet and people would just forget about it, other than correcting whatever notion that needs to be corrected?
Well, like I don't know how we put it, but let me say that if we have kings and emperors that are governing or ruling over us, and we don't have a voice, then we just accept whatever comes out. Otherwise, it's up to the Nigerians to come out and say, we reject this or we don't like this. But when they do it and they have their way with impunity, they will continue to do it, and we continue to cry and complain to ourselves. Societies are molded and built up by the people. And whatever the people accept, it what goes on. So if that is the way we are now building our own and developing our own democracy, where we will sit down, make a law, and then come back, change it, and implement it the way we like, and the people are ready to accept it, then who do you blame?
What would you suggest, or what would be your idea of a better way of going about this, or of making sure that electoral processes in Nigeria are what they should be, and not, what would cause issues like voter apathy or issues around transmission of results and, distrust with the electoral body and also the lawmakers? What are your suggestions as to how things can be improved and made better from this incident?
Thank you. I think what Nigerians are looking forward to is that the National Assembly will come out with an amended electoral act that will specifically mention compulsory or mandatory transmission of results from the polling units real time. And like you observed from the beginning, there are still some disagreements, both within the Senate and with the House of Reps. And so that still prevents an opportunity for Nigerians to put pressure on them and for them to react appropriately. And I believe if they do that and make the necessary amendment within the next few days, Nigerians will be happy with them, Nigerians will clap for them, and then Nigerians will come out to vote knowing that their votes will count.
All right, now just before we wrap this up, you've mentioned, about how these laws can be put in place to make things effective, but it's one thing to have these laws in place, and it's another thing for these things to be implemented, particularly on the field during elections and the likes. And we see that most of these controversies don't even start at the polling units, but at the collation centers. So what would you say is the reason why the collation centers are such a pressure point, and also what could help with that particular situation to also improve on how things are done on the day of elections?
Like I said before, election is a process. But the primary document that will show how people voted or performed on election day is what comes out of the polling unit. So if transmission is done online real time, it will give us a clear idea of the voting pattern. And that will reduce the pressure at the collation centers. But so long as you need to move manually from the polling unit to the wards, to the LGA, and then to the local, state level and federal level, passing through several hands, under all kind of pressure, sometimes even people causing security breaches in order to disrupt the process. So long as that is what is in place, of course, it will continue to be the same thing. That's why people are clamoring for this compulsory transmission from polling unit. If you have results from the polling unit clearly showing that it is A, and then from the collation center it says it is B, then the discrepancy will become very, very, very visible. At the level we are today, we should be able to depend on technology. This country is huge. 774 local government areas with several wards carrying paper. We're not saying you should discard that completely, but at least it should be a backup to the transmission. That is why Nigerians are asking for it. Before, if you want to do a transaction, you carry bulk money from one bank to the other, from one trader to the other. Today, everybody, even the women in the rural areas, are doing business online. So what is the problem? Why are we running away from doing transmission of result by INEC? Why are we running away from it?
All right, then, looking at the road to 2027 and everything that has happened right after the 2023 elections, what are your hopes for the 2027 elections?
It's not just my hope, our hope. The hope of Nigerians is that we are going to improve on what we did in 2023. And that is why everybody, including INEC, made suggestions as to the amendment we should make to the electoral law in order to improve our election, make it more credible, transparent, and credible, and fair. But we can see our people rejecting that, which means we are not ready to move. We want to remain where we have always been, so that some people will be so powerful to decide for us, like we've been hearing. People will tell you, I made this governor, I made this senator, I will make you, you know. If we now become the people that we make, then individuals will no longer be in a position to say, I will deliver. Because this election is supposed to be one man, one vote. So when people boast about delivering, which means they have your own vote and my own vote, and they're not ready to move from that point, then you're asking me what hope? What hope do you want me to have? Or what hope do you have yourself?
All right, then, thank you so much for joining us this morning, Chief Barito Bagi. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, but I remain a mystery. I'm not yet the chief. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, then, Barito is the retired resident electoral commissioner and also an economist. Of course, we looked at the National Assembly disagreement on Electoral Act Amendment Bill, and we had a whole lot to talk about on this particular conversation, which will also be uploaded on our YouTube page, just so you catch up with us on it. Thank you so much for joining us once again. After this time out, we'll be back.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Famous Nigerian actress Omotola Jalade has addressed the alleged feud with her colleague Genevieve Nnaji. It is widely believed that the movie stars were not in good terms. However, addressing the popular assertion during a recent interview, Omotola, who clarified that they were never fighting, noted that people don't need to be best friends. Omotola accused fans of pitching them against each other, explaining that the fans started the quarrel before they even realized it, and that they only had to catch up with what was already being framed as a fight, insisting that there was never any real quarrel in the first place. Nollywood actor Bolanle Ninalowo has been appointed as the Atlanta United States coordinator for a President Bola Tinubu support group known as Relax, Tinubu is Fixing Nigeria, RTIFN. Ninalowo made this known in a post shared on his Instagram page, announcing his appointment. The actor shared a RTIFN poster that has his picture and All Progressive Congress APC logo. Ninalowo accepted the appointment and captioned the poster to express that he was honored to serve as the coordinator for Atlanta, USA under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. RTIFN is an advocacy group founded by Sheyi Tinubu to promote President Tinubu's administration. The actor made the announcement hours after Sheyi presented an appointment letter to celebrate businessman Obi Kubana as the Southeast coordinator for City Boy Movement, a campaign group for Tinubu's re-election in 2027. American streamer and YouTube star Kai Cenat has described Nigeria as a destination worth promoting globally, saying he would return to the United States and encourage people to visit the country following his current trip to Lagos. Speaking during his visit to the state on Wednesday, Cenat reflected on his return to Nigeria, noting that the experience has been deeply meaningful to him. The popular streamer also spoke about his ongoing efforts to support children during his visit to the country, explaining that while the process has not always been straightforward, he remains committed to making a difference. Asking about his plans during the rest of his stay, Cenat said he would focus on understanding Lagos better and connecting more closely with people. Nollywood actress Angela Okorie has appeared in a video apologizing to fellow actress Mercy Johnson following her reported release from detention. In the video, which surfaced online, Angela Okorie expressed regret over the controversy involving her and publicly asking Mercy Johnson for forgiveness. She said, "I am sorry, Mercy Johnson, please forgive me." The actress described the incident as a difficult and humbling experience, noting that it gave her time to reflect on her actions and the impact of her words. She also appealed to the public and her fans for understanding, stressing her desire to move forward peacefully. The video has since generated reactions across social media platforms, with mixed responses from fans and industry observers. While some praised her for taking responsibility, others called for reconciliation and calm within the Nollywood industry. As of the time of this report, Mercy Johnson has not issued any public response to the apology. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokunta, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Super Falcons will open a residential training camp on 20 February as preparations intensify for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON, football officials confirmed on Wednesday. The defending champions have been drawn in Group C, where they will face Zambia, Egypt and Malawi at the Continental Tournament, scheduled by the Confederation of African Football (CAF) to run from 17 March to 3 April 2026. Beyond continental glory, the tournament also forms a key part of Africa's qualification pathway for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup, increasing the stakes for the 9-time African champions. Head coach Justin Madugu and his technical crew are expected to use the camp to assess players ahead of final squad selection, while implementing tactical sessions, fitness programs and, where possible, friendly matches to sharpen the team. The Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) has been urged by stakeholders to ensure adequate logistical support, including the organization of warm-up fixtures, to guarantee optimal preparation for the tournament. Kun Khalifat FC have announced their immediate withdrawal from the Nigerian Premier Football League (NPFL), following disciplinary action taken against the club for failing to honor their matchday 24 fixture against El Kanemi Warriors. The controversy arose on Monday when the newly promoted side, who currently sit at the foot of the league table, failed to appear for the scheduled match. In response, the NPFL board charged Kun Khalifat with violating the league's framework and rules. As part of sanctions, the league deducted 3 points and 3 goals from Kun Khalifat, awarding them to El Kanema Warriors. The club was also handed a suspended fine of 10 million naira, which would be enforced should a similar offence occurred before the end of the 2025/2026 season. Kun Khalifat were given 48 hours to appeal the ruling. However, instead of lodging an appeal, the club issued a statement on Wednesday night confirming its decision to withdraw from the league. Cristiano Ronaldo has not left Riyadh and continues to train with Al Nassr, dismissing reports that he had gone on strike, despite widespread claims in the Saudi media that the Portuguese star had refused to attend training amid a breakdown in relations with the club. Portuguese outlet record reports that Ronaldo remains in the capital and has not missed a single scheduled session, with full participation expected in Wednesday's training under Jorge Jesus. While his commitment on the pitch remains intact, Ronaldo is said to be deeply frustrated by Al Nassr's lack of activity in the January transfer window and by the controversy surrounding Karim Benzema's proposed move from Al Ittihad to Al Ahly. He reportedly viewed the situation as evidence of an unforeseen playing field, believing Al Ahly received preferential backing while Al Nassr struggled to strengthen. Although the Benzema move was ultimately blocked, the absence of major reinforcements has compounded his dissatisfaction. Monaco midfielder Paul Pogba has been dropped from their Champions League squad. This means the French midfielder will not feature against Paris Saint-Germain in the knockout round playoff. Pogba was initially part of the squad for the first half of the campaign. He is one of 3 players excluded, with the others being Mohamed Salisu and Takumi Minamuna. The clubs has, however, drafted in Crepin Diatta, Wild Face and Simon Adingra. Pogba has made just 3 appearances this season, and all those games came in League One. The former Manchester United and Juventus man did not come off the bench against Pafos and Galatasaray in the Champions League. Sprinting legend Usain Bolt has expressed his belief that his long-standing 100-meter world record is safe from the current generation of athletes, revealing who he would prefer to eventually surpass his historic mark. The 8-time Olympic gold medalist set the seemingly untouchable 100-meter record of 9.58 seconds at the 2009 World Athletics Championships in Berlin, a time that has remained unchanged for nearly 2 decades, while formidable rivals like Tyson Gay and Johan Blake have been close with 9.69 seconds. Bolt remains confident that his record would stand for the foreseeable future. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community observes
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching Signature Morning, coming to you live from Signature TV. Now we see that Nigeria is standing at climate crossroads. We see desertification steadily pushing in the north. And when you come to the southern areas, we have issues of floods becoming more, prominent, more frequent, and more deadly. Well, we have a guest joining us via Zoom this morning, Quincy.
All right, thank you for joining us once again. Dr. Isaiah Aboyi has joined us via Zoom to talk about the climate crossroads and what we're battling with in Nigeria. Dr. Isaiah Aboyi is an environment expert. Good morning, Dr. Isaiah.
Good morning, presenter. Thank you for having me. You're welcome.
All right, Dr. Abonyi, thank you once again for joining us. Now, looking at this issue of desertification and also flooding, how would you explain, this this issue in the country, and what would you say that it tells us about climate change and how it is affecting Nigeria's ecology?
Thank you so much, Signaturetv, for this enlightenment program. It is really a crossroad that this nation has found itself, combating desertification and flooding. Yes, they are interlinked. Desertification on itself is that act of increasing deserts. And that desert connotes a place where there are no trees or very few trees still growing, and where the soil has been exposed to other harsh environmental conditions. And it leads to flooding, or it aggravates flooding. What we are saying is that Nigeria is facing high rate of desertification, one from naturally the climate change impact, and the other from overlogging. The building industry uses wood, and typical of Nigerians, we are not always in the habit of regenerating what we have used. So there are no effective plans to replant trees that we cut every day. In short, on minute by minute basis, trees are being cut in Nigeria for timber and other necessary uses. Yes, they are important that we have to fetch this timber that we use for our developmental industries. But the important thing is that, do we make conscious efforts to replant the trees? If we are not doing that, then we are exposing the land, because any tree you cut, you expose that area for other harsh environmental conditions that will befall it. And when rain falls, it now have more chances of aggregating into flooding, because what now break down the impact of rainfall on earth has been removed and not replaced. So that's desertification by the principle of cutting down trees is there. Then the issue of the climate change, the other aspect of the climate change is the reduced rate of rainfall will now no longer support the growth of trees, shrubs, and other plants. And as a matter of fact, that now reduces the growth of these plants, and now subject the earth to bareness, in the sense that there is no longer any covering, no protection from direct impact of rainfall on the ground and the sun, the impact of the sun on earth. So these are critical issues that are with us now, because climate change, yes, to some good extent, is natural, but is as well aggravated or facilitated by actions and inactions of man in the developmental strives. So what are we trying to say? We are saying that these two factors are really a dangerous mix that Nigeria has found itself in a crossroad. The only way out is to be aware and to be conscious in carrying out planned activities to mitigate the effects. How do I mean? It has always been in the news. People have NEMA has always been encouraging people. Other development agencies, social partners have been advocating for planting of trees. planting of trees. But I do not know how government has taken it up to internalize it in the people, if need be, enforce that trees are planted. We have a forest guards that guides, regulate the cutting of trees from forest. But I don't really know how effective they are working in terms of how they are insisting on, if you must fell one tree, replace it with two, so that in the near future, these ones will grow and continue to cover the earth. If these are not being done, then we are getting deeper and deeper into the problem. Then come of the flooding. Flooding due to rainfall patterns these days of climate change. It no longer spread evenly across between. Naturally, what used to be is that from March, early April, we start having rains, and gradually continues, intensifies until July, August, then terminates around November. But these days, it no longer starts the time it's supposed to start. And when it now comes, it gets clustered within the months of June and September or early October. Intensity grows, and the tendency of flooding becomes more pronounced. Flooding, simple definition, is when rainfall submerges the soil. Hitherto dry land, as a result of rainfall, become submerged. That water covers the earth. That is a simple definition of the flooding. So this flooding happens on a regular basis. It causes a lot of devastating effects on Nigeria and Nigerians. So I think we will begin, this is just a background. When we begin to take it one after another, discussing the effects and what we need to do, we delve more into that. But just like you rightly said, this is a crossroad that Nigeria has to grapple with. Thank you so much.
Environmental challenges, and how is climate change worsening the environmental challenges across the different regions of the country?
Yes. Climate change, like I've said before, is a situation where the atmospheric temperature have significantly changed. It has increased tremendously by as a result of so much heat that the earth is now being exposed to, because the ozone layer that protects the earth from the harsh radiations from the sun has been so depleted. This depletion of the ozone layer is aggravated by industrialization and release of carbon dioxide that go up in the atmosphere to liberate, to react with the ozone, liberating an atom of oxygen and then carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is naturally a hot gas. So not going too much into the chemistry, the important thing to note is that industrialization releases gas that depletes the ozone layer. The ozone layer is depleted. The sun's ray now have direct access on the surface of the earth, increases the temperature of the earth, now making changing the entire ecosystem, that the earth becomes so hot. A lot of it has diverse effect on even man, organisms, and plants. Plant growth becomes reduced, and the earth is bare to have several effects. The other one is that the Arctic region, because the earth is getting hot, the Arctic and Antarctic region, where the ice are now being dissolved. Ice is water that is blocked. They are now dissolving and now pouring into the sea. That now leads to rising in sea the tendency of overflowing its bank are there, it now causes flooding. The other aspect is that it can as well lead to, like I explained before, rainfall becomes concentrated over a short period of time, and that's the intensity of the rainfall will now as well drain into the seas or rivers or whatever drainage system that is available. It overflows the drainage system and as well pours into the surrounding earth environment. Now, as it regards the different states and how they are affected, it is a matter of the geographical setting of that of the state. If the state is a low-lying area where naturally water flows from high plain to a low plain, if the state or community or whatever is lying in the low plain where the water will flow, then the tendency of getting more effect of the flooding is there. So as Nigeria situates, much of the impact of flooding occurs in the southern part of Nigeria. And even when you come to the southern part, the riverine areas, exactly that lies lower and lower into the sea, has the effect of the flooding. Where another area that as well witnesses significant impact of the flooding is the confluence town. That's the Benue, Kogi, and other areas where these major rivers that drain Nigeria passes across. So, like we said, whatever leads, whether it is rainfall, whether it is a dam overflow or a deliberate opening that now causes the river to overflow its bank, will now see a heavy flood being unleashed on the people living around the area. And that is why NIMET, NEMA, and other agencies in that field have always made predictions and advised people to relocate to high areas. You see, the information always is move from low area to a high plain where the rainfall is not likely to rise to. Then get prepared, evacuate documents and materials that are going to be damaged by rain, then make provisions for food and water and sanitary conveniences that you need in the emergency area. That is emergency camps, where you are going to stay until the water subsides. So these effects are not the same in states and communities. It depends on where the state or community is lying in the geographical setting of the state, the community, or the country.
Dr. Aboying, for that very elaborate explanation. Please hold on, just hold your thoughts as we'll come right back to you. We have our reporter currently at the airport here to give us an update on what is going on very briefly, and then we come back to the conversation. We have with us on the phone now Christopher Lele. Good morning, Christopher.
Hello, good morning, Uchenna.
So where are you now and what exactly is happening?
All right, currently at the Akane Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU, where there was a shutdown earlier this morning. From the information gathered, there was a shutdown earlier this morning from the union members, the aviation union members. So we have the representatives of the three leading aviation union leaders. That's their chairman, yes, the chairman in ENUGU chapter. That's the ANAP, the APSAN, and the NOATE. These three chairmen representing their leaders, their president that is currently not around, are following directives from their leaders. And according to the information gathered, there would be a handover today. You know, remember just recently there was a concession right here. There was a rally due to the concession. According to the union, they were not carried along. They are not aware of the concession deal, and they had their demands that have not been met. And recently this week, they also gathered information that some fan representatives came to ENUGU to the airport to make inventories, to check things out and all of that. But the union members agreed that they are not going to allow them to carry on with the inventory because they have not met their demands yet. But they got another information late yesterday that they are coming today. The supposed concessionaire, we are coming today for a proper handover of the airport. Hence, the shutdown of the airport. According to the information I gathered from one of the aviation workers, the shutdown started yesterday actually, but it wasn't a loud one. It was internally done in the airport. But as of this morning, around 2 minutes to 6, they shut down the entrance of the airport and nobody could come in or go out. And that made a lot of people stranded. The aviation workers were stranded and the passengers as well were stranded. And that was even what we met to when we came here. We could see that there were a crowd of people, they were still trying to sort themselves together. But currently the shutdown, the locking of the entrance has been opened. They've opened the entrance and temporarily they've reopened. Yes, so they're still waiting for directives. The union chairman, ENUGU chapters, that talk about the ANAP, APSAN, and United chairman, they are all on ground, very much waiting to see what follows up because they still want to be sure that the handover is not carried out because their demands have not been met in the deal.
All right, then. On the screen, we are seeing lots and lots of passengers with their luggages, still around the premises of the airport. How are they reacting to this particular situation?
Yes, they are really, really upset. They are really upset. Oh, it's very sad. I tried to reach out to them, if I could get their thoughts. They could share their thoughts with you, but when camera comes in, they don't want to be on the camera. I just don't know why, but they are not happy about it. But one of the reasons why the opening has to take place, they had to suspend the shutting of the station, the entrance, was because according to the Signaturetv chairman, he said because of the passion and the love they have for the passengers, they knew that people would be stranded, people had movements and plans, and because of the love for the passengers, they had to open the entrance door for them to get in and continue with their processes for them to travel. That's why.
All right, Christopher, thank you so much for this update. And of course, we'll keep in touch so that if there is any development, we'll also be in the know. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, now we're back with Dr. Abonyi, still looking at the issue of desertification and flooding in Nigeria. Now, earlier on, you were talking about the issue of climate change and how it has affected. And we also see that most of these water sources or most of these water bodies are also drying up. And so it seems that it has caused a lot of farmer header migration from one part of the country to another part of the country. So I would like you to also talk about this and also the other effects of this climate change issues as regards to this desertification and flooding in different parts of the country.
Right. Your observations are correct. The issue of climate change, like I said, affects vegetation because low rains affect vegetation. Low rains means low vegetation, and persistently over a period of time will lead to desertification. And why it has actually impacted on the life of herders is that cattle and other animals feed on grasses. And once these grasses no longer grow as a result of poor rainfall, then the first instinct in life is survival. So because they need to eat, and because there are no longer grasses that they used to eat, they have to look for where it is and where it grows. And that's why they are moving down south. southwards because the rains are at least better down the south than it is in the north. So this actually is a problem, an environmental health problem. It's environmental and there's health consequences of it. So as they move down, it causes these clashes where it is genuinely a clash, because at times some of the clashes are not just a mere struggle for what heads of cattle will eat. At times there are other things to eat. That is not the point of our discourse today. But the issue is that as they move down, they compete. At times they infringe on farmers' rights of growing their own food. So all these happen, and those are the issues that the country is grappling with. So the same thing happens because when these cattle march through grounds, they weaken the soil such that if there is rain, the tendency of erosion and flooding are more aggravated. That is in the area of weakening the soil and causing more erosion. So, like I said, much of what causes this flooding is that the rain pattern have changed as a result of this climate change. This heating up of the soil, of the earth, changes a lot of things. The pattern becomes different. It becomes more clustered within a short period and more intense. And that automatically leads to overflowing of water channels. Part of what we as well, when we start talking about mitigative measures, is making sure that there are channels at all and making further sure that the channels are cleaned, are free, so that water can pass. And then that will mitigate the level of overflowing on other part of the soil. So the intensity of the rain over a short period of time will increase the volume of runoff. And this runoff gets into and if there is every channel at all, it gets into the channel, gets into the river, overflow the river, and submerge the earth and living residences, and a lot of catastrophic damages are caused. These are issues, I think we have said much of this. I think let's begin to talk about, within the limited time we now have, talk about what do we need to do, because it's important. Much of it at times, yes, natural, but when it is not natural, how do we grapple with it? And that's why I'm emphasizing that the government should have a responsibility to play. Individuals have responsibility to play. The media have responsibility to play. And that's why I'm happy with Signaturetv for bringing this up now. It is early enough for people to begin to hear that, yes, the NIMET, Nigerian Meteorological Agency, and the Nigerian Hydrological Service Agency, and NEMA, that coordinates all these agencies within the Ministry of Environment, are as well giving out information on what to do. How do we begin? The people have to be aware what causes or what intensifies these issues of flooding. It is about water not having its way to pass, caused by not having channels, drainage system. Are they there? Are they within? When we are planning our estates, do we provide enough water channels? When these channels are provided, the people living within the estate or around, do they now convert this channel to waste dump sites where they whatever waste they gather from their household, they come and pour into the channels? That is a very bad action that precipitates heavy impact of flooding. Now, when we have channels, when we clean them up by properly managing the water channel, not putting waste into them. Now, when we are actually living in flood areas that have a high propensity of flood, by living in a lowland area as a result of where we naturally find ourselves, how do we get information released by NEMA, NIMET, and other agencies, do we put into action that we are expecting heavy rainfall within so and so period? Especially, it has become consistent that between June and October, there will always be flood in low-lying states or communities. Because if we talk about a state, there could be, for instance, in ENUGU, we always have a flood around the Ozowane, Aniri, Ogo. These are low-lying, the areas that are in low plane of the state. So these areas that fall within these locations, how do they get prepared? Because there is a preparedness action as prescribed by NEMA. There should be an emergency relocation area where provisions for water, for food, and other drugs, other necessities will be kept, such that within that period, assuming it comes like it used to come, when it comes, what do you do? Evacuate people to these places that are always in the high plane of, because in any community, there must always be areas that are highest. Even in Bayelsa, where everything is lying below sea level, there are always areas that you can identify that is in high plane, where you now have to go and construct that's a emergency camp, where people have to be kept, food supply, water supply, means of waste management, and drugs
Dr.
will always
Isaiah,
be
please,
provided.
just before we leave, how can the collaboration between the government, the private sector, and other international bodies, like an international partnership, how can it help Nigeria combat climate-related disasters like this?
Yes, it actually has to be activated, has to call into place, because no one person, no one agency can do it all. Even if government provides, because government will have to inform and provide amenities, even if all these amenities are provided, it will still not be enough until they are put into correct use. So it is important. Enlightenment is the connecting point. People have to be enlightened. The government as well have to know. Agencies, international agencies, and social other agencies, non-governmental. Yes, information is key, because it is with this information, as will be provided by NIMET, the predictions of when is this going to happen. That will now activate other aspects of, are we prepared? If we are not prepared, how do we begin to get prepared? The resources will be provided by government, donor agencies, and other international partners. Yes. Then when all these things are provided, the people themselves have to key into this plan and information and be prepared to do the little bit they can by all these issues of little matters of making sure that you do not use waste to block your wastage, your drainage. And if there is no drainage, even calling for let there be drainage around here. So all this is really an integrated work where the government will do their own bit, because government have their own bit. The people concerned have their own bit. And all this, like I said, information is the connecting point. And I thank God for Signaturetv for bringing it up this early, that people need to begin to know what is not there supposed to begin to provide. What if things, the facilities to mitigate this flooding and desertification are available? How do we begin to put them into use to make sure we get the maximum result, such that by the end of this year, we will not count losses again, as we used to count this number of deaths, this number of millions of property destroyed, and all this, and the health consequences that trail it. Because after that, if flooding and submerging of homes and workplaces, a lot of health hazard trail it in terms of disease burden and other social consequences. So a lot of things need to be done. Collaboration between government, individuals, and non-governmental agencies is very, very important. All hands must be on deck if we must save ourselves from this hazardous crossroads.
so much for joining us this morning and for the contribution on this particular subject matter.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, the pleasure is ours. Northern or the southern area. Of course, there are places that are peculiar with some of these issues, and of course, he highlighted that during the course of his conversation. So if you just join in and you missed out on that, it will be uploaded on our YouTube page, and you can have access to that particular conversation. Thank you so much for joining us once again, Dr. Isaiah. And shortly, we'll be connecting to Abuja Studios to take over the Signature Morning Show. And just before that, just let us know what your weekend is going to look like. I don't know what Uche is going to be doing for the weekend, but I think for me, I'll try to catch some sleep. You know?
Honestly, you try to catch some sleep and some rest as well. All right, Signature Morning will be back in a moment, so do stay tuned.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thank you for staying with us. We're back with Christopher Lele, who is at the Akanu Ibiam International Airport. We spoke to him a couple of minutes ago, and now we're back with him to give us an update or a new development on what is happening. Christopher, if you can hear me, what is the latest going on now at the location?
All right, thank you so much for calling back. So far, the airport is actively working. Everything has gone back to normal, although it's temporarily. And before I even say anything more, in short, I have the treasurer, ENUGU chapter, Signaturetv, to share more thoughts with us. Please, let's get to know you, your name and why we're here. Okay, my name is Abandi Sunday, the treasurer, Nuatel chapter ENUGU. Okay, so what is the update so far? Well, the update so far is that after our total shutdown next morning, we were in communication with the national. So, but after kind of reaching down to agreement with them, because the issue is not just here. In as much as ENUGU is the one that is affected, but not just here alone. We are in agreement with our national, and after reaching out to them, they now ask us to temporarily open up the airport so that our passengers, which is here to us, can, take their flights, board their flights, and go to their destinations. But the struggle still continues because we are still hanging around based on the information we have got. We have every information we have got, so we are still working based on that information, that we are still expecting some people to come. Maybe some of them are coming from from Abuja and Lagos. So we are here, we are still on ground, waiting. Then if there's any other thing, we'll communicate back to our national, and things will still proceed. But the temporary reopening of the airport is just a temporary reason, because one is that we have given the government 21 days automation the last time they came, and we are still waiting for them. The next one is just ENUGU being shut down. But we believe that the next that will happen is not just going to be ENUGU, it's going to be general. All over the airport it will be affected. I think that is for now. All right, you've heard it from Sunday, the treasurer of the ENUGU chapter. We have the three leading aviation workers in ENUGU, the three chairmen available, to manage the situation. And so far on ground, everything seemed to come back to normal. Normalcy are taking over. Although recently, just a few hours ago, some of the passengers were stranded. The aviation workers were also stranded because they couldn't go back to their workplaces and do what they're supposed to do, their responsibilities and duties. But that has been the situation so far. Currently, normalcy has returned. Meanwhile, the concessionaire that we're supposed to hand over today, that brought about this shutdown of the terminal, are not in sight. They've not been seen from the start till now. So, but they're still, the unions, just like I mentioned, they're still very much on ground to follow up the situation and see what's happening. Hopefully we'll get more updates as the stories unveils. My name is Christopher Lely, Signaturetv News.
Thank you so much, Christopher, for this update. And of course, hopefully we'll connect with you on Global News for more developments as time goes on. Thank you for being a part of the program this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, and with that, we have come to the end of Signature Morning from our ENUGU studio. So make sure to stay tuned as we'll be connecting to our Abuja studios for more packages and for the continuation of Signature Morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
I am Queensley Rowland. Stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights.
We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Hello, good morning, and let me welcome you to our Abuja studio this beautiful, cool morning. My name is Muaboze Njoko, and this is a very special edition of the Signature Morning, and I'll tell you why. What I've done this morning is to assemble a college of lawyers to be able to address a fundamental legal issue that the Independent National Electoral Commission raised last week. Now, what did the INEC chairman say? We had done a story here on early campaigns in which we pointedly told the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because we addressed him as a candidate of APC who had begun campaign with billboards in Lagos, billboards in Abuja, billboards in Kano, outside of the timetable provided by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Now, we raised issues in that story. One, is there not a punishment for breaking this rule? What constitutes campaign? Must it be a radio, television, newspaper advertisement promoting a particular candidate? What is the difference between all those and the billboards? We showed you pictures of a convoy of buses clearly written Tinubu 2027. 7 of them rushing in the direction of Nasarawa State. Now we also showed you bus stops where it was written free bus Tinubu 2027. Now, the presidency reacted and said Tinubu was not responsible for those campaigns. They were being done by third party. And then we raised another question. Who will punish the third party? Just last week, the Independent National Electoral Commission said they were appealing to the National Assembly to enact specific laws to punish those early campaigns. And so this morning, what I've done is to assemble a college of lawyers. I am not learned, so I'm going to be educated this morning to know whether INEC does not have enough powers already to address that challenge, or whether INEC is playing the ostrich. Now, to educate me this morning, I have from my right, I'm going to come from institutional basis. From my extreme right, I have Clement Chukwuemeka. Each time Clement comes, I ask him whether the weather is not clement today.
The weather is always clement.
The weather is clement. And Clement is immediate past second vice chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association. Clement, you're welcome to the program.
Pleasure having me. Immediate past
second vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association. Now, on my right is Maxwell Opara, PhD, a lawyer, and an activist. Now, if you look at him this morning, he's not smiling at all. He says he's angry with everything about the legal profession, everything about the judiciary, everything about law and order, but please, we're discussing law and order. Maxwell, you're welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure.
I hope it will be a pleasure for us to take it easy.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And on my left is Adekunle Oladapo Otiteji, PhD. He is also a lawyer and a legal consultant. Dapo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, let me also start from that institutional, because
Chukwemeka, I'm insisting that you be speaking because the Nigerian Bar Association, with that past or present, must have a voice in this matter.
Definitely.
Now, the INEC chairman is asking for a new law to address infractions of its rules, beginning campaign earlier than it should. First, that beginning campaign earlier than it should, how do you describe it? Political rascality, absence of rule of law, or what?
Well, I would say that one of the problems that this Nigeria electoral system has had recently is the advent of bringing in some of the allegedly professors into the affairs of this election. Ordinarily, we were thinking that when you have professors within the environment, you're going to have a very, very intellectual beings handling things that will not compromise by any standard. But the way we are having it, because they are supposed to be learned, they're supposed to have abreast with all the letters of the Constitution, all the letters of the Electoral Act and all that. But the statement actually credited to the INEC chairman, definitely, interested in having new laws. To me, I wouldn't understand at basis, but for me, I feel that INEC, the INEC being a creation of the Constitution by virtue of Section 153 sub F, has that particular latitude to organize and regulate itself. So not necessarily looking for a fresh law, except he wants some specifications. But he has all the rights, all the powers to regulate affairs of political parties and regulate issues that pertain in elections in Nigeria.
Okay. Maxwell, INEC is asking for a law to address early campaign. In other words, INEC has established that that is fouling of a rule or fouling of a regulation. Does INEC require a new law? I will soon go through what the Constitution provides. I read it, gentlemen, because so that I can educate us.
Definitely.
Do you think INEC should be asking for a new law or enforcing its own rules and regulations?
Yes, INEC requires a new law with respect to criminalizing or declaring early campaign as electoral offenses, as one of the electoral offenses. Anything short of that, INEC cannot. If you watch the Constitution gave INEC the power to make rules, but the Supreme Court, in the case of P2B and INEC and President Tinubu, Supreme Court said that INEC rules is not a mandatory law. Having said that, now Section 114 down to, I think it down to sorry, so that I don't, Section 114 down to Section 129 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended listed what are electoral offenses. So express mention of one thing is exclusion of another. Now, having mentioned what are electoral offenses, on what basis will INEC, because early campaign was not listed as one of the electoral offenses.
That is in the Electoral Act.
In the Electoral Act. Now, if you are now asking INEC to make a rule to make early campaign as an offense, which means that rule now has been inconsistent with the Act. And any rule that is inconsistent with the Act, that rule shall not be applied as a valid law. Just like where an Act cannot be inconsistent with the Constitution. Now that is the reason why, the people that are making these laws for us are these characters who are in the National Assembly and call themselves politicians. Because if actually they want this country to progress, there are some things that we should not be talking about amendment of the Electoral Act by now, because the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal and the Federal High Court in the pre-election and post-election matters has told you the infractions, the emptiness, the lacunas we have in the Electoral Act. One expected them, they expected them to use, I wrote a memo to them. I raised all those issues, sending it to them. You can eat here whatever allowances because you are not doing anything as far as Master Lopa is concerned. They are doing absolutely nothing. This one, they are regime to do what? They are not doing anything. Those of us that have decided to look at the law, burn the candle, did everything, give it to you. Your own is to put your signature there, send it to the president, let it be so that you can make progress. Are they telling me that they are not aware that any campaign is not an offense, electoral offense? Now, are we supposed to? Is there any other law that's supposed to come in? Yes, there are some other laws. Any act that is capable of a breach of peace is a crime. That is where police can come in. All those people who are putting this billboard, they are committing an offense
capable of breaching the peace.
Breaching the peace. Don't shift it to INEC, because INEC is a regulation and the law has told him what he's supposed to do. But under the Constitution, under the Police Act, under every other relevant laws, police have unlimited power to look at something, including your marriage. If you and your wife, you are fighting, nobody should tell police that is a matrimonial issue. No, police cannot fold their hands to allow one of you to kill yourself. They will have to come in.
In other words, police is in fact should have looked at those billboards as a crime.
I hear them saying, remove it. Remove it. You should remove it. Are you telling me that people have not even written a petition? If people have not even written a petition, under Police Act, you have the right to initiate investigation. Because this thing they are doing may cause trouble. Okay. Do you want to tell me that I didn't that it P2B or Tinubu or any other person that is doing this thing, they would have get the person arrested? So these are the issues where we said now make it an offense so that it can also fall into the electoral offenses as provided by the Electoral Act.
Oh, okay, I'm going to have to, because Maxwell has raised a number of issues. Now, permit me to look at the Constitution. Now, the INEC was established in accordance with Section 153, which Chukwemeka has spoken about, F of the Constitution. And the functions of the Commission are stipulated in Part 1 of the third schedule of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and they are the following: organize, undertake, and supervise all elections to the offices of President, Vice President, blah, 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 blah. Register political parties in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution or an act of the National Assembly. Monitor the organization and operation of political parties, including their finances. Arrange for the annual examination and auditing of the funds and accounts of political parties. Arrange and conduct the registration of persons qualified to vote and all that. Now listen to this. Monitor political campaigns and provide rules and regulations. Yes. Now, if the Constitution has given INEC the power to monitor campaigns and provide rules and regulations, does INEC not already have a constitutionally provided inherent power to determine the rules, punish infractions, and stop infractions?
I support my learned friend's position. He said something very important.
Chukwemeka.
Yes. Even though the Electoral Act in Section 114 to 120, about 122, it's already specify what are electoral offenses. The electoral, the INEC itself is a body that is empowered to make rules and regulations, organize and ensure proper organization of election. And in doing that, they have that powers to set rules and regulation for campaigns. And then that will take us to the provisions in the Electoral Act, where it provides 150 days campaign. You understand?
94.
And then 24
90 days. Section 94.
That's Section 94 of the Electoral Act. Now, that provision only gave a provision without punitive.
Good, that is it.
Provisions, no punitive provisions. But INEC can come under that rules and regulations.
It's power to make rules and regulations
and create a punitive measure for any political party.
Deriving its authority from the Constitution.
Section 153.
Yes.
That schedule that you read that empowers INEC
to
regulate. So, making sanctions is part of the duties of INEC. INEC does not need to go back to
National
Assembly to ask the people that are committing the crime,
beneficiaries,
the beneficiaries of those provisions.
No, of the crime they are committing.
The crime and provisions, yes, because the provisions is coming to them. Now, the rules and regulations to govern electoral campaigns should be run by INEC.
And the punishment for infraction?
Yes. INEC have the power by that rules and regulation provisions given to them under that schedule of the Constitution.
Maxwell, let me just ask you, does INEC have the power to disqualify a candidate?
Yes.
Is it specifically provided in the Constitution?
Yes. Because if you watch electoral offenses, each and every one of them has to do with sanction.
Yes.
When they provide the law, they provide the sanction. Yes. That's where because one thing is to arrest somebody, get somebody arrested, and arraign the person in court. Another thing is for you to tell the court under what law you are bringing the charge. And the person also have a right to challenge their charge. Say that what I committed is never an offense.
Because it's not in law.
Because it's not in law.
No.
I don't say so. Yes. So the point I'm making is that the National Assembly know what to do. The INEC also, most of the times, they know what to do. But meanwhile, of course, you can see this the man who have as in the Home of Affairs of the INEC.
Yes,
yes, I normally say, most of the times I ask myself, how does this man go to bed and sleep, seeing the country like this? Because whatever thing that we are passing through now, he will answer it. Now, if INEC did what they're supposed to do at the issue, allow the people that Nigeria elected to be there. All these people, these things we shouldn't have. Because one, I cannot even question any of them, most of them. Because somebody elected them. And in fact, one governor told his cabinet members, listen, let me tell you, nobody should come here to tell me anything. You don't know how I managed to become the governor. And it is true. Nobody knows how he managed to become the governor. Because he was in his house, he said that you are the winner. From first, 40 to first. So, whichever that is the case, INEC should not be crying. That's why I don't have sympathy. But we are talking about the law. Because I have looked at the law.
Thank you very much.
What fall under, what will constitute electoral offense? Early campaign is not one of them. The Electoral Act condemn it. Condemnation of an act does not criminalize. It's just just like a Democrat said, it's on a moral ground. And morality has no place in law.
You know, okay, Chukwumeka, I asked him a question whether INEC has the power to disqualify a candidate, and his answer has put me in a quandary, because he says yes, but it is specified as an offense under the law. There is no specific punishment provided for early campaign. However, the Constitution says you make rules, you make regulations. In matter of jurisprudence, can't you extrapolate and say, since I have the powers to make rules and regulate, don't I also have the power, by that same power, to punish anybody who disobeys the rule?
Thank you for that wonderful question. The most important thing we need to look at is INEC, by its name, independent, that independency is just by paper. You cannot see it inherent in them that they are independent. You understand what I'm saying? They are not independent by the way they ought to be independent, for them to, put out what the regulations, what the Constitution, the powers the Constitution have given to them. That is the problem they're having. They cannot tell me that a Constitution have given you power to regulate. Having powers to disqualify or even to disqualify a political party from participation.
The
register. To do a lot of things. We shouldn't be looking at criminalizing. We are looking at, these are political party. You have all the whole right to say, you are not qualified to contest because you violated this and that and that. By virtue of that section 95 of Electoral Act, which guarantees them that powers to regulate, to put up that regulation. That is enough. And let us look at the 2029 case, Action Alliance versus and others versus INEC. It makes it mandatory that they have the right under the timetable, which is not contained in any way in the Constitution. But because of INEC provides timetable for an election, which is their duty in regulating and putting up. When you mistake or mismanage the timetable that has been laid out by INEC, it is an offense by the political party. And you know the consequences. So if INEC can come up without bringing, we don't need people to be in prison because we don't have prisons. Prisons are even over there.
They are congested.
There should be a non-custodian approach, reprimand. Giving an example, like as my learned colleague Maxwell Opera have just said, those companies that are mounting these billboards are known and their addresses are known. There are people that pay them for these adverts to be published, and these are public advertisement. They are facing us every morning and night whenever you are passing. You are reading them, you are having kind of emotions, you are having some feelings that this is a wonderful billboard. Because I have seen one place that they say, I will vote for this man because it's very beautiful. This was an election of I think 1990, the early, let me just say, Duke in Cross River was voted mostly because he was a very handsome man. His posters convinced us to vote for him. We never knew him in Cross River State as at that time when we were in university. So this early advert or early campaign, by placing billboard in public places, convinces electorate, and there should be a way to regulate it. In regulating it, you do not need a reprimand or bringing somebody to put them in prisons. The best approach is there are companies that owns these billboards. People approach them to fix this billboard. You approach them, you get it from there. Police, as my learned colleague have said, have all the powers, inherent powers, to go up on investigation in ascertaining who actually did this and reprimand. You can say remove this within so and so time because you are violating so and so based on the letter, because they have the powers to regulate. INEC has all the whole powers to regulate. And in this Action Alliance versus INEC I mentioned in 2019, it's a Supreme Court authority, and this very, very going contrary to the timetable of INEC.
It's an offense.
It's an offense, and it's just a regulation. So can't you indirectly or directly pronounce that going against any campaign which has already been used in the Electoral Act shall 150 days and 24 hours before the polling day? Can't you do something as a particular person? For the purposes of this act, the period of campaigning in public of every political party shall commence 150 days before polling day and end 24 hours prior to that date. What again do you want?
I'm sure you want to elucidate more, Maxwell. But can't INEC test the legal waters?
Yes, INEC has failed in their duties by even approaching
the National Assembly.
They are not independent.
They have failed. You see, when you say you have power and you don't use the power, then you are pushing the public to doubt the capacity you have. INEC has legal department. They have drafting departments. They have various departments. They have personnel departments. Now, INEC provides timetable for election. In providing timetable for election, like my friend have said, if you breach one day,
you are done.
You go to Supreme Court, they will stick to it. Now you say 150 days, people have started election.
Campaign.
Well, they can say that they are not doing campaign because they are not gathering. That is not my business.
No, we may have to look at the dictionary of campaign.
For the purpose of our discourse,
that is campaign.
INEC just need to come out with their own rules and regulations about campaign, because that is what we are facing now. Now, you are disrupting a lot of things in the public space. Some of them will go with the convoys of vehicle,
blazing with their names and pictures and political parties now, and the positions they are seeking.
Exactly. Right now, who I think INEC should go after is the party, not even individual, because they put their parties there, and they said it is parties that run. That goes into election. Supreme Court have said this several times. So, if INEC can say any political party in their rules, it doesn't have to be in the Electoral Act.
Whose candidates?
Whose any political party who, of course, prior to 150 days, campaign will be disqualified from having to feed candidate for that position around whatever in that area or vicinity. If you have a billboard in Abuja and we see a picture of somebody coming out
and using your PDP, APC, whatever it is,
don't question it. Then it means that the political party has been found to have infringed that particular provision.
Yes, Maxwell. I'm sure that you are listening to the submissions.
Yes, we are talking about law, and I want us to see it from that angle. In the first instance, Clement talks about disqualification for going against electoral INEC rules. The Constitution and the INEC has provided the things that will make you to be disqualified from voting and be voted for. The Electoral Act and the Constitution has also provided who qualifies to run an election. The old Constitution also made provision for what will render a particular vote invalid. In all these things, any campaign has no place in law. Rather, it has a place in morality. Now, do we have any ground upon which we can correct this? Yes. See what happened in Nasarawa State, where some youths woke up and set ablaze the billboard of President Tinubu. That is not last 2 weeks. Go to the north. I'm sure that they can only do it in Abuja. They can't do it in where people are aggrieved. In fact, the person who even mounting that distance will regret the day God created him. Now, the point we are making is that the law for INEC to criminalize, to punish any campaign, they need another law. Now, if somebody now said you are not going to run this election, you are hereby disqualified from running this election because you started any campaign.
The party.
Whether the party or the candidate, whichever one. Because after they're campaigning, nobody should tell me that they are not campaigning. I saw a very senior colleague I have respect for. He said that they are not. What do you mean they are not campaigning? They are campaigning. Silence means consent. If you use my poster and paste it in a paper road, Maxwell for Senate 2027, I will be the person to supervise people that will pull it down. What am I doing? To pass a message that I'm not a party to it. And I will come to the television to make announcement. I will mobilize people, especially you are the president. The DSSs are under you, everybody under you. What have you done? You pay money indirectly for people to be campaigning for you. Who is a kid in this country? So that's why they are campaigning. And I'm telling you that why the police cannot do their work, DSSs cannot do their work. They only take ratio where they say that president, you are this. That's what they are doing. The things that are causing trouble here. Do you know that this Nigeria is hungry? People are dying, and you are showing the process. They are killing people in hundreds every day, and you are putting billboards. That thing only is enough to cause very big protests in this country. Had it been that Nigeria is not a banana republic, you can't do it. There are some things that you don't do outside. I know what I'm telling you. Excuse me, sir.
No, let us go on the national.
Excuse me.
I'll allow him and I tell him that I have not eaten banana this morning.
No. The point I'm making is that there are some things our politicians are doing and get away with it. I know what I'm saying.
That ought not to be.
Yes, because they believe that they can do it and nobody will protest. No protest in Nigeria again. You are saying that we are not no protest. Have you seen a country that there is no protest?
We are protesting here. We are arguing issues. We are debating matters.
We are not protesting here. How many persons get time to watch this thing? Protest means going to the street. I just came back from Vienna, Austria. Do you know why they are protesting? Do you know why they are protesting, sir? That the wife of one of the, is it as we normally call them, municipal,
one of the councillors.
The wife bought another dog, and the dog, they know the cost implication of that dog. They said the man should resign. Yeah, there in Vienna last 2 weeks. I said, is that why these people are protesting? So
over ownership of extra dog.
Yes,
that is extra cost.
The other person in Germany went on vacation with the wife. They said that he must resign because the vacation they asked him to go is only him. How does he get the money that to carry the wife? So these are the items. Now somebody will be doing something here, just like yesterday, day before yesterday. Some persons sat down police with the police uniform, army uniform. They sat down with criminals negotiating. Criminals who are there with AK-47 negotiating in this country.
That's another day.
So because one, when we are saying this thing, most of the persons are listening, and I can't see red. I will call it black. I see black. I will be calling it white because you feel that when you say it will be sanctioned. No, we are not behaving well, and that's why you see somebody 2 years before the election. People are dying, inflation is on a high rate, the doctors are on strike, and they are telling us to re-elect you again. Are you supposed to tell us to re-elect you again? It's not a word they're supposed to tell us.
Okay, but we're talking about asking that for that re-election within the rules. Yes. That's the conversation.
The early campaign, the INEC needs
under law.
Yes, they should make it as electoral offense.
Okay, but there's something that I'm coming to immediately. There's something that's come out from this conversation that once in this country, the Supreme Court had said the powers of INEC to create timetable is equivalent to a law. If you disobey it, you pay for it. Yes. That Supreme Court pronouncement is like a constitutional amendment. It can be cited.
Judicial precedent.
It's a judicial precedent.
What was it?
It's 2019.
It's case law.
2019.
Yes.
And in 2023, what does the Supreme Court talk about INEC rules?
Timetable.
No.
Timetable
is very. See, with due respect.
Yes, that was coming to today.
By virtue of the pronouncement of Supreme Court on timetable, it has become our law, and that gives, in fact, the provisions of Electoral Act on issues of timetable is law.
That thing is derived from rules.
With due respect,
it's derived from rules of
INEC. Exactly.
The Supreme Court, the Supreme Court, 2020, what did they say about the rules of INEC?
No, they said that the rules of INEC is the rules of INEC and the law are two separate things. That's what they said. They distinguish the law and rules of INEC. But in any case, they said that the provisions of timetable is very sacrosanct.
Made by the
rules. Made by INEC.
Because of they are seizing their powers under the rules.
Yes.
And what did the Supreme Court talk about the rules?
You see, let me tell you, there are two things. The argument of the Supreme Court in that Peter Obi's case is different from timetable.
The real
arguments are different. The argument of timetable. When you're supposed to do primaries, when your name is supposed to get to INEC, they are sacrosanct.
And then that should include when campaigns should start.
Now, the issue of rules of whether during the time of election, there's what's it called? Transmission of results. That's a different thing. So Supreme Court had dealt with that in a different manner. But in issues of timetable, they have taken it as law. And in any case, every political party in Nigeria today believe clearly that if you don't meet the timetable of INEC, they are out.
That's all.
That's all. Now, in creating sanctions for people who go against that provision of the section, saying what it is INEC that have to sit down and bring out that rules and regulation.
That's all.
And once they bring out the rules and regulation, it becomes a law. And if you want to challenge it, the court is there, go and challenge it, and let us see what the court will say. Because they are independent, and they have to make provisions to make regulations of election.
Actually, to come in, one of the cardinal responsibilities that we have been talking about for INEC is purely becoming an independent commission. By the time they live by their word, by the letter of their name, we will not have all these issues. By the time a competent person who will look at red and call it red, they will be dishing out regulations that every person who violates such regulations will pay dearly for it. Let's take for example, there is nowhere constitutionally where if you file your processes in court on electoral matters and your processes are beyond the specified page, there is nowhere in the law, but there is a rules of court that said if you go against this particular thing and pagination and get this above certain number of pages, you are completely out of it. No matter how beautiful your case is, the judgment of that court will return that you completely failed it, and it is there. So the rules are, sometimes the INEC, for God's sake, Constitution have given them power for regulation.
Exactly.
The provision of section 94, section 95 of the Electoral Act 2022 have given them absolute powers again. It is only because on that man whom this particular power has been, how do you now come up and deliver on this particular mandate? These are very, very simple.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
This is what we call delegated legislation. You are already having it. It is delegated to you. And delegated legislation is part of the sources of our laws. When we are delegated these powers to regulate, you are also delegated powers to make sanctions, to be able to make control of what you are giving powers to regulate. And now, as a delegated institution whose powers are to control election, regulate election, we believe that they should have their rules outside clearly stating when and when to start election, and whoever goes against this time, the sanctions for it. And it does not mean that if they disqualify you, it doesn't stop the process of election. You will go to court.
Now let me yes,
the election that brought in that that Bayelsa that the Supreme Court sacked on the basis of the name of the deputy.
Yes.
Is it written? Where is it written now, Lord?
Okay. I will draw from you, but I want Maxwell to. That's an intervention I want to make.
You see, when my colleagues are talking, what has been going inside my mind? Are they living in this country with me?
It depends on what you are talking about.
There are some countries that don't have laws, written laws.
Yes.
They don't have written laws. But things are moving in their own country as it is.
Yes.
So there is one local class schools case we call Madokolo and that this on jurisdiction.
Yes.
That matter, that decision was taken in 1962. Am I right? It's not up to one page. This judgment is not up to one page till tomorrow.
It's cited.
People are still citing it. Now, why do we even? We have the first time we had was what do you call it? The the INEC machines now.
Beavers.
The first time we brought in the beavers, that was for 2011 election. Supreme Court carried all those beavers the first time we bought it and put them inside those bins. You know what they said? That is unknown
the law
to electoral
act.
Yes,
it's not. Yes,
I agree.
Now
it's not.
Now,
but it was incorporated in the new act.
Excuse me. Now it is now incorporated in the new act, and the act did not talk about mandatory transmission. INEC make a rule.
Yes.
Saying that it is mandatory. The same Supreme Court said that since the electoral act
did not provide
mandatory
specifically,
is not that
not legal.
INEC policy and rules cannot take the position of the state. So you see the condition we find ourselves.
So this is what I was telling you. So
if these people go ahead to bring down any billboard or do anything, suspend anybody,
yeah, you put the car party.
Let us have it as law.
The Supreme Court judiciary. In fact, I want to stop coming to the studio because I don't know how to put my mouth to talk. They say that we are castigating the judiciary.
Let me talk. Calm down.
Because what? Because had it been that these people are saying will fly when we have a system that is functioning. When we have, in fact, for you to even take a decision, sir, for Trump now in America now to make any policy, you first of all check what the court will say, because courts are busy.
Even the counties can challenge.
Rendering all his policies. But yeah, who can do it? Sir, somebody wake up in the morning and say that I hereby suspend the elected government of the state. Somebody wants to.
So I've discussed that here.
Yes. Somebody wants to court and file it.
See, there's no perfect country.
There's a perfect country. Let me finish.
There is no perfect country.
Excuse me.
No, we can't.
Excuse me, sir.
See, we are here. Excuse me.
Let me land.
Okay.
Because when we are talking about there's no perfect country, there's no perfect country. What do you mean by there's no perfect country?
There's no perfect country.
What do you mean? We need a perfect life.
I'm not excusing
a better life.
I'm not excusing some illegality that
you are not.
I'm not excusing.
You are not.
You are making it.
No, I'm giving instances. Excuse me.
Okay, calm down, gentlemen, calm down. And gentlemen, these are two highly knowledgeable gentlemen. Otitoji PhD, Marshall Awara PhD. Let's go ahead. I'm the only PhD.
No. The point we are making is that what we are talking about is, my father used to tell me that they put even in evening mass because morning mass is not complete. I know what I'm saying. If this snake head bite you, if you see this head, you should be running. So since I've been called to buy, I have not done anything. I'm into pure litigation. I know what I'm talking about. Because if we have a functional, remember that we said when the executive misbehave, you lost to judiciary. When the parliament misbehave, you lost to judiciary. When the judiciary misbehave, we have to hold on to. That is the essence of this discussion. This shouldn't have been a discussion. Because when you watch the position of the judiciary and know what you're going to get, you won't even think about. In fact, when somebody say you are going to contest 2027, say I beg, please. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there are some things that you ask me now to do as a lawyer. There are some briefs you ask me to do. There are some when I remember the use of professional APDC, I will say no. Are you get what I'm saying? So if we have this particular, this thing cannot fly, and INEC chairman know what he's doing, what he's talking about.
Okay, let me take you from there. Maxwell Opala has raised a fundamental query about the role of the judiciary in getting INEC to function as an independent organization. His fear is if INEC decides to operate within your two presentations,
The Constitution has provided for this. I have these inherent powers, and therefore, since I have the power to regulate, the Constitution cannot say what will I regulate if I cannot determine what should and what should not. What happens to what should not if there's no sanction against it? If I reason that way, Maxwell says, I will not be supported by the judiciary. I won't get the backing of the judiciary. So he says.
Yes.
But gentlemen, do you think that judiciary is the institution not allowing INEC to be independent and use the provisions of the Constitution to perform its function in this matter of early campaign? Chukwemeka, let me begin with you.
Well, we continue to rely and continue to say it to the admiration of everybody that the judiciary remains the last hope of a common man. Not only common man now, of everybody.
Of even the man.
Everybody. For the fact that some decisions may not really go by the way some people really need it. Just Nigeria is a growing concern. Definitely there will be a time that things will definitely be perfect. And there is no, as my learned colleague have just said, there is no pure perfect country. But I think the judiciary revolving. There are a lot of things going on. There are a lot of things.
This your line of argument is still a destination to be arrived.
Definitely, there is the head. If you look at the kind of sanctions that are going on, trying to recalibrate, trying to sanction within their system, and getting the best. Those who fortify their ages and all that have been shown the way out of judiciary. So I really commend the leadership, which is the head of the judiciary. I feel that the judiciary, definitely we are getting to that point where they will look at the interpretation of regulation and give it the proper meaning.
Okay. Otitoju,
yes, sir.
How do you feel? Do you think that the judiciary is the challenge now into allowing INEC to grow into independent, using its powers as provided for in the Constitution without being hamstrung by the absence of specific punishments prescribed? Are we going to provide punishment for everything, really?
No, judiciary has never been the problem of INEC. Judiciary have always been interpreting laws the way they perceive it to be. Well, like I said, there are some conflicting decisions, but in having conflicting decisions in election matters does not nullify judiciary as being going against. Mistakes happen.
Yes.
They are infallible. They are not infallible. Judiciary today has saved this country from serious calamities. Now, is it judiciary that declares state of emergency in Port Harcourt? Is it judiciary? If you don't go to the court, will judiciary have benefit of deciding it? You see, there are so many things that we have today that we have been limited by so many reasons. There are some interpretations that have up to today. Do you know now the Rivers State ENUGU? We have no judicial statement because politicians could not together withdraw cases. It will say it's political settlement. So, will you blame judiciary for that? If you say you want to withdraw your suit, will the judge say no and not decide it? You withdraw your suit and go, and the man will strike it out. So you don't have benefit of interpretation, and tomorrow you cannot control to struck out. So will you not say because of that judiciary have problem? So most of these things are still political actors born back to our politicians. And judiciary is also a reflection of our society, because it is the people in the society that becomes a judge. Now, where we need, if my brother is called to the bench now, he will not go. Chief of Para will not go there. Why will he go and be a judge? He's above it, and he cannot sit to be a judge because he has some other benefits. So let us credit some of our judges that are doing well.
There are plenty of them.
Because we have some judges in this country that are still doing well.
Very well of them.
Okay, then
While we have some corrupt ones, I'm not going to say.
Okay, Otitoju, my producer says, please don't buzz the time. I want us to give a cap to this conversation.
Definitely.
The issue is early campaign. The issue is that INEC says it is hamstrung because there are no specific laws.
Let me go.
Two of you have told us that let them first of all test out the power they have before asking for a new law. But Maxwell says, from experience, from pronouncements by the judiciary, they will need to have a new law. If not, they'll be going to court and losing cases, because the courts will insist this thing is not written black and white in the law, so why are you drawing power that you don't have? But I have shown us that the Constitution says that is you are in charge of rules, you are in charge of regulations. Gentlemen, Chukwemeka, your last word. How do we resolve this issue?
We can leave out the issue of criminalizing, because I have said it time without number that non-custodian reprimands are even far better than custodian, reprimands. Some of these rules, there should be sanctions, and when a commission, INEC, pronounces that a particular party's logo should not appear in the ballot box, it's enough sanction. That will be enough sanction. Not giving room to bring in some leadership and some governors who will come up tomorrow to announce that before an imam will preach in the mosque, that he should present his sermons.
No, I have better information
before him.
No, and I have more. It's not. He didn't say so. The governor of Niger State did not say so.
I didn't mention any name.
No, he did not say so. What he said was that preaching will be licensed. He didn't say bring your sermon.
He still don't have the right.
Thank you.
He does not have the right, latitude.
Thank you.
To prevent people from free speech.
Okay, Maxwell. We're asking for what should you do to get this channel?
My pattern words is that the security agencies should do their work. They should do their work. They should concentrate what is disturbing us, because the attention the security agents has given to Showore and the Nnamdi, had it been that 1/4 of it they have given their attention on insecurity, we would not have been where we are today. So last 2 weeks, I went to tax office, and I was told that my tax are supposed to pay this year is about 800,000 naira, and they have even told me that by next year it's going to be higher. So I can't be paying my taxpayers' money, and we are using it to be paying an SIN to go and prosecute useless charges, where we have serious matters.
Like we're discussing now.
Like we are discussing. Why should we allow billboards of election that is coming in 2027 to be floating in the entire country, where people are crying for hunger? You say that you have a policy. Is it not distracting you? The president, I'm asking you, is this video not distracting you? Senior President, is it not distracting you? Because if actually you are committed in what you are doing, you tell them no, I don't need this. I have been a president of an association, and I told them one person was there. I said I don't need collaborations in this platform. I had a lot of things to do in this platform, in this association. I faced the distance. Under 2 years, I brought the association where it's supposed to be. The people that left, we brought it back. We were able to get inheritance of land for them. That is what leadership is all about. You are just elected. You said subsidy gone, and instead of you to own up to say that thing was a mistake, you are still there. And as we are talking about it, people are dying. As we are talking to you now, some hospitals there is no doctor. I told you that my secretary nearly collapsed this morning. We rushed him to one general hospital. I don't want to mention the name. No good doctor in emergency. This I have to go to private. When doctors are on strike, and what you are interested in giving beautiful billboard where you are dancing something with your wife. Is it not shameful to us?
Anyway, we're talking about that breaching the town.
That police is supposed to use powers environmentals. As they are chasing all these people that are sent water to go and remove all those billboards, pack them and put them in one dustbin.
Thank you very much. In other words, the police has a role there to play. Otitoju, your parting word.
My parting word is simple. INEC should be bold enough to provide sanctions for this kind of campaign. Let them be bold enough to make examples of these political parties. That's all I say.
Thank you very much. The ball has been thrown back to the court of INEC this morning. I think there are two contending positions in this conversation. INEC has enough powers. Two of my guests have said yes.
This provision, they are going to National Assembly to ask.
Yes.
What will they tie to it?
No, they want specific laws.
No, they want it to be form part of the electoral
Act.
Yes. This one will be part of the electoral
Yes, so that early campaign is specified as a crime, let them sanction, and the regulation given to them. Let them.
Before we have that one, maybe it will be another year.
Thank you very much. Everybody here has contributed wonderfully to this program this morning. Let me thank from my right, Chukwemeka Clement, who's always bringing me Clement weather when he comes. Chukwemeka, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Perpetually active, but please, let's take it easy. You're a young man yet. At the time comes and goes by, you discover
future governor of Imo State.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope it becomes, but he doesn't become governor by coming.
Maybe after me. He will now be the governor.
Congratulations, gentlemen, two governors. Are you also going to be a governor?
Maybe.
I find it interesting that I have three prospective governors with me on the program this morning, but they're all lawyers, and we just looked at the complaint by INEC chairman that he needs specific law to be able to tackle the challenge of early campaigns. I want to thank you for investing your time with us this morning. My name is Mwabo Zenjok. Let's meet again tomorrow. Good morning. Yes.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our part.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Hey God. This is the Buchi Franklin interview you've been waiting for. Let me say it. This is the Oboz interview you've been waiting for. Buchi Franklin was abandoned by his father as a child.
I was a teenager. I didn't want to hear anything about him, you know. Fuck you.
And the mother he adores because he says she beats him mercilessly, but he's grateful for it.
She beat the shit out of me. I'm so grateful for the ass whooping Chugo.
Found God, learned to forgive his father, and has channeled all of that into being one of the greatest actors of his generation. After 12 years of delivering brilliance, I asked him, what does it feel to finally be seen after 12 years of putting in the work? He said after he saw the public acclaim for To Kill a Monkey, his first response,
I felt anger.
That gives you a hint into the kind of interview we had. Put on your seatbelts, buckle up. You are in for the ride of your life.
Come for me.
Finally, we do this.
Yes.
Thank you so much for doing this, because people don't know the backstory, but the devil tried it.
And
as always, we passed through.
Oh yes.
There's so many ways to start this interview.
Oh wow.
So many ways. Let me start this way. I think the first time, I'm not sure, I was trying to remember, I think so, and I should just call to confirm. Were you in Just Not Married?
Just Not
Judith Audu?
Oh yeah.
Yes, you were.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
That's a minute ago.
That's a minute ago. That was the first time that I saw you acting.
Oh wow.
And I remember because there was
I can't remember anything.
Scene, yes. But I remember I remember why, because that's how I met Judith Audu, the producer, for the first time. I went and looked for her number.
Phenomenal woman.
And then Stan Nze, that's when I spoke to him for the first time. Because after watching, I was looking for the contacts of the people that made the film. I went to praise them because I thought the movie was underrated. And I didn't find your number. So I found Judith's number. I found Stan's number.
Okay.
I found the lady, what's her name? She's now in the other, I think she's also a Judith. What's her name? She's now in Ghana. I got her contact. Then I didn't get yours, and I didn't get the Yoruba guy's contact. The one, yes, the one that was with Stan. And so I remember that every character in that stuck with my head. And I began to respect you from then. So the question is, for people in the industry, I mean, you've been nominated for 2 AMAs, 2 AMVCs, at least as my count. For people in the industry, they've always respected your talents. They've always known your skill. And I think this is your 12th or 13th year in this industry.
Pretty much.
Yes, I think it's 12.
Past 10, yeah.
What does it feel like to know? Because I know you know that you are good. And for people in the industry to know that you are good, but for it to get to 2025 before the nation stands in applause, what does that feel like?
Wow. I can hear thunderous applause in silence, you know. And I get it. I get it, you know. I can't remember the woman, but I had a conversation with a lady. I'd say the Holy Spirit spoke to her, to me through her.
Right.
Because, like you said, I've been around for a bit, you know. And to get this nod, this warm embrace from not just the fans, but my colleagues, you know. At first, I'm not going to lie to you, I felt anger. I'm going to be honest, I'm human. Because hey, I've been here, you know. I'm the guy that checks up on you. I send you messages, you know. You know, I find ways to make people happy, not just in front of the camera, but I live for that. You know, I live for joy.
Yeah.
That's my mother's name. I live for joy, and to get to this point where the world says, and by the world I mean them. They say, "Oh, hey, oh, we see you now." You know. First couple of days, it wasn't palatable for me, you know, because I've been around and I've been nominated. Isn't that what it's supposed to be? I've been putting out work. Isn't that enough?
Yes.
But I had this conversation with this woman, and I know it's the Holy Spirit because I cannot remember who. Right. And she said, it's okay. You know, it's okay. The people that you call your friends are going to call you, and you know, the people that you call your friends are going to reach out to you. The ones that you've been meaning to have conversations with will also reach out to you. And it's okay. You know, don't be, no form of animosity. Don't be angered by it. And I didn't have this conversation with this
her.
woman. Yeah, you know, so, and she said that to me. It's been open arms ever since.
Then.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, nobody knows me better than my Heavenly Father, and he saw it that I was going to be, you know, and it would have been a blockade because it would be difficult for you as a human being to attract, you know, the spirit of success when you have
that's anger in you.
Yeah, so I let it go.
Yeah,
and it's been my arms. I go to bed like this and I wake up like this.
Yeah,
with a genuine, big smile on my face.
Yes.
And I'm grateful.
That's incredible because, now I don't know if it's true or not, but it felt to me, yourself and William Benson, who which conversation I'm looking forward to, because I also had been his fan since a Joche.
Oh my God, William.
And it seemed to me, at least with both of you, and you at least, that it took a few days. I thought to myself, is it me? Am I imagining it? That there was something like that. There was collaborated posts. You know, you're a professional now, so you do. But it felt like it took a few days before you now embraced the noise. And I wasn't sure I was not imagining. I was thinking my overactive imagination. But now it makes sense to me.
Yeah. I respect your work, and I know what it entails. I've seen how you work, and I respect it. And I know this is not easy to put together. You know. The reason as to why I had to take some time was quite personal.
Right.
And I spoke to my dear sister before
Right.
getting mic'd.
Right.
And I was advised to come back again and have that conversation.
Right.
You know. But, so we'll leave that at that. Anything else today?
We can ask you.
Yes, please.
But what happened on those days, we'll leave out.
Oh my goodness.
Right, fair enough. We'd respect that.
Thank you.
You're so good at you're so good. You're good. And I think, do you think that's actually the problem? That you are so good that you disappear.
True day. I hear you, sir.
Yes.
I hear you.
That because people see you. People saw Rattlesnake. You know, people saw Far From Home. They didn't leave you thinking that was anything but a great actor. But it's like you disappear into this character, and you do it so well that when people go, they forget that it was a person that acted. It wasn't a real thing. Do you think that wasn't what I was going to ask? I was going to ask something else, but do you think that's what it is?
That's a two-edged question, yeah? It's quite tricky because this would be like an advice to actors that are coming up.
Right.
I studied theater arts.
Yes, at the University of Abuja.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and before that, I've always been a child of the art.
Yes.
And by art, I mean performance.
Yeah.
You know, and I didn't quite understand the business of it. You know, give me a script, don't say anything else. Just give me a script.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. You handle that business.
Yeah.
Just give me a script, please. Just give me a character. Give me a character. That's all I keep hearing. You know, just give me a character. Give me a character. And it took me a while to morph into this person that I am now. And I say that God is intentional with me because the traction that I have now, I don't think I would have appreciated it if when I was in my 20s.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I mean, like you've said and repeated,
Yeah.
I'm good, right? So let's say Kevin shot this series 10 years ago. I probably would have been a mess, a hot mess by then.
Right.
You know, so it's so for actors that are coming up, right? Intentionality is something that it isn't taught in school, but you must allow yourself, right? Experience not just the art, but the business of filmmaking. And I shut that part out. It was a conscious decision.
Right, to shut that part
to shut that out. I'm not going to be dancing on social media. I'm not going live to talk to a bunch of people I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to see me, if you want to know me, if you want to appreciate me, just
watch my films.
Watch my films. You know, I took my time to create this character. Look at this beautiful canvas. I took time to create this for you.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't done in a day. And it ought to take you more than a millennia for you to appreciate what I've done. So that used to be
your mindset.
my mindset.
Yeah.
But truly not anymore. I've got a TikTok show coming on, and we will dance together. You know,
Yeah.
So yes, if you've got the magic as a performer, good for you.
Yeah.
You know, because there is God doing His business on your behalf, and there is you, okay, acknowledging that Baba is working, but I also need to
do my part.
Yes, I also need to do my part.
Right.
Don't just let it. Don't let it. Don't. You got to water the plant, or else it will wither away.
Yeah.
You know, so
is that what changed in your mindset?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Right.
Oh yes. It did.
Right.
It did. I'm going to be honest. It did. And I prayed about it. I didn't just, go spiritual or cosmic with it. I had to work. Now I take a lot of pictures. Oh, my Chude, I have a catalog of photos. I'm smiling. I'm talking to the cameraman. On my way downstairs, I was, the BTS guys. We were just doing that thing, and I was smiling. Me before.
Yes.
Let
us go and do what we came to do.
I came here to have a conversation with Chude. Let's chop it up.
Yes.
And
you didn't even have a Twitter account until this year.
Bro. Twitter was just... Now I'm tweeting and reposting. Listen, I'm coming up with, topics. Let's chop it up. Let's engage. I'm human, for goodness sakes, you know? So, and I didn't know this. And they don't teach you these things in school.
Yeah.
You don't teach you these things. And creatives need to know this.
Yeah.
It's not just about the art. I beg it. Listen, it's coming from me, right? Yes, you're gifted. My brother, my sister, just fold that one. It's a gift. It's never going to leave you because you're going to keep servicing it, right? So just keep it aside.
Yeah.
There are other, there are other things that you need to pick up to be able to sustain yourself as a performer, as a creative, as an actor, And it needs to be a part of the curriculum for theater art students, for performance in different institutions around the country. Rather than picking up Shakespeare and telling Nigerian kids to go cram Othello and these people that didn't know anything about us.
Yeah.
Let us look within.
Yeah.
Let us tell our stories.
Yeah.
Let us conscientize our kids and let it be let it be African.
Yes.
Let it be Nigerian.
Let it be responsive to our reality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We have a lot of Chimamandas growing up, coming up. We have a lot of Chimamandas right now.
Yeah.
So let's let's do adaptations of Chimamanda's work, Chinua Achebe, you know, all the Olarotimi, all these people. I want to see films like that.
Yeah.
You know, I remember in school I did a play. I can't remember who wrote it, but it was Oba Ovoranwen Ogbaisi.
Okay.
That was the first time I took a dive, a creative dive into the Edo
culture and
Edo
history.
culture, yeah, the Benin Kingdom.
Right.
Because I played the Oba.
Right.
You know, so playing To Kill a Monkey, I had to call Oba Ovoranwen Ogbaisi.
Right.
You know, and that channel helped me through creating the character Obos.
Yeah.
You know, it was more like a foundation for me.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah.
Yeah. What is it about? What if this is a question I'm going to borrow from an interviewer I like. What is it in your childhood that could help explain the man you are today?
Wow. I'm going to say I'm a mommy's boy before I go into that, you know. I'm so grateful for Mrs. Joy, baby, Oshigwe. You know, it's not easy for an Igbo woman to raise a son, you know.
She raised you singly, yes?
Yes.
She was a single mother.
Yes,
you know.
single mother. I grew up in Port Harcourt.
Right.
You know, and being a mother in that town,
Yeah.
in that time,
Yes.
you know, it was a lot for her. You know, and I didn't know. When I was a kid, I was the only son. I didn't know.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know that I was being formed and forged into a man by a woman. And she's a superhero because it's not easy to train a boy child in Nigeria, especially when it's done by a single parent.
Yeah.
You know, I was a hot mess growing up.
Right.
Yeah. My mom made sure I had everything, you know. And I'm not saying that's why I was spoiled, but that's how I was just designed to be, you know. And just thinking about it every time I sit down in my quiet time and I reminisce on what my mom used to do for me. She beat the shit out of me, and I'm so grateful. I'm not saying parents should beat their children,
Yeah.
but beat the shit out of them.
You're not saying they should, but they should, yes.
Yeah, I'm in front of Judy.
Yes.
If my mom did beat me, I would be having this conversation.
Yes.
You know.
My mom beat me merciless too.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
You know, and I'm so grateful for the ass whooping Judy.
Yes, as am I.
I wasn't, but now I can't look forward to it anymore. But if I was given the opportunity to go back in time, nah, that's just coming in from the door.
Yes.
Mommy, I put pepper on this cane and this belt.
Yes.
Look at your shoes. I like this one. The heel is longer.
Yeah.
You know, because we tend to trivialize these things, you know, because of social media and what man thinks they know, you know, consciousness. Yeah. Everybody calls it consciousness. I'm conscious. I'm not going to beat my kids and yada, yada, yada. Good for you.
Yes.
You know? My mother is the reason why I am the man that I am. And I am the man that I will continue to be. Because it's a process. You know, it's a process. It's go to school. It's go to church. Don't stay out late. If you want to take liquor, I have a bottle of J&B Brooks. I don't know if you had that at home, that big liquor. We had it at home. It was this big.
Right.
And every day she comes back, she would look at the bottle. Onyebuchi, you touch her here. And I'd be like, no, Mom.
That is for those that don't know, did you touch this?
Yes, did you touch it? No, Mom. So she'd bring her bottle of beer and we'd sit down and she'd give me a little bit.
Right.
You know, she was my role model. You know, she is everything to me. You know, is everything to me.
Right.
And she's the reason I'm here and I do what I do.
Yeah.
And I'll keep doing it.
Yeah. What do you mean by you were a hot mess as a child? What was going on?
Ooh, Jude. My goodness. Oh, man, I gave that woman shaggy.
Right.
Yeah, you know, as a kid.
Yeah.
you know, like I said, it's not easy being a single parent. She had to go to work.
Yeah.
I had maids.
Yes, right.
Not having a father figure isn't. It's quite difficult. You know, maximum respect to all the women out there taking care of their children by themselves.
Right.
But my goodness, you need a man in your life. If you don't want to get married, you need your brother in your life to take.
Right.
You just need a father figure for those boys.
Right.
It's easy with them girls, if as a mother, but for a boy, an African boy, a Nigerian boy, let me dumb it down. Let me bring it home. An Igbo boy.
Yeah.
Nami need mpage. And if daddy isn't there, I'm telling you that's listening right now, if you're a teenager, you know, your 20s, your 30s, look for a role model, a man that you know has done well, not just for himself, but for the society. I don't mean thieves. I don't mean all these politicians that are thieves. I don't mean people that are stealing money back and forth. I mean people that you know for a fact. It's not about religion. No, it's not about religion. Don't get carried away. There are a lot of religious people that are doing evil things, shitty things.
Yeah.
So look for somebody that you can. If you can't reach, social media is going to help you. So you keep tabs on them because you need that father figure in your life.
Right.
And I know that she did all that she could. You know, she's a woman.
Yeah.
But I'm a boy.
Yeah.
Being raised in Port Harcourt.
Yes.
You know, at the time, Port Harcourt was hot.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
it wasn't Abuja or Jos.
Yeah.
You know, it was Lagos, Port Harcourt, and
those two first.
yes, actually.
Those, and maybe
then the
Warri,
rest.
but
Warri.
Lagos, Port
I was going to say Warri, but
yes. Lagos, Port Harcourt.
Lagos, Port Harcourt.
Yes.
You know, so Port Harcourt was hot, and we lived in GRE. You know, I went to private schools. I had rich friends. My mother did everything to make sure I was okay. You know, my mother was just, my God, I can keep, listen, we could go on and on, you know, but I'm just trying to say that to answer your question, the man that I am today and the man that I will continue to be is because of Mrs. Joy.
Yeah. These are the interviews that make this job so worth it. Thank you, Buchi, for sharing your life, your power, your brilliance with all of us today. Let's be human together. We need you to subscribe, yo. And the reason is simple. The kinds of conversations, the kinds of words that we construct with our conversations on with Chude are driven by a vision of the kind of world I want to see. You know, you are the most important person in this entire ecosystem. You subscribing monthly. So do go ahead, subscribe. Ask somebody else to subscribe. Advise somebody else to subscribe.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Regular program that comes to you on Signature TV. Signature TV is on channel 265 on SLTV and of course on all social media handles. We are live 24 hours on YouTube, and I'm sure we are no more new to you. You have been following us. So today again we come on news. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. You are a regular newser, a person who sits here and pretend I'm the actor. Right? It's nothing new because we all think and talk. The idea of bringing news is the idea to think and talk, but just to counter the idea that some people somewhere will talk and think and But that's Nigeria for you, and that's the world for you. So today we are here again, and guess what? A lot of things have been calling our attention to think and talk about, and one of them is the issue that is going on quite recently started in Anambra State, was Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, the executive governor, some people will put, has decided that he will close down as punitive measure on the main market, to score a point and make sure that the people, especially the traders, listen to him and open their markets, especially on Mondays. Over time, the last 4 or 5 years, people in Southeast Nigeria have decided that they will stay off work every Monday, whether you are trading, whether you are in civil service, in connection with what they call incarceration and illegal incarceration. They say for the leader of indigenous people of Biafra leader IPOB, and that is what has over time festered and become a culture of sit at home. If you are outside Nigeria, anywhere outside Igbo land, Southeast Nigeria, you call any friend on Monday morning and say, where are you? He say, we are sitting at home. And you say, why? He said, the people, they say, because some people even started adhering to sit at home by what they said, not just by what they felt. And it became a culture. Some few people over time who decided that they will not sit at home paid with their lives. Some are still missing, some are kidnapped, and then there were viral videos of people who wanted to beg the orders of the leaders of Southeast Nigeria, their governors, and over time, and they were either abducted, some of them were died, as the new language of killing people in Nigeria has become. And some of them have not been found. What happened to them? Some families have gone posting their videos asking for their missing relations to be found since 2023. Some of them started missing and that. Now, the broad question, why is Governor Chukwuma Soludo, professor and the experienced governor and the experienced man in management and financial issues, why has he come back with force to make sure that people will go back to open up their shops in main market or Onitsha on Mondays? Why did he start with Onitsha? Because I know in Enugu people sit at home on Mondays, and some other major cities like Ekwuobi and all the Agwata, people sit at home. Even in some part of Oka where you have the capital territory of Anambra State, people sit at home. But it's only in Oka because the governor is there, he has managed to quell this sickness of sitting at home. But recently, people have described what he's doing with the main market as clearing madness with pepper, or killing a rat with mallet, or ant with mallet, and then trying to solve one problem and creating chain of other problems. And you ask yourself, is it that is worthy of a governor who has over time been there for 4 years and has seen the thinking of the people? He went to the street to campaign for the second tenure, and he went and talked to everybody, and people came out to receive him, and now some people felt, is it how he's going to pay them back? Is it that, what? And then they came out with figures of how much the Southeast Nigeria is losing, and every day they sat at home on Mondays. So the figures that they came out officially said 18 billion. And the Anambra State alone loses 8 billion for Onitsha main market, just one market in Onitsha closing down. And that caused for a lot of attention, and I said, oh, so this is how much Anambra State missing and losing in the economy. And over time, that means the other remaining 5 days or 6 days, the markets open, but they're making that much times 6. Wow, Anambra State must be very rich state. And then the ones that they're getting from the main market over time? What have they done for main market or the people who trade in main market with? And then the Southeast that they are claiming loses much. Some states in Southeast has found out how to solve their own problem. I remember one time in ENUGU, the governor of ENUGU state, Governor Peter Ba, tried to use force at a main market, and it was resisted. Even some people lost their lives, and he went back to strategize. Over time, sit at home in ENUGU died natural death, and people of ENUGU go about their business on Monday. Even while there are some people still that have carved that into their system, that nothing will make them go out on Mondays. They on their own. We do not find the governor of ENUGU state coming out to say, if you do not come out on Monday, we will ban you from breathing the air in ENUGU state, and we're going to kill you and close down and sue you to court and tell you how much you are making ENUGU state lose. Because the people say, things you give attention grows. Now that the governor of Anambra State has opened up this can of worms again, you have seen reactions and chain of reactions coming back. Those non-state actors that were issuing orders and the people of Anambra were obeying have resurfaced again. And they have begun to issue orders again. And we even heard the order they gave out and said in coming weeks, if anybody comes out on Monday, this is what they make sure the whole Southeast now. We have to close down on a Monday to fight back at Governor Soludo. And I asked the people of Southeast. My father said in a proverb, he said, and I asked my people from Southeast, for how long are we going to do this using, because there's a rat in our house, to set our house ablaze, and to who will come and sympathize with us, who will think, empathize with us that will set our house on fire because we notice some cockroaches and rats in our home? That's the first question. And he's using, pardon me, I'm using proverb of bone and silence to ask that question. Now you ask again, I've overused this word, and I say, can we use paper to cure madness? We noticed that in the last past months and weeks in Anambra State, there has been peace quietly returning. And then governor coming out with this way, with this force, has brought the issue of Ikuchakwa Kamkwe. We're going to fight each other to make sure whose order will be obeyed. And we say, when two elephants are fighting in somebody's sitting room, can you imagine what happens about that? So the people of Anambra are bracing up governor of course several meetings, and even threatening that he's even allowing non-market to stay, that he's even thinking about converting that place to a school. And we say, that's a wonderful one. Once you have power as a governor, you have so many things you will do with it. All we are asking is, the Constitution has given you power as a state governor, but probably use it the right way, not by threat. Because these threats and counter threats coming up, it's so much for one small state, Anambra. I mean, Anambra, are people who believe in their own destiny. They fight their own cause. This is a state where people, individuals who make money, provide water for the street they live, have the roads where they live, build their own schools where they live. Now you start to ask yourself, what the governors or people in government do for people of Anambra State? It's only that market where they make this money to provide for themselves all they need that is being used now against them with any manner of things. And then somebody asks, if somebody say, I don't want to open my shop to sell, who is being offended here? And what is the contribution of government in the shop I've refused to not open? Is the government I pay tax? Even if I'm not opening the shop, I'll pay you tax for using that or whatever in the chain, a multiplier effect. But I do not understand all this politics. I mean, but politics is politics. The former governor of Anambra State said that politics can him. May God bless his soul. And he played his own politics and he's gone. Some other people will come play the politics and go too. But the history will remember everybody for what they say. It was the classical hymn book from the Anglican Church. It said, only by our works
we shall be remembered. And this very, very philosophical song that always emotional touch people whenever that song raises, especially when somebody is being buried. So remember, everywhere you are, whichever way you find yourself in Amchaman Market, whether you find yourself in Oka, the governor house, find yourself in the street of Oka, find yourself in the street of Onitsha, or the street of any other place in Anambra, only by your works we all shall be remembered. Even me that is talking here, whatever somebody said, whatever you sow, you reap, and that's it. It's a chain. And most times we take decisions, we forget this philosophy that even some people say is divine. Whatever a man sow, he will reap. So good luck to my people in Anambra. But I know that Johnny Beribe, for how long will we destroy ourselves just to make sure we prove a point? And that's it. Well, too much of a strike. We find that in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, some issues are going on there. The workers are on strike. And the workers are on strike. And the way the leaders are fighting back when some strike workers go on strike is shown with the way the strong man that is Federal Capital Territory Minister, Honorable Yoson Wike, the barrister himself, the strong man in Nigerian politics that has put his strides everywhere he put his leg. You know that Yoson Wike has passed there. And recently in Abuja, the workers in Abuja are now having their words against him. And we have seen various videos of their protest, and then the result of that protest. The latest is that the Minister of the Capital Territory has threatened that anybody who he found is still going on strike in the Federal Capital Territory, that he will be arrested and put in prison. They don't call it prison again, they put you in correctional center. And I was just imagining, close my eyes, imagining the number of the workers in Abuja who have gone to the street. I'm sure with this trade, some of them will feel threatened and they want to go back. But what happened to the other part that we said over our dead body will go back? Then we now think about Kuje as the nearest prison, maybe going back to Nasarawa State, the adjoining states like Kogi. They will open up to take all the workers in the Federal Capital Territory in their prison, in their correctional centers, so that because I know that Yoson Wike is a man of his words. When he says one thing, he follow it up. Now, at one time, people wanted to put hand in River State politics. He said, if you cross River State, I will set fire in your state. And all of them ran away. The fear of Yoson Wike is the beginning of wisdom. And then we say, in Igbo proverb, where they say, Dinta ne dano, Odudu ne dem. I will complete that because I don't know who is actually. But what it means that the hunter is busy aiming the game to shoot, while Fly is busy aiming for the bad side of his side, and that's where I put it. Talking about NBC and non-broadcast everywhere. What the other Dinta has that is interesting for Fly to aim. Once Fly knows that once he touch that portion of the Dinta body, that the Dinta will weaken. That shows that the snake that's being killed, pursued to be killed, is struggling for life, while the man who is pursuing snake. That is why dialogue is the most important thing to use to settle any issue, whatever is family, move from family to community to kindred level to local government, move up to the state, even to the Federal Capital Territory. We are still, no matter who is struggling, whatever is stronger and who can make more noise and bigger more over here as a friend of Federal Capital Territory. Not even not for anything, knowing that that is the seat of government of Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are calling for restraint. We are calling for dialogue. We are calling for advice that we sit down and talk. It's only by dialogue we achieve what we cannot achieve by fighting. Because there is also a proverb of God and silence who said, if a doctor has fought for every time for whatever you are owed, you must at the time to sit down to pay your debt. So you fight out the debt? Because the workers of Abuja said Federal Capital Territory Authority is owing them.
But a very senior aide of the minister said over time, and we read in the papers, in the various news, that Federal Capital Territory Authority is not owing anybody a single dime. So it became a word of the Federal Capital Territory Authority and the workers. But the workers are still there. They are still on strike. The health workers on strike. And we have reported in our newspaper reviews that a lot of people who are sick in the hospital admitted are going through stress. Some of them are dying because of lack of attention. And of course, they've created new business for all the private hospital owners. Some of even the hospitals are being owned by the people who are working for FTA. You know, Trust Nigeria, how we do. And then we come about, when we hit on the thing, and we come about and say, who is knocking? Meanwhile, it's we that knocked, and we run around to say, Nigerians are wonderful people, we are complex. But some of us are complex, satanically complex, because we know the truth and refuse to say the truth. And the Bible I read says, only truth you know will set you free. But when we decide not to say the truth, we put it under politics. Is politics about discussing lies we tell ourselves? No. We can only discuss issues and then put it to the point of universal acceptance, where we have more people who will align with what we say, so that we convince the minority who did not, and then not killing the minority who refuse, because the essence of democracy is that minority will have their say, while majority will have their way. But in Nigeria, we find it otherwise, because most of our people leaders are forcing a lot of things down our throat. When they are single individuals, then we say that even in the Bible, democracy was practiced when the people gathered and say, hey, we want Jesus killed. Whatever it come out of, let's bury it. They are still burying it. I don't know, Nigeria is part of that group. But the whichever group that killed Jesus, they are still, but then the power of the majority came to bear. And when we read some of the holy books, we do not learn. If the people working in Abuja said, we are being owed, I think they should be called. They have leaders for negotiation and find a way of talking to them. I do not think that over threat and over it can make what is bad over time turn good. I am not. I come in good, I come in peace, because we want peace to return to Federal Capital Territory, the seat of federal government of Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I think it's high time even the federal government take note of what is happening in that, because when you are your house is on fire, you do not pretend that it's not there. That's about it. So much protest in Anambra by the traders over the closure of market, protest in Federal Capital Territory, and the governor said you close down impunity, and then protest in Federal Capital Territory, and the Federal Capital Territory minister said, I will do this, I will take people to prison. Then protest in Lagos, because of Makoko and the Oroshoki displacement and clearance of that place and destruction of the places and houses and property of people by force, by government of Lagos State, the people went to State House to protest, and guess what happened? They brought in the policemen and all the security agencies that were throwing tear gas at the people. That's how many in the one episode of news. Protest one, protest two, protest third against the people. And we say we are operating democracy in Nigeria. According to one musician in Nigeria, you know him, he said it's democracy, we practice, not democracy. When in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, what is only there for the people is power, the right to protest. And now the same constitution will keep quiet when people are being killed or molested by their leaders when they protest. I say, we do not agree. Convince us to agree. The people that went to the Lagos State House of Assembly to protest the destruction of Makoko and Oroshoki, tear gas were used. In one other platform, I said, the policemen, some of them that were using tear gas against me are living in those areas, still under the same squalor. Why are they using poor people against the poor people? Because there's no more middle class in Nigeria. If you are not living in Ikoyi and Banana Island and Aja and all those high class area, you are living in Shoki or in Makoko, partly in Mushi, has turned out to is neither here or there. In all those areas that used to demarcate the middle class, the poor, we used to have Ajegule. The same force that forced Ajegule out was forced to Makoko out now. And when they say why, the tear gas were used to respond to them. Now, what do you say about that? Is it this leg that Mama will reach Umuahia and we say we are practicing democracy in a country like Nigeria? Ask yourself, why should the people be attacked when they protest and they didn't go there with the AK-47? Because if it was AK-47, they would shoot back. They went there with common placards. We no agree. Why didn't the government provide them an alternative settlement and assuage them and tell them go home, send us your leaders, we will sit down and talk with them? This one is what will make the government look weak. Yes. So kill them all, send Afon, use of their tax money, buy AK-47, please, when they talk, shoot to them. And very soon you come back and ask for vote for these people. Of course, because Nigerian politicians don't need the vote of ordinary man to go back to positions. That's why we find this high level of impunity, you call it, and the way the highness of resentment that using power, show of power, to push the people back from saying. And I ask, can you beat a child and say you should not cry? That is the highest sense of insensitivity and wickedness. Okay, if you have made up your mind to beat a child, whether in correction or whether out of wickedness, allow the child to cry, because mostly that child is double wahala for dead body. And that is not good. So, protest follow on the German market, because the people say we want to sit at home. The governor says you will not sit at home, and they are still in that protest. And governor has come over time and said, if you don't sit open, I will even take more drastic measures. No dialogue. Anyway, we like that dialogue has taken up. But even in dialogue, governor is still spitting fire over the people. The second one is FCTA, and you know the story how it started by, hey, the minister is running or is not running or whatever, and the minister came back and said, if you do not report to work, you go to jail. Then you go to Lagos and all, am I going back or not? This and this. These are just little time. These are picture of Nigeria for you. And here, our news, I sit down to think and talk about it. Is it good? If it is good, is it the best? Can it be better? Is it the leg that Mama will take to reach Umuahia? Is this how we're going to achieve democracy? We are asking for a perfect one for Nigeria. Or is it our democracy that is different from what other democracy of the world are practicing? Gentlemen, you can't help me because I need your help. I am confused. Okay, that's the last I will take. There's the same crisis is still going on in River State. And even the man in FCT is also linked one way or the other with the crisis in River State. The recent development out of River State political crisis between Simfubara and the other side, it says weak camp. By the way, I don't see it as crisis, it's just a little misunderstanding between Godson and Godfather and politics. They are taking it out of proportion. So we know over time when they will sit down and drink 40-year-old wine and champagne, and they will forget that some people are protesting for them. But we are afraid when we hear about the weak group in this protest, say they want to use the Port Harcourt Stadium to do a rally. And the government said not until the stadium is under construction. We are not refusing you. The stadium is under construction, and there's a threat against threat of what will happen if the stadium is not released at their beck and call to use it for what they want to do. And the broader question is, when our Honorable Nyesom Wike was governor of River State, did he use his power to refuse people use of stadium? Because at the point he was operating, he believed that the view was clearer. He could see what is benefiting River State and not. But Fubara, at the point he is, even if he's, I made him governor, I helped to make him governor, whatever claims we have that is causing this plague, does he still have power as governor of River State to use his discretion to know what to agree and what to refuse? If that is not true, I need an answer, because we think we have democracy in River State, democracy in Anambra State, democracy in River State, democracy in FCT. These are 4 areas that are making history in our news today. And until one Buja came, somebody will say, what is this one talking again? When the first child begin to walk, then the second one can run. Because Junior say from a young pronouns when they've heard. Have you seen any young bringing out the whatever you call it from the tail? And that's the life, because things must follow order. Even in madness, there's an order. But in Nigerian democracy, I found out there's that kind of democratic madness or democratic madness in Nigeria. There's no order. It depends on who is calling the shot. From any point, if I'm in Anambra, I call the shot, close the market. If I'm in FCT, return to work or go to jail. If I'm in Lagos, I'm in sometimes like I will throw back on call and the way shaking, I bomb them. And if I'm in River State, and then the governor, sitting governor said, I'm thinking about how to look at your, we are looking into your request to use your stadium for your rally. Hey, we'll bomb the stadium in. God. Nigeria is a complex state and nation. How can we survive under this? How can we comfortably try to move, cross a bridge, and say the bridge should break? If it's not we that determine who should be passing that bridge. Before we pass that bridge, where were we? Somebody said it before. Before there were people who started eating groundnut. What were they eating before? So if groundnut go, they will start eating what they were eating before. After all, they were not eating go to drops. They were not eating apple when there was no groundnut. So why should we at this time pass over and ask over to GA? That's not too good. I don't want to use strong words. I read the Igbo said, let the eagle perch, let the kite perch. But let anyone who said the other could not perch, let his wings scatter. I don't want to talk about it. And then you will say his wickedness. No, we are talking about going to equity with clean hands. What you will not want to wish others what you want them to wish you. And do not wish others what you wouldn't want to take. Don't give others what you won't take. Think about ourselves that what is good for the geese. It's also good for the gander. My father told me, if they can't bring me alive, because the man who said bring you alive is really alive. If you don't know what to do, swallow yours in your stomach. And that is the best way to describe democracy. Now, are we practicing democracy in Nigeria? Not to talk about how Nigeria is sliding into one party nation or one party state, and then some people are denying this particular this time era I find Nigeria is a very historic one. And the generations yet to come will take time to study this iconic and legendary era of Nigeria.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ENUGU Airport resumes operations temporarily as aviation unions await further directives. Borno government swears in 6 new High Court judges. Norway police investigate former PM Jagland over Epstein ties. And US military kills 2 people in latest attack on vessel in the Pacific. Details in a moment.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
The Akanwi International Airport, ENUGU, witnessed a rowdy atmosphere in the early hours of Friday morning, resulting in a complete operational shutdown. The action brought airport activities to a standstill, raising fresh concerns about the stability of Nigeria's aviation sector and the unresolved controversy surrounding the federal government's airport concession plans. Several flight schedules were affected as travelers waited anxiously for information, updates, and possible alternatives. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who was at the airport earlier in the morning, spoke with the Signature Morning anchors while the shutdown lasted.
All right, thank you so much for calling back. So far, the airport is actively working. Everything has gone back to normal, although it's temporarily. And before I even say anything more, in short, I have the treasurer, ENUGU chapter, Signaturetv, to share more thoughts with us. Please, let's get to know you, your name and why we're here.
Okay, my name is Abandi Sunday, the treasurer, Signaturetv chapter, ENUGU.
Okay, so what is the update so far?
Well, the update so far is that after our total shutdown next morning, we were in communication with the national. But after kind of reaching down to agreement with them, because the issue is not just here. In as much as ENUGU is the one that is affected, but not just here alone. We are in agreement with our national, and after reaching out to them, they now ask us to temporarily open up the airport so that our passengers, which is here to us, can, take their flights, board their flights, and go to their destinations. But the struggle still continues because we are still hanging around based on the information we have got. We have every information we have got, so we are still working based on that information that we are still expecting some people to come. Maybe some of them are coming from from Abuja and Lagos. So we are here, we are still on ground, waiting. Then if there's any other thing, we'll communicate back to our national and things will still proceed. But the temporary reopening of the airport is just a temporary reason, because one is that, we have given the government 21 days automation the last time they came, and we are still waiting for them. This one is just ENUGU being shut down. But we believe that the next that will happen is not just going to be ENUGU, it's going to be general. All over the airport it will be affected. I think that is for now.
All right, you've heard it from Sunday, the treasurer of the Signaturetv ENUGU chapter. We have the three leading aviation workers in ENUGU, the 3 chairmen available, to manage the situation. And so far on ground, everything seemed to come back to normal. Normalcy are taking over, although recently, just a few hours ago, some of the passengers were stranded. Aviation workers were also stranded because they couldn't go back to their workplaces and do what they're supposed to do, their responsibilities and duties. But that has been the situation so far. Currently, normalcy has returned. Meanwhile, the concessionaire that we're supposed to hand over today that brought about this shutdown of the terminal are not in sight. They've not been seen from the start till now. So, but they're still, the unions, just like I mentioned, they're still very much on ground to follow up the situation and see what's happening. Hopefully we'll get more updates as the stories unveils. My name is Christopher Lely, Signaturetv News.
Thank you so much. Enugu State government is entering into a strategic partnership with the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, towards giving recognition to the state's rich geoheritage assets. This follows a visit to the state by officials of the UNESCO International Geoscience and Geoparks Program. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The chairman of UNESCO, Dr. Aminu Abudullah Ishaku, who led the delegation on a courtesy call to Governor Peter Mba, said the delegation is in the state to explore partnership opportunities aimed at geoheritage conservation and geotourism development. Dr. Ishaku explained that the committee inaugurated in 2024 has been working to harness geoheritage resources across the United Nations member states. He described the visit to Enugu as historic, marking the first partnership meeting between the committee and any subnational governments. He noted that Enugu possesses geology of international significance, with the potential to boost geotourism and expand the state's cultural and economic profile beyond traditional tourism.
Enugu is our first state to visit to develop partnership with subnational governments in Nigeria on behalf of UNESCO in the area of geoparks development. And as you know, Enugu is a coal city. There is a lot of heritage around the coal legacy in Enugu State that is yet to be fully harnessed for geoconservation, for post-mining land restorations, and also for even community ownership of that legacy. And there are also issues that are there associated with that legacy as well, that included environmental issues and all that. But most importantly is the geoparks development. There are lots of sites in Enugu State that, when fully harnessed, can provide a lot of opportunities in the geotourism sector that is now evolving in Nigeria. It comes with job creation, youth empowerment, women, empowerment, and revenue generation as well, because we will open up the state when eventually our committee working together with the state government and communities that are living in those areas. By the time this is fully developed, we are hopeful that they will meet the UNESCO standards.
Responding, Governor Peter Mba expressed appreciation to UNESCO, describing the visit as timely, saying the state government is currently revitalizing historical and culturally significant tourist sites. Governor Mba, who listed several historic locations across the state that deserve global attention, called on the UNESCO committee to partner with the state in promoting Enugu's heritage assets. He said his administration envisions attracting 3 million visitors to Enugu in the near future.
Enugu, its naturally lends itself to geotourism. We're trying to, of course, make those locations attractive by building access roads and making sure that we also provide utilities there. Because when we triangle out what essentially makes us want to visit these other locations out there, because of the ease, we have places where we'd love to come, but I think it's identifying them and giving them the recognition that they deserve. So this for me is really a remarkable visit, and I think that it's something we want to take and run with. We'd like to work collaboratively with you and your team.
The partnership is expected to position Enugu State as a major hub for geotourism in Nigeria and unlock new economic opportunities while preserving its historic and geological legacy. From Government House, Enugu, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, has assured the Enugu State government of continuous partnership to promote sustainable peace, security, and development in the state and across Nigeria. Air Marshal Aneke, who paid a courtesy visit to Governor Peter Mba at the Government House in ENUGU, emphasized that effective collaboration between security agencies and subnational governments remains critical to achieving lasting peace and stability. He commended the pace of transformation under Governor Peter Mba's administration, describing the governor as a new sheriff in town.
I am glad to be here with my delegation, sir. And part of the reason why we are here is because of the transformational, visionary, and strategic leadership you have given to this state. Even from the air, what I'm seeing is not what I saw last time I came home. I was asking myself if I was entering London, because from the air, even from the air, it's clear that there is a new sheriff in town. And I am so proud, sir, to have somebody like you as the governor of my state. It's an honor to be in your presence, and I'm here to work with you to achieve the purpose of government. Sir, you have done a lot. ENUGU is one of our oldest bases, strategically located in the southeast, plays a very critical role in terms of security, economics, and politics. We have a lot of structures here. We have a lot of capabilities, and your government and the good people of Enugu State has been a good host to us. And usually, it's our culture and tradition in the military that when we come into a new place, we must pay homage to the owners of the land to appreciate them for giving us the space to do our job. ENUGU and Nigerian Air Force has shared a great partnership and collaboration in the way government is run. And we want to thank you for all the necessary assistance you have given us.
Governor Peter Mbah described Air Marshal Aneke as a worthy son of ENUGU State who has distinguished himself in national service. The governor commended the Air Chief for his swift responses to security challenges and his hands-on leadership style, recalling instances where his interventions helped restore calm in the state.
You are a true ambassador of the state, and we are very, very proud of you. We know that what has brought you to ENUGU is your tour of duty. So this is not the reception that we have proposed. We're still expecting that that will happen in due course. And so we welcome you, and we're glad that you're able to find time to pay us this visit. We're now going to be eagerly looking forward to a day that would formally accord you a civic reception as a true son of this state who continues to make us proud. I recall just calling you on the phone when we had some tension at some part of the state, how you swiftly, swung into action, and you were asking me by the next day, are they still there? And so that really underscores the passion you bring to this job.
Governor Peter Mbah announced plans to organize a civic reception in honor of Air Marshal Aneke in recognition of his service and contributions to national peace and stability. President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investment Company to pool resources for the funding of projects by the Southeast Development Commission. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, disclosed this in ENUGU while declaring open a 4-day summit organized by the Southeast Development Commission at the International Conference Center, ENUGU. Correspondent Christopher Lele has the report.
It has been a gathering of top government functionaries, development partners, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, the diaspora community, organized private sector, women and youth groups, and indeed all segments of the Nigerian society. They all gathered at the International Conference Center for the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum with the theme Charting a Shared Path to Sustainable Prosperity for the Southeast. The gathering focused on developing a long-term evidence-based roadmap aimed at transforming the socio-economic landscape of the 5 Southeast states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, by the year 2050. Declaring the summit open, the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, commended the governors of the 5 Southeast states for what he described as the development strides in their states, saying the region has never had it so good. Shettima announced that the president has approved the establishment of Southeast Investment Company to enable the Southeast Development Commission pool resources for the development of the region. He said the Southeast region matters so much to the present administration as a central pillar of the nation's economic growth and urged the Commission to think beyond quick fixes and focus on a future based on inclusive and comprehensive growth. The Minister for Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, told the SEDC not to see itself as another layer of government that should compete with state governments. Momo charged the Commission to reset the development of the Southeast through a coordinated vision for development. The representative of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in Nigeria, Elsie Atafoa, noted that the Southeast hosts one of the most powerful incubation models that has nurtured and grown enterprises. She observed that Nigeria represents a test case of making regional development to drive national growth, and urged the SADC to evolve credible long-term plans that would outlive political circles and translate objectives to practical transformation.
As a pillar of national development, through the federal government's establishment of a dedicated Ministry of Regional Development and strengthening regional development commissions, including the Southeast Development Commission, and their explicit linkage to national economic coordination.
Speaking on behalf of the diaspora community, the chairperson of Umuigbo Unite, Ijeoma Okoli, said Nigerians in the diaspora have enough financial capacity that could help drive development in the region. She advised the Commission to collaborate effectively with various institutions and organizations to drive its agenda for the overall good of the region. The consensus here is that there is the urgent need to upgrade infrastructure, drive industrial growth, deepen human capital development, and attract sustainable investment to the region, as well as promote regional integration and a shared path toward lasting prosperity of the Southeast. In ENUGU, Christopher Lely, Signature TV News.
River State Governor Similai Fubara has assured of his commitment to fulfilling the social contract with the people of the state, despite ongoing political challenges. Fubara stated this while inspecting the rehabilitation of internal roads in the Old Port Harcourt Township, as well as the proposed site for the construction of a modern market at the Creek Road Market. He said his administration remains focused on governance, stressing that the trust reposed in him by the people must be repaid with purposeful and confidence-driven leadership. Governor Fubara explained that the road rehabilitation and the construction of a new Creek Road Market are aimed at restoring the glory of the old Port Harcourt Township by eliminating street trading and improving traffic flow.
We just came to the second site of one of our projects. You are aware that sometime, I think last year, I visited this place, and I did promise that because we want to bring back the beauty in town to its old nature, that the issue of people trading along the Creek Road and also inside most of the major streets in town, that there will be need for us to fix the market. So I went to check the ongoing projects that has to do with the road. And after that, I'm here to see for myself what is going on in the market. From what you can see, the contractor has already mobilized to site, and I believe that in the next 1 week, the project will commence. What are we trying to do? You can see the difficulty in driving through the Creek Road and what is happening there, because we don't have good settlement for marketers. So if we fix this market, those people trading along the street will vacate the street and they will be inside the market. And when they're inside the market, the road can also be fixed properly. And the beauty of the town will start reflecting. That's just what we're here. I've promised our people, no matter the situation that we're into, we will not lose focus in governance, because our people have given us this trust. The little we owe them is to give them confidence in leadership and ensuring that governance continued strongly. Thank you.
The Borno State government has inaugurated 6 newly appointed High Court judges in a move aimed at strengthening the administration of justice across the state. The swearing-in ceremony took place on Thursday at the Government House in Maiduguri and was presided over by the acting governor, Umar Usman Kadafo. Speaking at the event, Kadafo said the new appointments are expected to enhance efficiency and boost public confidence in the judiciary. He explained that the state is already implementing wide-ranging reforms to modernize judicial operations, including electronic filing, digital case management, and improved access to online legal resources to address delays in the justice system. The acting governor charged the judges to maintain the highest standards of integrity, impartiality, and professionalism, assuring them of the government's continued support for ongoing judicial reforms. Also speaking, the Chief Judge of Borno State, Justice Kashim Zana, congratulated the judges, describing their elevation as a call to increase responsibility. He emphasized the need for the judiciary to remain independent and deliver justice without fear or favor, while also urging the judges to fully adopt digital innovations as tools for improving efficiency and access to justice. The ceremony was attended by top government officials, senior judicial officers, and members of the legal profession. Up ahead, Conference of Nigeria Political Parties urges National Assembly to adopt Reps Electoral Act Amendment. Police recover stolen truck in ENUGU. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Conference of Nigeria Political Parties has urged the National Assembly's Conference Committee to adopt the House of Representatives version of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, saying it is vital for credible elections. In a statement on Friday, the CNPP said the House proposal, which makes real-time electronic transmission of results mandatory, would improve transparency and reduce electoral malpractice. The group explained that the bill compels presiding officers to upload results directly to INEC's portal after collation, removing discretion in results transmission. It criticized the Senate for retaining provisions that allow INEC to decide how results are transmitted, describing the move as anti-democratic and capable of undermining public trust. The CNPP recalled the 2023 general elections and related court cases as evidence that discretionary transmission fuels controversy and litigation. While acknowledging challenges such as poor network coverage, the group insisted that accountability must come first, urging lawmakers to mandate electronic transmission, remove discretionary clauses, and impose penalties for non-compliance to strengthen Nigeria's electoral integrity. The Policy and Legal Advocacy Center has urged the Senate to respect public opinion and avoid disregarding citizens' views in the ongoing review of the Electoral Act. The call was made on Thursday as PLAC Executive Director Clement Wankwo, during an interview, said extensive consultations, including joint National Assembly committee sessions, public hearing, and zonal meetings, had already produced broad agreement on key reforms, such as real-time electronic transmission of election results. He criticized the Senate for resorting to closed executive sessions on an issue of significant national importance, stressing that the Electoral Act belongs to the Nigerian people, not individuals. According to him, lawmakers were elected to serve the people and must remain transparent, accountable, and responsive to citizens' views, noting that elected officials are not superior to the electorate and must listen to those who entrusted them with public office. The Nigeria Customs Service Federal Operations Unit Zone A has confirmed the death of an officer, Assistant Superintendent of Customs, Mustapha Akiode, who was shot during an ambush by suspected smugglers in Ogun State. Customs authorities say Akiode was killed in the early hours of Tuesday while on official duty along the Ilara-Ijon border corridor in Imeko-Afo local government area, an area known for smuggling activities. Speaking during his first press briefing in Ikeja, the controller of FOU Zone A, Gambo Aliu, described the incident as a reminder of the risks faced by officers involved in border enforcement. Despite the loss, Aliu said the command has intensified intelligence-driven anti-smuggling operations, leading to the interception of 144 smuggling attempts and the seizure of prohibited goods, including foreign rice, vehicles, fuel, used clothing, vegetable oil, and hazardous waste. He also disclosed a major drug trafficking bust with over 1,400 kilograms of synthetic cannabis intercepted and handed over to the NDLEA for further investigation. 8 suspects were arrested in connection with the seizures, valued at over 3 billion naira, as Customs reaffirmed its commitment to securing Nigeria's borders despite the dangers faced by its personnel. The United States mission in Nigeria has condemned the brutal killing of more than 200 civilians following recent attacks on communities in Kwara State. According to reports, terrorists carried out coordinated assaults in Woro and Nuku communities in Kayama local government area on Tuesday night, targeting residents without warning. Eyewitness accounts say the attackers stormed the villages, fired indiscriminately at locals, and set several homes ablaze. By Thursday night, the death toll from the attacks had reportedly risen to about 200. In response, the U.S. Mission Nigeria described the incident as a horrific act of violence and extended condolences to the families affected, noting that many victims are still unaccounted for. The mission also acknowledged President Bola Tinubu's directive for the deployment of security forces to safeguard affected communities, as well as his order for federal and state authorities to provide relief to victims and ensure those responsible are brought to justice. Up next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, will issue an implementation roadmap for open banking within 3 months to address technical gaps delaying adoption, according to its FinTech report 2025. The plan includes rolling out standards, governance structures, and consumer awareness initiatives. The roadmap forms part of wider reforms, including regulatory sandbox upgrades, data portability rules, and regional regulatory passporting. The CBN also plans to introduce digital banking licenses and strengthen AI-based fraud detection as demand for open banking infrastructure grows among fintech firms. Nigeria's net foreign exchange inflow fell by 18.3% year-on-year to $48.1 billion in 9 months to September 2025, from $58.8 billion in 2024, driven by weaker inflows. Total inflows declined 15% to $83.71 billion, while outflows fell 12.2% to $35.65 billion. CBN inflows dropped sharply by 30% to $28.72 billion, while autonomous inflow fell 6.8% to $54.99 billion. Net flows through the CBN plunged 62% to $3.04 billion, while autonomous net inflows declined 11.5% to $45.02 billion. Diaspora remittance also weakened, with international money transfer operators' inflows down 15.7% to $3.22 billion. The Central Bank of Nigeria reports that Nigeria's Purchasing Managers Index (PMI) rose to 55.7 points in January 2026, indicating expansion in economic activity for the 14th consecutive month. Out of 36 subsectors surveyed, 31 recorded growth. The industrial sector expanded at 56.0 points, with 14 of 17 subsectors growing. The services sector posted 54.5 points, marking its 12th straight month of expansion, while agriculture recorded 54.2 points, extending growth to 18 consecutive months. The report also showed moderation in input and output prices, with sharper declines in output prices across the composite, services, and agriculture sectors. This is business news in global news. Chimizi Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come. Hong Kong to sentence media mogul Jimmy Lai on national security conviction. New Zealand Deputy PM heckled Day after saying colonization good for Maori. More details on our foreign news.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Authorities in Norway are investigating former Prime Minister Thorbjørn Jagland on suspicion of corruption following revelations about his ties to the late financier and sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The probe comes after documents released by the United States Department of Justice last week revealed years of communication between Jagland, who served as Norway's prime minister from 1996 to 1997, and Epstein, including emails suggesting that he stayed at the disgraced financier's home. Økokrim, Norway's dedicated police unit for fighting white-collar crime, said on Thursday that it had determined there were reasonable grounds to investigate Jagland for aggravated corruption. The agency said it had also requested the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to revoke the immunity conferred on Jagland, who also served as the head of the Nobel Committee and Secretary General of the Council of Europe, as the former head of an international organization. The United States military has said it had killed 2 people in its latest attack on the vessel in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. U.S. Southern Command, which oversees U.S. military operations in Latin America, said on Thursday that 2 narco-terrorists were killed during this action. Southcom did not provide any evidence to support its claim that the vessel and the 2 victims were involved in drug trafficking. U.S. strikes on vessels in the Pacific and Caribbean, which have killed 126 people in at least 34 attacks since the first recorded incident in September 2025, according to the watchdog group Air Wars, have been widely denounced as illegal under international law. The latest killings will bring that death toll to at least 128. The Trump administration has defended the strikes by likening drug trafficking to an armed attack on the U.S. and designating numerous criminal groups involved in the drug trade as terrorist organizations. International legal scholars, rights workers, and regional leaders have dismissed the U.S. claims, warning that the strikes constitute extrajudicial killings and that no state of armed conflict exists to justify such operations. About 38 vessels have been attacked across 36 strikes carried out by U.S. forces. Hong Kong pro-democracy media tycoon Jimmy Lai will be sentenced following his conviction in the national security trial, according to the Chinese self-governing territory's judiciary. The judiciary said on Friday on its website that it's calling for the sentencing session on Monday morning. The 78-year-old founder of the now-defunct Apple Daily newspaper was found guilty in December of foiling collusions under the city's sweeping national security law, which Beijing imposed following huge and sometimes violent pro-democracy protests in 2019. He was also found guilty of 1 count of seditious publication and could face life in prison. Global leaders, including United States President Donald Trump and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, have called for Lai's release, while rights groups say his trial is a death knell for press freedom in Hong Kong. New Zealand's Deputy Prime Minister David Seymour has rejected criticism of his claims that colonization was positive for the country's indigenous Maori population. Dozens of people started booing and shouting when Seymour stood on Friday to offer a prayer during a dawn service at the Waitangi Treaty Grounds, where New Zealand's founding document was signed in 1840 by representatives of the British Crown and more than 500 Maori indigenous chiefs, setting out how the 2 sides would govern the country. Following Seymour's prayer on Friday, left-wing Labour Party leader Chris Hipkins was also loudly jeered by those in attendance. Seymour's government has been accused of seeking to wind down special rights given to the country's 900,000-strong Maori population who were dispossessed of their land during British colonization and remain far more likely to die early, live in poverty, or be imprisoned compared with the country's non-indigenous population. Controversial legislation that was tabled last year seeking to reinterpret the treaty's principles and roll back policies designed to address inequalities experienced by indigenous people led to protests and failed after 2 of the 3 governing parties did not vote for it. And that's it on the foreign scene.
Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
The Nigeria Football Association, NFF, has postponed its annual General Assembly, earlier scheduled to hold on February 14, 2026 in ENUGU, Bayelsa State. In a notice circulated to members of Congress, the Federation announced that the Assembly has now been rescheduled for March 26, 2026. Letters informing congressmen of the change have been dispatched accordingly. Confirming the development, NFF General Secretary Dr. Mohammed Sanusi said the decision was taken after consultations and due to unforeseen circumstances. The West African Football Union B, WAFUB, has announced a high-level seminar to under-17 coaches across the region. The 3-day program, scheduled to hold from February 8th to 10th in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, will bring together 14 coaches drawn from member federations, including Nigeria, Ghana, Niger, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Togo, and Benin. According to WAFUB, the seminar is designed to strengthen technical capacity and harmonize coaching standards at youth level across the zone. Participants will undergo intensive sessions on modern training methodologies, tactics and game intelligence, mental preparation, refereeing education, and pathways to CAF coaching licenses. The initiative is part of WAFUB's broader strategy to develop elite grassroots coaching structures and prepare the next generation of West African football talent through standardized education and high-performance training frameworks. Kun Khalifat FC has reversed their decision to withdraw from the Nigeria Premier Football League, NPFL, returning to the competition less than 24 hours after announcing their exit over what they described as unfair disciplinary measures. The Owerri-based club confirmed their reinstatement on Thursday following a meeting with the league management board, which they said resulted in a positive resolution of all outstanding issues. Kun Khalifat had earlier pulled out of the league in protest after being sanctioned for failing to honor a fixture against El Kanemi Warriors, a decision that sparked widespread debate among football stakeholders and supporters across the country. In a statement signed by the club's chief executive officer, Michael Amefula, Kun Khalifat expressed satisfaction with the outcome of discussions and confirmed that the club had been reinstated with immediate effect. With the matter resolved, Kun Khalifat will resume their league campaign and are scheduled to face Shooting Stars Sports Club of Ibadan on Sunday, February the 8th, at the Dan Anyam Stadium in Owerri. The club has urged supporters to turn out in large numbers for the fixture, describing it as a crucial match in their season. Kun Khalifat also thanked fans for their patience during the brief period of uncertainty and promised an exciting continuation of their MPFL campaign. St. Lucia's golden girl, Julienne Alfred, is set to make her competitive return this Saturday to begin her 2026 season. The reigning Olympic 100-meter champion has been confirmed for the Whoopee Classic in Fayetteville, Arkansas on February 7th, which comes after she withdrew from the Myros Games on February 1st, sparking brief speculation about her fitness. In Fayetteville, it represents a strategic return to a familiar environment, the Randall Tyson Track Center, where Alfred dominated during her collegiate years with the University of Texas. Alfred's entry into the Whoopee Classic signals her readiness to compete and fine-tune her preparations ahead of the World Indoor Championships in March. The weight of expectations will sit lightly on their shoulders when the marauding India opened their T20 World Cup campaign against a spirited US on Saturday, hoping to become the first team to defend the coveted crown. World number 1, India, have only gone from strength to strength, despite losing two pillars in Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli from their title-winning campaign of 2024, racketing up an overall 9 series wins since, including a rampant run in the Asia Cup last year. India's run-up to this tournament has been compared to the Australia of 2007 OD World Cup, a different era and in a different format. But the notion gets fuel from the fact that there isn't a single base that they have not covered. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Late Nollywood actress Auntie Ajara laid to rest. Nollywood actor Timini opens up on love life. And British rapper Central C converts to Islam. Gwyneth Wokonta has details on the entertainment news.
The late Nollywood actress Ajara Lasisi, popularly known as Auntie Ajara, has been laid to rest. The actress was buried on Thursday amid tears and prayers from family members, colleagues, and residents of her community. Videos and photos from the burial ceremony, which surfaced online, showed mourners gathered around her grave as Islamic burial rites were observed. The burial was attended by close relatives and a few colleagues from the Nollywood industry who paid their last respects to the late actress. Auntie Ajara died after a prolonged battle with liver disease, a development that threw the Nigerian film industry into mourning. News of her death was earlier confirmed by her management team, who described her passing as the end of a long and courageous struggle with illness. In the days leading to her death, appeals had been made by colleagues and supporters for financial assistance to support her medical treatment, drawing widespread attention and support from Nigerians at home and abroad. Following her death, her management announced that donations were no longer required and urged the public to stop sending money to the previously shared account details. Tributes have continued to pour in on social media, with fans and colleagues remembering Auntie Ajara for her simplicity, resilience, and dedication to indigenous film production. Nollywood actor Timini Ebuson has opened up about his love life and past relationship experiences, reflecting on how his views have evolved over the years. Speaking in an interview with Jay on Air, the 38-year-old actor admitted that he once believed financial stability was the most important factor in relationships. However, he noted that his perspective has shifted with time and maturity. While Timini still considers money an important element in romantic relationships, he emphasized that it should not be the sole contribution a person brings to the table. According to him, true connection goes beyond wealth and must include personality, character, and core values. British rapper O'Clennell Caesar Sue, popularly known as Central C, has revealed that he has converted to Islam. The rapper disclosed this during a recent live stream. He revealed that he had changed his name and taken his Shahada, officially becoming a Muslim, as his friends congratulated him. Before his latest revelation, Central C didn't explicitly declare a formal religion. Central C was born on 4th June 1998 in London to an English mother and father of Guyanese and Chinese ancestry. His parents separated when he was 7. He grew up with his mother and 2 younger brothers in Shepherd's Bush. Central C began his music career with an appearance on a new deleted episode of Fire in the Street series in 2014. His first song appearance was on the Iron on Nothing remix alongside Jay Hughes and more in January 2015. He released his breakout single Day in the Life on 14 June 2020. Since his debut, Central C has earned the status of the superstar in the UK drill music scene. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And of course, I'm your baby girl, Queenette Smokonta. I tend to tell you every single thing that is, of course, happening in the entertainment industry. And of course, today is Thursday, but I wouldn't be doing fashion review. We will be looking at Playlist Pal. And yes, we have an interview which we will be reviewing to you. But first of all, let's talk about what's trending. Famous Nigerian actress Omotola Jalade has addressed the alleged feud with her colleague Genevieve Nnaji. It is widely believed that the movie stars were not in good terms. However, addressing the popular assertion during a recent interview, Omotola, who clarified that they were never fighting, noted that people don't need to be best friends. Omotola accused fans of pitching them against each other, explaining that the fans started the quarrel before they even realized it, and that they only had to catch up with what was already being framed as a fight, insisting that there was never any real quarrel in the first place. And you know, this has been going on and on and on. In fact, most of our celebrities already know that these fans, we netizens, we comment section people, we are the pioneers for this fight, banter, and quarrel between most of the stars, right? The quarrel between this Big Tree fan, this Wizkid fan, this Davido fan, this Burna Boy fan is all done by we netizens. Most times they are not even fighting. Most times they are just chill, right? Now, she clearly stated that there was no quarrel. They don't even know. It's more like people tend to work together, and as fast as how life moves, they just move on. Like, everyone is facing his or her front, doing what is facing them. You're focused on either making money or doing one thing or the other. It's not like, oh, I'm beefing you or some sort. Maybe they just lost track of each other, not like there was a quarrel, right? Okay, Nollywood actor Bolanle Ninalowo has been appointed as the Atlanta United States coordinator for a President Bola Tinubu support group known as Relax, Tinubu is Fixing Nigeria, RTIFN. Ninalowo made this known in a post shared on his Instagram page announcing his appointment. The actor shared a RTIFN poster that has his picture and the All Progressive Congress APC logo. Ninalowo accepted the appointment and captioned the poster to express that he was honored to serve as the coordinator for Atlanta, USA under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The RTIFN is an advocacy group founded by Sheyi Tinubu to promote President Tinubu's administration. The actor made the announcement hours after Sheyi presented an appointment letter to celebrity businessman Obi Kubana as the Southeast coordinator for City Boy Movement, a campaign group for Tinubu's re-election in 2027. And I just wonder why. Maybe I think the government or President Tinubu is trying to work with the entertainment industry, right? Those that have something to do with entertainment, those that, you have something you're working with the entertainment group, because at first he had to work with Obi Kubana, made him City Boy. He just appointed him as City Boy Movement in the Southeast. And now he has appointed Ninalowo as Relax, Tinubu is working. Like, I don't know what's going on, but we tend to just see new things every single day. And we're wondering what exactly is happening. And people is now beginning to ask, does it mean that Nigeria is moving to a one-party system? Because things are moving as fast as possible. And I know these are in preparation for the 2027 coming election. So let's keep our fingers crossed and see what this whole appointment is going to do for the society and the nation at large. Now, American streamer and YouTube star Kai Cenat has described Nigeria as a destination worth promoting globally, saying he would return to the United States and encourage people to visit the country following his current trip to Lagos. Speaking during his visit to the state on Wednesday, Senate reflected on his return to Nigeria, noting that the experience has been deeply meaningful to him. The popular streamer also spoke about his ongoing effort to support children during his visit to the country, explaining that while the process has not always been straightforward, he remains committed to making a difference. Asked about his plan during the rest of his stay, Senate said he was focused on understanding Lagos better and connecting more closely with people. So at the end of the day, the truth is, Nigeria is worth it. We have all it takes for people in the diaspora to come to us, listen to us, work with us, learn our culture, and even see this place as a tourist site. But we don't know what exactly tends to happen most times, right? The last time Speed came, it's more like he not enjoying his stay in Nigeria, because most of our entertainers just tend to do what would make them get followership, and people see them, oh, I took pictures with Speed, oh, I made content with Speed, and all that. But thank God that Kai Senate at least could acknowledge that, okay, he likes this place, he would like to come back. In fact, he's planning on working or doing something with children or for children, or I don't know. But the truth is, people just tend to see things in a different way, and maybe unfortunately we just tend to display ourselves just like that for Speed, and it happened. Because people will be asking, so why was it different with Speed and different for Kai Senate? Now, Nollywood actress Angela Okorie has appeared in a video apologizing to fellow actress Mercy Johnson following her reported release from detention. In the video, which surfaced online, Angela Okorie expressed regrets over the controversy involving her and publicly asked Mercy Johnson for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, Mercy Johnson, please forgive me." That's what she said. The actress described the incident as a difficult and humbling experience, noting that it gave her time to reflect on her actions and the impact of her words. She also appealed to the public and her fans for understanding, stressing her desire to move forward peacefully. The video has since generated reactions across social media's platform, with mixed responses from fans and industry observers, while some praised her for taking responsibilities, others called for reconciliation and calm within the Nollywood industry. As of the time of this story, Mercy Johnson has not issued any public response to the apology, and that's the funny thing. All right, let's take a look at this.
Hi everybody, this is your one and only legit queen. I just want to say a very big thank you to all my fans around the world. I mean, I don't know what I might have done for you guys to show me this massive love. I'm not a perfect being. Yes, I am not. So this video is specifically for Mercy and her kids and her family. When you are getting older, a lot of things will be leaving you. While we were growing in the industry, some people will come and tell me that Mercy said, some people will tell me that tell Mercy that Angela said, and there have been issues, quarrels, chaos, loggerheads, and at this age, I don't think this is what I want. The only thing I want right now is money, business. If you have business, call me. I'm no more listening to those cheap gossips, I just want to apologize to you. If it's just my words, if it's the words I have written, anytime your name pops out on social media, I am deeply sorry. You are not a witch. You are not what people are calling you. This is just to say I am sorry. We don't know where our kids will meet each other tomorrow. They might be best of friends. These kids have been traveling far and wide. They can meet anywhere in the world and they can be best of friends. And we, as mothers, we cannot stop them from being friends. I do not love the fact that they call Mercy's kids witches, bully them in school and all that. If they do it to my child, I won't take it. So this is to say I am sorry, deeply sorry for everything. I love everybody. Like the Bible will say, make peace with all men. I am making peace with everybody. I don't know who I might have offended. Please, knowing or unknowingly, Biko, I am sorry. Please forgive Legit Queen. Legit Queen is not a troublesome person. I'm the most sweetest soul you can ever see or meet in your life. I am deeply sorry for everything I might have written or said against you. Mercy, this is a new beginning. You are my friend, and you are still my friend. I will never listen to whatever anybody is going to tell me about you again. If there is anything I hear, I will give you a call. Like when we spoke on the phone with Uju's phone, you apologized to me, said you're sorry, and I accepted you wholeheartedly. God in heaven knows that I don't have anything against you. I love you, and I pray that God blesses you and lifts you higher wherever you are. In Jesus' name, bye. Love you.
Is this? She had to make an apology video saying she's very sorry and Mercy Johnson should please forgive her. We know that she was arrested sometime last 2 weeks weekend and was taken to Abuja, but she was granted 5 million bail and, you know, adjourned the case till March, I think March 56, but around March. So this is she coming out ever since the whole buhaha, the whole drama, the whole everything that happened on social media and the entertainment industry, because we know Mercy Johnson made it clear that she's not gonna take any anybody coming to beg her for anybody coming to say please forgive this person and all that, all because you came out on social media to say things about me, wrong things actually. So she felt like we rather meet in court than I do that drama thingy with you on social media, because we know that throughout last year, people tend to judge cases online. I don't know when we turn to online judges and lawyers. So now she has decided to take things the right way. Whatever you say against me out here, we meet in court. So this is she apologizing, and Mercy Johnson is yet to say anything. We don't know how she's going to react because Angela Okori was just granted bail, right? I think maybe she's hoping and waiting till when they meet in court, because I feel like she wants you to explain to her why you would even say those things about her. It's not about you apologizing. It's about why would you even say that? And this is not just about her. It's about every single person using social media. You don't just come out there and say things about people that you're not even sure. You need to be coming out with facts, you know, to balance whatever you're saying about anybody. Now, Lagos State Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Wednesday hosted popular American streamer and internet personality Kai Cenat at the Lagos House in Marina. The visit was disclosed by the governor's senior special assistant on new media, Jibril A. Gawat, in a post shared on X. According to Gawat, Cenat, who is on his second visit to Lagos, paid a courtesy visit to the governor and discussed his experiences while staying in the States. Kai Cenat is one of the world's most followed streamers, renowned for his live content and platforms such as Twitch and YouTube, where he enjoys a massive global following, particularly among young audiences. Details of Cenat's itinerary and planned engagement during his stay were not disclosed by Lagos State government officials. The visit comes just weeks after fellow American streamer iShowSpeed toured Lagos, attracting large crowds and generating widespread attention on social media. Take a look.
How you doing? So proud of what you're doing. Thank you. You're doing strong, leaders for all of the students that looking forward to, the power of social media. It's great. The power is, I'm glad to be here. It's a big city, as well. It's a big city. Yeah, it is, but I also love coming here. Like, genuinely. From, like, when I landed, the love is crazy. It's the first country that, like, I felt a different type of love. Yeah. And I was like, this is crazy. Yeah. Well, come on.
Yeah.
Sweet picture.
The full one.
It's Babajide.
Babajide.
Sanwo-Olu.
Sanwo-Olu.
Yes.
Babajide.
Sanwo-Olu.
Sanwo-Olu. You have a nickname?
Governor.
Mr. Governor, okay. Mr. Governor, okay.
Last year, December 28th, 10,000 of them came out.
Wait, so
It's a festival.
Really?
It's a cultural festival. So everybody dresses up like this. They cover up their face, right? They have a big one somewhere there.
I see like a statue outside.
Yeah. So it's unique for only ladies. Right. So the caps are different houses. So the colors of the caps are different. So that's how you know which royal family, which royal house is popular. Yeah. So it's unique. It's only in Nigeria. It's only in Lagos can get that. So it's spices. So that's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Now I feel so appeased and happy that, oh, thank God, even if I should speedily enjoy his stay in Nigeria, Kai Cenat did. In fact, the fact that he said he would like to come back makes me more proud. All right, popular Nigerian small-size actress Aunty Ajara is dead. Doctor confirmed Aunty Ajara's death to her family earlier on Thursday, February 5th, 2026, after a brief battle with liver-related illness. Announcing the sad news in a viral video on social media, the late actress' elder brother, Radwan Laziz, appreciated the public for their financial support. Listen to what he said.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ gbogbo ojú tó ń wò mí. Orúkọ mi ni Ridwan Laziz tí mo jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n fún Ajara. Dókítà ti kọ̀nfàmù ní òru mọ́jú fún wa pé Ajara ti kú. Gbogbo ẹbí àwa ń fi àsìkò yìí dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín wípé ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ o. Látòrí pẹ̀sì gbogbo indọ́sírì ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ o. A jẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí sọ fún yín pé gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń sẹ́ndì owó kó má sẹ́ndì owó mọ́ torí ẹni tá à ń ti torí ẹ̀ sẹ́ndì owó ẹni náà ló ti padà lọ yìí. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ o. Àfẹ́kẹ́ sẹ́ndì owó mọ́ sínú àkáǹtì ẹ̀.
So yeah, it's a very, very sad one that Aunty Ajara is dead, and her brother was just saying thank you to each and every person that gave their support financially, emotionally, psychologically, physically to her time in the hospital. Well, that's all I have for you in the news segment. Go on a short break, and up next is Playlist Power. You don't want to miss out on this one, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. In case you missed, we were talking about all the trendings that happened in the entertainment industry. And right now it's Playlist Power. And today on Playlist Power, we are turned our spotlights on one of Nigeria's most celebrated music icons, Flavour. From timeless classic to chart-topping hits, we'll be taking a look at some of the songs that defined his career and captured hearts across Africa and beyond. So first on the list is Adada. Adada is one of Flavour's most iconic love songs, celebrated for its smooth high-life rhythm and heartfelt lyrics. The song tells the story of pure devoted love and the joy of finding a special someone. Ada symbolizes the beloved, with the melodic guitar riffs, lively percussions, and Flavour's signature soulful vocals. Adada has become a favorite at weddings and romantic celebrations across Nigeria and beyond. Its infectious beat and universal message of love have cemented it as a timeless high-life classic. And this one is even part of my favorite. In fact, they're going to be playing this particular song on my wedding day. All right, let's listen to it.
Have you seen my beautiful baby? Have you seen my tomato baby? Oh, ELA, baby, suffer the cool me temper. Ada, baby, na sugar, sugar. Yo. Everybody, they wait. Utakene no more. If I didn't maka, better soup na money kilamo. Adam wa pekem ya.
Adada putakene no bo. It's that day is actually, let's not fantasize, all right? Now, next is Most High. Most High is a soulful and uplifting track where Flavour blends his signature high-life sound with spiritual and inspirational themes. The song is a heartbeat tribute expressing gratitude and reverence, celebrating faith, blessing, and divine guidance. With its rich instrumentation, melodic rhythm, and Flavour's smooth vocals, Most High resonates with listeners seeking motivation, positivity, and a reminder of the higher power guiding their lives. The track has become a go-to anthem for reflection, worship, and feel-good vibes. Also one of my favorites, so listen to it.
Lord, you are the most. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most. Hallowed be thy name. Lord, you are the most. Hallowed be thy name.
You tell me, say me kind of that everything's gonna be okay. You are the father to the fatherless, the miracle walking God. You make the blind man to see. You made the crippled man to walk. You are the lily.
You know the fun fact? This particular music is 8 years old. How time flies. Anyways, next on the list is Adabeke. Do you know, at this point, I felt like Flavour has a thing with first daughters because I don't understand. So Adabeke is a vibrant celebration of beauty, admiration, and cultural pride, blending Flavour's signature high life with modern Afro-inspired rhythm. In the track, Flavour and Wagaji honored an extraordinary woman, praising her elegance, glow, confidence, and unique charm over upbeat guitars and lively percussion that feels both fresh and rooted in African musical heritage. With its joyful energy and catchy hook, Adabeke stands out as a feel-good anthem that bridges traditional sounds and contemporary flair. So this one is not a video, it's just a sound. So listen to it.
Evidence ya quale, 10 over 10 or minus nothing. Premium baby, $1 million pounds. They are not ready for what is coming. They don't know. Baby shakara, Adabeke, Adaneluguano. Baby girl, I'll suck it, Adabeke, I'll suck it.
I mean, if you're not dancing, you're doing the wrong thing. I know I'm not a DJ, but I mean, right? I told you, Flavour has a thing with first daughters, but nah, we are not eating ukwano. There's no flesh in ukwano. Okay, next is Pansa. Pansa is a vibrant feel-good anthem that blends Flavour's high life roots and modern Afro-pop sensibilities, featuring silky vocals from Kiss Daniel. Built on a lively groove with infectious hooks and rhythmic percussions, the song invites listeners to dance, celebrate, and embrace good times. Its playful lyrics and energetic beats capture themes of attraction, rhythm, and joy, making Pansa a perfect dance floor highlight and a standout track on the Afroculture project. So listen to it.
Time to dance, you get a dance, shake it up, my baby, you get a dance, you get a dance, you get a dance, Namely, baby, one mommy water, Namely, baby, one mommy water, I'll give you all, kill us all.
I oh my god, like I personally love this one. Maybe I love all the songs. Flavour just has something to, you know, and this blend with Kiss Daniel was so perfect. Let me raise up my comment first. And finally is The Eagle Has Landed. The Eagle Has Landed is a bold and celebratory anthem that captures Flavour's confidence, triumph, and cultural pride. Driven by lively high life rhythms, vibrant guitars, and energetic percussions, the song declares a powerful arrival, likening its subject to an eagle touching down and shutting down the city. With lyrics that honor strength, influence, and life of the party energy, the track blends traditional Nigerian high life with modern Afrobeat flair, making it a standout moment on culture and a feel-good anthem for fans of both dance floor grooves and cultural storytelling. So listen to it.
Everybody could hear the eagle has landed. Talk of the town, shut down the city, shut down everywhere. I don't promise. We ain't joking, eh? In it, under there. Then they give nation. Then they call him the Grand Commander. The Emperor is presidential.
You know, this particular song just gives you that pride, like, whatever he's saying, in fact, I am the drama, I'm the attention, I'm the aura, I'm the everything, I'm the pride, everything that he's saying, that is what I am. But yes, that's all I have for you on Playlist Pal. I'm so sorry if I'm not playing your favorites. Maybe next time I would. And up next is the conversation segment where we had an interview. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. In case you missed, we had interesting stories. Yeah. And right now, this is the conversation segment. And today on the show, we're joined by an inspired force redefining passion, purpose, and perseverance. She is a media professional and Guinness World Record contender, currently attempting the record for the most interviews conducted in 12 hours on Valentine's Day. Joining her is a key member of her support team, Alfred, who plays an important role behind the scenes of this historic journey. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Chiki and Alfred. Drums rolling. Alfred, you seem so tired. What's up?
We are preparing.
You're preparing, right?
That's all I can say. We are preparing.
Even allow the camera to see your
We
eyes.
are preparing. We are preparing.
And you, Dr. Chigi, how are you?
I'm good. You know me now. Taking it a day at a time. But
I think we have like 10 to 12 days, 19 days.
19, 18, 19 days, yeah. 19 days.
From today,
Give or
19
take. So it's here. Yeah, it's here.
Whether the devil like it or not, you're already bringing that Guinness World Record.
It is a done deal.
I mean, so Dr. Chigi,
Yeah.
what first sparked this bold Guinness record attempt, and why did you pick for Valentine's Day?
Baby girl, you want to kill me with too large.
Too
large questions.
Aside from the viewers, I want to know why you picked Valentine's Day to do your Guinness World Record.
Okay, so first of all, what inspired the Guinness World Records attempt? Okay, a couple of things inspired, and there are still other things as I progress towards the attempt. There are things that are inspiring me the more. So 3 basic things. Things I love most. Well, I may not say most, but the things I love, 3 of them are embodied in the Guinness World Record attempt. ENUGU State. I love the states. I was born in this state. I'm from ENUGU State. I was born in ENUGU State, raised in ENUGU State, got married in ENUGU State, had my kids in ENUGU State. I'm working in ENUGU State.
Wow.
Come on! Like I rep over to.
Yeah.
And the Guinness World Record gave me a platform where I can give back to my states. You know, without having to, well, I'm not a government official, right?
Yeah.
But it gave me a platform where I can give back to my states. I know it sounds foreign, because people are like, what can my state do for me? But sometimes it's about what can you do for your state, really? Because at the end of the day, it's a matter of contributions from A, B, and C that gives rise to growth of the whole. So yeah, my love for ENUGU State inspired me. Secondly, my love for healthcare profession. I am a healthcare professional. I'm a medical laboratory scientist, and I just love taking care of people. Somehow, people who are not winchins.
Emphasis.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me, but I love taking care of people. I love talking about healthcare, well-being. I love to talk about the fact that ENUGU, given what the government is doing, the current administration is doing, I want to talk about it to say, okay, we are working on 260 units of primary healthcare units in ENUGU State, in all local governments. I want an ENUGU where I can be able to start conversations around having a framework around first responders and first aid. We watch it all the time on American, movies where in 5, 3, 5, 8 minutes, the ambulance is already on its way and it saves life. I want an ENUGU where I can talk about medical tourism, where the market woman, the Mama Nkechi, I always use Mama Nkechi as an archetype. The Mama Nkechi in the market has access to medical insurance. I want the fintech to come into healthcare payments in to pay for healthcare. You can stay in your house and pay for healthcare wherever. I want to talk about telemedicine, where geriatrics, people who are too old to come out, can stay in the house and make a phone call, and the government and the doctor will say, "Oh, I'll schedule you in the next 1 hour or tomorrow or whenever," and they will have a consultation, and it settles that. So I want to talk about that, and it's also in the Guinness World Record attempt, because we are predominantly discussing healthcare and healthcare infrastructure. Thirdly, love for journalism, as you can tell. I love to talk.
She's an on your personality.
She can talk.
She's already talking.
She can talk.
She talk for a living, actually.
So, but I'm not talkative.
Really?
Okay. So, my love for journalism, right? My journey into journalism actually started 5 years ago. Okay, so let me give this background story. When I was younger, much younger, I was boisterous. Not in a bad way, but I always wanted to, if I make up my mind to do something, I don't know that thing that will stop me, except I say I don't want. So it got to that point in my life where I had this young man that I liked who wanted to marry me.
Aww.
But I was too young. I was too young. So my parents packaged me and sent me somewhere to cool off. But while I was there, I started developing love for talk show. I could watch opera, I could watch Gail King, then Nigeria Mo Abudu, and at the end of the day, I would jot down the end credits and say, okay, so there's a set designer, there's a director, there's a producer. But after a while, all those things fizzled out. But I guess it was tucked, in my brain somewhere. So fast forward 2019, just before COVID, I saw an advertisement where WABMA was advertising for presentation skills and things like that. And I was like, why not? So I went there. So to cut a long story short, once the training was done, they, onboarded me to do their fake news debunker, just like that. And from there, Signaturetv came calling. So my love for journalism is also encapsulated in the Guinness World Record attempt. And the twist is the fact that it is fast-paced, so it's going to test your ability to interview a large number of persons within a stipulated, time frame. So it's the challenge, it's the adrenaline rush. Those are my motivations. ENUGU State, healthcare, journalism.
Okay, so why Valentine's Day then?
Jeez.
Love.
Alfred. So is it? Yeah.
Alfred, why Valentine's Day?
Love.
And just before we stepped in, he was playing one love music like that.
Love. Love.
Okay, let's bring you in, Alfred, right? Yeah. Tell us how she has said a whole lot. Love for ENUGU State, journalism, healthcare, and all, and love, right? Yeah. So how is it like behind the scene, doing everything, the whole buhaha, the whole moving from one place to another, conversations, interviews, and all? How has it been since?
Well, I would say that it has been, I think the right word would be interesting and full of challenges and plans to make sure that we sort out those challenges. Because for something as big as this, you should expect that people should, come running, say, you people are doing Guinness World Record. Let's join, let's sponsor, let's bring money, let's do that, and all of that. And you're expecting things like that to happen, but you kind of start hearing things like, Guinness World Record, Onyoza Potago. And as discouraging as that can be, you try as much as possible. It's my job to try as much as possible that as many people that have said it, right, to me or to, we find that positive energy to give back. You understand? And also try as much as possible that she does not hear those kind of things. But yeah, people are saying it. But,
yeah, I do hear it, by the way.
People are saying it. And the plan is not to shut those people up. The plan is to kind of show them that it doesn't matter whether Onye Oza Potago, it matters the amount of support that you can give to Onye Potara Pota, Onye Nkegi. Yeah. We are not being tribalistic, but there is something about brother supporting brother, sister supporting. There's this tendency it gives to motivate, So yeah, it has been a bit interesting, challenging, and trying to. I think our biggest fight is against time, right? It's something that is time based, and that's one. Secondly, you can't make a mistake. not one, not a single mistake. So you need to have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. You need to have like 3 plans for whatever nonsense that is about to happen. So while planning for that, you also need a working team. And I think I can say that the Guinness World Record Dream Team they are doing an amazing job. Everybody is putting in their best. Everybody is putting in their efforts to ensure that we bring this to ENUGU State. Like she said, she's a very big fan of ENUGU State. I was born in ENUGU State, so I grew up in ENUGU State, apart from every other state I've been to. And if I can say anything about ENUGU State, right, I would say that ENUGU State is a state of low-key businessmen, low-key billionaires, low-key millionaires.
I they're still low-key.
They don't make noise.
Till date, they don't. The world, right? We're bringing them out.
Till date, they don't make noise.
They don't.
Like the Anambra State guys or Abia State guys.
I know you're speaking for yourself, but that's fine. All right, back to you.
But so sorry before you ask your question. I just want to balance things up.
Okay.
Yeah, we might not be getting as much, attention as we want to hear, but that's what comes with being the first. I'm not really the first person to attempt this, but prophetically speaking, I will be the first person to break this record and bring it home to ENUGU.
Yeah.
So people are skeptical. This is new. But what I can tell you is that once we bring this record home, there will be a plethora of people from ENUGU attempting this.
To try.
So I'm not saying that we've not had support. There have been people that have been wonderful. I mean, we've gotten to a reasonable stage because we had some sort of support.
Yeah.
Maybe not from the government yet, but there's been people, there have been people at the background supporting us and urging us on with networks. Let me put this out there. Signature TV has given us a lot of support that my money might not even be able to cover. So these are the people I'm talking about. That being said, why Valentine's Day?
I'm still very, very...
So why Valentine's Day? Okay, so first, two reasons. First is because we are discussing matters of state development. A lot of professionals will take the stand as interviewees, government officials, captains of industry, CEOs, GMDs, and we needed to put it on a weekend. So that's why it fell on a Saturday when obviously everybody would be not in the office.
Yeah.
But we had to put it on Valentine's Day because Valentine is significant of love, sharing, giving. Love is an action word. You can't say you love someone and there's nothing to show for it. So if I say I love ENUGU State,
I love you before, I love you now.
I can attest to it.
Yeah.
Right? So if you say you love ENUGU State, and I say I love ENUGU State, and I have Guinness World Record attempt, what better day to put it out there significantly, if not on Valentine's Day? So,
all right.
Come to ICC 14th February. Don't go anywhere else.
Don't go doing other things.
Don't go any other place.
Don't do those things.
Don't do something that Mama will not be happy.
Things.
All right, so we've emphasized on a whole lot of things and what you should be expecting. And yes, Valentine's Day is a very significant day. So aside, I know we have to beat time, 12 hours, and there are lots of people to interview, right?
Yeah.
Are there other things that people would say, oh, I had fun, aside from listening to talk?
Absolutely. Okay, but as a background to your question, we intended on having a Valentine's splash.
Intended.
Attached to this event, where the Guinness World Record attempt will be happening indoors and a Valentine's splash outdoors with an LED, a relaxing environment, music, jokes, dance, games, right? And people will just sit down, chill, kick back, and be watching the attempt. But almost by the time we enter field and came back, we had to tell ourselves the truth. Regardless, there are other things because we had to actually cancel the Valentine's splash for want of support. But there will be vendors still at the event. We have people coming in to give out unending supply of hot chocolate. We'll have a red carpet. We'll have games, right? So it's not just come and listen to interview. There are other things that you can do. You know, while you could step outside, do your red carpet, play your games. There's a game master that will be coming. So there are a lot of other activities attached. Maybe if I decide to go or pull a hill of Basi and I try to do a second attempt, then we can do a splash outside.
Okay. I actually love the whole vibe. Now, Alfred, there's this content that I saw you create because I think you had the brain behind it. So let's play that particular video. Anyways, while they're getting that ready, I saw the whole chaos behind that particular
Beautiful
content.
chaos.
I saw the whole chaos. All right, I think it's ready. Let's have the video.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience. Our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work. Pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It's not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape. From the dream team, we can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV.
Yes.
News in your
Permit me to say you're the brain behind that particular content. Okay.
Not only him.
Okay, not only him.
Don't mind me.
I know I was part of it, right? I was here and I saw the whole chaos and how you were able to do that. Now, you made mention of all this. There's not going to be any mistake and just limited time. So what was the point of all those makeup while she was reading? Because when we watch TV, they don't do that in the background. They are not doing all those things happen before then. So why?
Okay, so first off, I want to say this. Behind every crazy idea, there is probably one person that is trying to pull it off. And when it comes to the actual pulling off, there are a lot of people that come together to make it happen. So while I might have been the guy that tried to put in the chaos, right? There were people that were there to make sure the chaos was chaosing. Now, from the storytelling, one thing you would know a Nigerian for is that spirit of resilience, especially the Igbo man, the spirit of Kwechiri, right? You see it in how he puts in his efforts to work hard in the things that he does in his everyday life too. Generally speaking, as a Nigerian, specifically speaking as an Igbo, right? It's like we have it in our nature to work times 10 hard, right? And so the goal was to kind of showcase the beauty of each person's work, to remind people that regardless of the niche or wherever you find yourself, we are all in this together. We are all trying to pull out something unique. We are all trying to make good of ourselves, and we are doing it with one love, one spirit. If you watched in the video, it was not just allocated, or the story was not just told to a particular tribe. There were Hausa people inside, if there were Igbo people inside. So the goal is to try to tell a story that unifies everyone, at the same time show what it takes to get there. So you would see the scene of the studio, like you say, before the TV. There are things that happen before the TV, and it's chaotic, to be very honest, especially when it goes, hey, is the script ready? Have you sent it? What of the teleprompter? Is it on? We need people to know that she coming out to do that interview means that a whole lot of work has gone in behind the scenes. You understand? So it means that years of experience, years of practice, and all of those things. While here, there's an amazing team that is helping her pull that off. Also to show the amazing team that is helping her pull that off at the same time. So that's why you have the makeup artists, you have the camera guys, you have the gaffers, you have everybody. Let's see, even to the daddy that dropped cup. You understand? Every single detail was important. And then you will go on to see the hospital scene. She is a healthcare practitioner. It would not make sense for a healthcare practitioner that is doing interview not to show the healthcare. So we have to talk to a hospital and see how we can, get things going. And there were strategic scenes in that hospital scene that was important because we need to show life. So we need to show that while she's doing what she's doing, there is this life that particular scene has, especially when he raised his fingers and opened his eyes. The goal was to kind of show that what we are building something that gives life. We're not building something that, we're not trying to do something that just to break a record or win something. It's like she said, it's not just about that, it's about the state, it's about the people. You understand? So let's motivate people and tell people that no matter where you find yourself, you can make this happen. You can, whatever niche of field you find yourself, you can succeed. And then you would see another scene of someone, the fashion designer. I purposely didn't want him to wear shirts. I wanted them to see the struggle. That's kind. Even to because I don't know. There's this thing that I have in my mind about the apprenticeship of the Igbo man or the Igbo tribe, right? And it's that ability to know, or is that knowledge that you're going to spend a certain amount of time to learn this craft, and after this craft, even if you're settled or not settled, you know that this is now your own craft. But people forget that that's duration of time. It's not easy to serve somebody. It's not. So we need to show the hard work it takes to pull out that particular thing in the tailoring stuff. And there's also another aspect that it feels like they are being marginalized, or they are not being paid well, or they are not being looked at as a field or a field that is, will I say, marketable or something. I don't know the right word to use for it, and that is content creation. People see content creation as less, especially if you're using an iPhone or if you're using an Android to push your content, and then people are like, it's not iPhone videographer, iPhone photographer. We are all out here to make something out of ourselves. So yeah, wanted to show that content creator, wanted to give them hope, wanted to say that regardless of what any other person is saying about your creation or whatever, you can still stand out, you can still make things happen with your content. We also wanted to show that struggling music producer that has not started, that has dropped out from school, that is trying to, for example, there's something that happened recently at, I think, one of the first in ENUGU here, where I think it was Popo Boy that came out to sing, and they were chanting in Igbo, something like Gawazia or Powazia. You know when like thousands of people are, you're trying to push yourself, and thousands of people are telling you to go back inside, because they want that celebrity that has gone like Jerick to come out. You understand? And I felt a lot for him, for Popo Boy, and it's just me telling him that bro, keep on doing what you're doing. We wanted to create that thing to show that even upcoming artists, even in the Igbo race, even in the Yoruba race, even in the Hausa race, whoever is an upcoming artist, you still have a voice. Songs are not done. Songs have not finished. Solomon wrote, David wrote, till date, people are still writing. People that wrote wrote.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Alfred and Dr. Chigi. I love the whole spirit, I mean. You see this team guide is actually very good. Thank you. I don't know the brain maybe the wisdom of Solomon came upon you.
No, not David, please.
Okay, David. Thank you so much for having this conversation with me. I had a great time, it was very inspirational. Honestly,
thank you so
I am
much.
so proud. I love you.
I love you.
It's okay. All right, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow. Follow up all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to always tune in on channel 265 on SLTV. And do not forget, 14th of February being the Valentine's Day, a whole lot is going to be happening at the International Conference Center. A record is going to be broken. So make sure that you are there, right? Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person. This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ENUGU Airport resumes operations temporarily as aviation unions await further directives. Borno government swears in 6 new High Court judges. Norway police investigate former PM Jagland over Epstein ties. And US military kills 2 people in latest attack on vessel in the Pacific. Details in a moment.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv. The Akanwi Biam International Airport, ENUGU, witnessed a rowdy atmosphere in the early hours of Friday morning, resulting in a complete operational shutdown. The action brought airport activities to a standstill, raising fresh concerns about the stability of Nigeria's aviation sector and the unresolved controversy surrounding the federal government's airport concession plans. Several flight schedules were affected as travelers waited anxiously for information, updates, and possible alternatives. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who was at the airport earlier in the morning, spoke with the Signature Morning anchors while the shutdown lasted.
All right, thank you so much for calling back. So far, the airport is actively working. Everything has gone back to normal, although it's temporarily. And before I even say anything more, in short, I have the treasurer, ENUGU chapter, Signaturetv, to share more thoughts with us. Please, let's get to know you, your name and why we're here.
Okay, my name is Abandi Sunday, the treasurer, Signaturetv chapter, ENUGU.
Okay, so what is the update so far?
Well, the update so far is that after our total shutdown this morning, we were in communication with the national. But after kind of reaching down to agreement with them, because the issue is not just here. In as much as ENUGU is the one that is affected, but not just here alone. We are in agreement with our national, and after reaching out to them, they now ask us to temporarily open up the airport so that our passengers, which is here to us, can, take their flights, board their flights, and go to their destinations. But the struggle still continues because we are still hanging around based on the information we have got. We have every information we have got, so we are still working based on that information that we are still expecting some people to come. Maybe some of them are coming from from Abuja and Lagos. So we are here, we are still on ground, waiting. Then if there's any other thing, we'll communicate back to our national, and things will still proceed. But the temporary reopening of the airport is just a temporary reason, because one is that, we have given the government 21 days automation the last time they came, and we are still waiting for them. This one is just ENUGU being shut down. But we believe that the next that will happen is not just going to be ENUGU, it's going to be general. All over the airport is to be affected. I think that is for now.
All right, you've heard it from Sunday, the treasurer of the Signaturetv ENUGU chapter. we have the three leading aviation workers in ENUGU, the three chairmen available, to manage the situation. And so far on ground, everything seemed to come back to normal. Normalcy are taking over. Although recently, just a few hours ago, some of the passengers were stranded. Aviation workers were also stranded because they couldn't go back to their workplaces and do what they're supposed to do, their responsibilities and duties. But that has been the situation so far. Currently, normalcy has returned. Meanwhile, the concessionaire that we're supposed to hand over today that brought about this shutdown of the terminal are not in sight. They've not been seen from the start till now. So, but they're still, the unions, just like I mentioned, they're still very much on ground to follow up the situation and see what's happening. Hopefully we'll get more updates as the stories unveils. My name is Christopher Lely, Signaturetv News.
Thank you so much. Enugu State government is entering into a strategic partnership with the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, towards giving recognition to the state's rich geoheritage assets. This follows a visit to the state by officials of the UNESCO International Geoscience and Geoparks Program. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The chairman of UNESCO, Dr. Aminu Abudullah Ishaku, who led the delegation on a courtesy call to Governor Peter Mba, said the delegation is in the state to explore partnership opportunities aimed at geoheritage conservation and geotourism development. Dr. Ishaku explained that the committee inaugurated in 2024 has been working to harness geoheritage resources across the United Nations member states. He described the visit to Enugu as historic, marking the first partnership meeting between the committee and any subnational governments. He noted that Enugu possesses geology of international significance, with the potential to boost geotourism and expand the state's cultural and economic profile beyond traditional tourism.
Enugu is our first state to visit to develop partnership with subnational governments in Nigeria on behalf of UNESCO in the area of geoparks development. And as you know, Enugu is a coal city. There is a lot of heritage around the coal legacy in Enugu State that is yet to be fully harnessed for geoconservation, for post-mining land restorations, and also for even community ownership of that legacy. And there are also issues that are there associated with that legacy as well, that included environmental issues and all that. But most importantly is the geoparks development. There are lots of sites in Enugu State that, when fully harnessed, can provide a lot of opportunities in the geotourism sector that is now evolving in Nigeria. It comes with job creation, youth empowerment, women, empowerment, and revenue generation as well, because we will open up the state when eventually our committee working together with the state government and communities that are living in those areas. By the time this is fully developed, we are hopeful that they will meet the UNESCO standards.
Responding, Governor Peter Mba expressed appreciation to UNESCO, describing the visit as timely, saying the state government is currently revitalizing historical and culturally significant tourist sites. Governor Mba, who listed several historic locations across the state that deserve global attention, called on the UNESCO committee to partner with the state in promoting Enugu's heritage assets. He said his administration envisions attracting 3 million visitors to Enugu in the near future.
Enugu, its natural lends itself to geotourism. We're trying to, of course, make those locations attractive by building access roads and making sure that we also provide utilities there. Because when we travel at what essentially makes us want to visit these other locations out there, because of the ease, we have places where people would love to come, but I think it's identifying them and giving them the recognition that they deserve. So this for me is really a remarkable visit, and I think that it's something we want to take and run with. We'd like to work collaboratively with you and the team.
The partnership is expected to position Enugu State as a major hub for geotourism in Nigeria and unlock new economic opportunities while preserving its historic and geological legacy. From Government House, Enugu, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, has assured the Enugu State government of continuous partnership to promote sustainable peace, security, and development in the state and across Nigeria. Air Marshal Aneke, who paid a courtesy visit to Governor Peter Mba at the Government House in ENUGU, emphasized that effective collaboration between security agencies and subnational governments remains critical to achieving lasting peace and stability. He commended the pace of transformation under Governor Peter Mba's administration, describing the governor as a new sheriff in town.
I am glad to be here with my delegation, sir. And part of the reason why we are here is because of the transformational, visionary, and strategic leadership you have given to this state. Even from the air, what I'm seeing is not what I saw last time I came home. I was asking myself who I was entering London, because from the air, even from the air, it's clear that there is a new sheriff in town. And I am so proud, sir, to have somebody like you as the governor of my state. It's an honor to be in your presence, and I'm here to work with you to achieve the purpose of government. Sir, you have done a lot. ENUGU is one of our oldest bases, strategically located in the southeast, plays a very critical role in terms of security, economics, and politics. We have a lot of structures here. We have a lot of capabilities, and your government and the good people of Enugu State has been a good host to us. And usually, it's our culture and tradition in the military that when we come into a new place, we must pay homage to the owners of the land to appreciate them for giving us the space to do our job. Enugu and Nigerian Air Force has shared a great partnership and collaboration in the way government is run. And we want to thank you for all the necessary assistance you have given us.
Governor Peter Mba described Air Marshal Aneke as a worthy son of ENUGU State who has distinguished himself in national service. The governor commended the Air Chief for his swift responses to security challenges and his hands-on leadership style, recalling instances where his interventions helped restore calm in the state.
You are a true ambassador of the state, and we are very, very proud of you. We know that what has brought you to ENUGU is your tour of duty. So this is not the reception that we have proposed. We're still expecting that that will happen in due course. And so we welcome you, and we're glad that you're able to find time to pay us this visit. We're now going to be eagerly looking forward to a day that would formally accord you a civic reception as a true son of this state who continues to make us proud. I recall just calling you on the phone when we had some tension at some part of the state, how you swiftly, swung into action, and you were asking me by the next day, are they still there? And so that really underscores the passion you bring to this job.
Governor Peter Mba announced plans to organize a civic reception in honor of Air Marshal Aneke in recognition of his service and contributions to national peace and stability. President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investment Company to pool resources for the funding of projects by the Southeast Development Commission. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, disclosed this in ENUGU while declaring open a 4-day summit organized by the Southeast Development Commission at the International Conference Center, ENUGU. Correspondent Christopher Lele has the report.
It has been a gathering of top government functionaries, development partners, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, the diaspora community, organized private sector, women and youth groups, and indeed all segments of the Nigerian society. They all gathered at the International Conference Center for the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum, with the theme, Charting a Shared Path to Sustainable Prosperity for the Southeast. The gathering focused on developing a long-term evidence-based roadmap aimed at transforming the socio-economic landscape of the 5 Southeast states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, by the year 2050. Declaring the summit open, the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, commended the governors of the 5 Southeast states for what he described as the development strides in their states, saying the region has never had it so good. Shettima announced that the president has approved the establishment of Southeast Investment Company to enable the Southeast Development Commission pool resources for the development of the region. He said the Southeast region matters so much to the present administration as a central pillar of the nation's economic growth and urged the Commission to think beyond quick fixes and focus on a future based on inclusive and comprehensive growth. The Minister for Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, told the SEDC not to see itself as another layer of government that should compete with state governments. Momo charged the Commission to reset the development of the Southeast through a coordinated vision for development. The representative of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in Nigeria, Elsie Atafua, noted that the Southeast hosts one of the most powerful incubation models that has nurtured and grown enterprises. She observed that Nigeria represents a test case of making regional development to drive national growth and urged the SADC to evolve credible long-term plans that would outlive political circles and translate objectives to practical transformation.
As a pillar of national development, through the federal government's establishment of a dedicated Ministry of Regional Development and strengthening regional development commissions, including the Southeast Development Commission, and their explicit linkage to national economic coordination.
Speaking on behalf of the diaspora community, the chairperson of ENUGU Unite, Ijeoma Okoli, said Nigerians in the diaspora have enough financial capacity that could help drive development in the region. She advised the Commission to collaborate effectively with various institutions and organizations to drive its agenda for the overall good of the region. The consensus here is that there is the urgent need to upgrade infrastructure, drive industrial growth, deepen human capital development, and attract sustainable investment to the region, as well as promote regional integration and a shared path toward lasting prosperity of the Southeast. In Enugu, Christopher Lely, Signature TV News.
River State Governor Similai Fubara has assured of his commitment to fulfilling the social contract with the people of the state, despite ongoing political challenges. Fubara stated this while inspecting the rehabilitation of internal roads in the Old Port Harcourt Township, as well as the proposed site for the construction of a modern market at the Creek Road Market. He said his administration remains focused on governance, stressing that the trust reposed in him by the people must be repaid with purposeful and confidence-driven leadership. Governor Fubara explained that the road rehabilitation and the construction of a new Creek Road Market are aimed at restoring the glory of the old Port Harcourt Township by eliminating street trading and improving traffic flow.
We just came to the second site of one of our projects. You are aware that sometime, I think last year, I visited this place, and I did promise that because we want to bring back the beauty in town to its old nature, that the issue of people trading along the Creek Road and also inside most of the major streets in town, that there will be need for us to fix the market. So I went to check the ongoing projects that has to do with the road. And after that, I'm here to see for myself what is going on in the market. From what you can see, the contractor has already mobilized to site, and I believe that in the next 1 week, the project will commence. What are we trying to do? You can see the difficulty in driving through the Creek Road and what is happening there, because we don't have good settlement for marketers. So if we fix this market, those people trading along the street will vacate the street and they will be inside the market. And when they're inside the market, the road can also be fixed properly. And the beauty of the town will start reflecting. That's just what we're here. I've promised our people, no matter the situation that we're into, we will not lose focus in governance, because our people have given us this trust. The little we owe them is to give them confidence in leadership and ensuring that governance continued strongly. Thank you.
The Borno State government has inaugurated 6 newly appointed High Court judges in a move aimed at strengthening the administration of justice across the state. The swearing-in ceremony took place on Thursday at the government house in Maiduguri and was presided over by the acting governor, Umar Usman Kadafo. Speaking at the event, Kadafo said the new appointments are expected to enhance efficiency and boost public confidence in the judiciary. He explained that the state is already implementing wide-ranging reforms to modernize judicial operations, including electronic filing, digital case management, and improved access to online legal resources to address delays in the justice system. The acting governor charged the judges to maintain the highest standards of integrity, impartiality, and professionalism, assuring them of the government's continued support for ongoing judicial reforms. Also speaking, the Chief Judge of Borno State, Justice Kashim Zana, congratulated the judges, describing their elevation as a call to increased responsibility. He emphasized the need for the judiciary to remain independent and deliver justice without fear or favor, while also urging the judges to fully adopt digital innovations as tools for improving efficiency and access to justice. The ceremony was attended by top government officials, senior judicial officers, and members of the legal profession. Up ahead, Conference of Nigeria Political Parties urges National Assembly to adopt Reps Electoral Act amendment. Police recover stolen truck in ENUGU. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Conference of Nigeria Political Parties has urged the National Assembly's Conference Committee to adopt the House of Representatives version of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, saying it is vital for credible elections. In a statement on Friday, the CNPP said the House proposal, which makes real-time electronic transmission of results mandatory, would improve transparency and reduce electoral malpractice. The group explained that the bill compels presiding officers to upload results directly to INEC's portal after collation, removing discretion in results transmission. It criticized the Senate for retaining provisions that allow INEC to decide how results are transmitted, describing the move as anti-democratic and capable of undermining public trust. The CNPP recalled the 2023 general elections and related court cases as evidence that discretionary transmission fuels controversy and litigation. While acknowledging challenges such as poor network coverage, the group insisted that accountability must come first, urging lawmakers to mandate electronic transmission, remove discretionary clauses, and impose penalties for non-compliance to strengthen Nigeria's electoral integrity. The Policy and Legal Advocacy Center has urged the Senate to respect public opinion and avoid disregarding citizens' views in the ongoing review of the Electoral Act. The call was made on Thursday as PLAC Executive Director Clement Wankwo, during an interview, said extensive consultations, including joint National Assembly committee sessions, public hearing, and zonal meetings, had already produced broad agreement on key reforms, such as real-time electronic transmission of election results. He criticized the Senate for resorting to closed executive sessions on an issue of significant national importance, stressing that the Electoral Act belongs to the Nigerian people, not individuals. According to him, lawmakers were elected to serve the people and must remain transparent, accountable, and responsive to citizens' views, noting that elected officials are not superior to the electorate and must listen to those who entrusted them with public office. The Nigeria Customs Service Federal Operations Unit Zone A has confirmed the death of an officer, Assistant Superintendent of Customs, Mustapha Akiode, who was shot during an ambush by suspected smugglers in Ogun State. Customs authorities say Akiode was killed in the early hours of Tuesday while on official duty along the Ilara-Ijon border corridor in Imekoafo local government area, an area known for smuggling activities. Speaking during his first press briefing in Ikeja, the controller of FOU Zone A, Gambo Aliu, described the incident as a reminder of the risks faced by officers involved in border enforcement. Despite the loss, Aliu said the command has intensified intelligence-driven anti-smuggling operations, leading to the interception of 144 smuggling attempts and the seizure of prohibited goods, including foreign rice, vehicles, fuel, used clothing, vegetable oil, and hazardous waste. He also disclosed a major drug trafficking bust with over 1,400 kilograms of synthetic cannabis intercepted and handed over to the NDLEA for further investigation. 8 suspects were arrested in connection with the seizures, valued at over 3 billion naira, as Customs reaffirmed its commitment to securing Nigeria's borders despite the dangers faced by its personnel. The United States mission in Nigeria has condemned the brutal killing of more than 200 civilians following recent attacks on communities in Kwara State. According to reports, terrorists carried out coordinated assaults in Woro and Nuku communities in Kayama local government area on Tuesday night, targeting residents without warning. Eyewitness accounts say the attackers stormed the villages, fired indiscriminately at locals, and set several homes ablaze. By Thursday night, the death toll from the attacks had reportedly risen to about 200. In response, the U.S. Mission Nigeria described the incident as a horrific act of violence and extended condolences to the families affected, noting that many victims are still unaccounted for. The mission also acknowledged President Bola Tinubu's directive for the deployment of security forces to safeguard affected communities, as well as his order for federal and state authorities to provide relief to victims and ensure those responsible are brought to justice. Up next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) will issue an implementation roadmap for open banking within 3 months to address technical gaps delaying adoption, according to its FinTech Report 2025. The plan includes rolling out standards, governance structures, and consumer awareness initiatives. The roadmap forms part of wider reforms, including regulatory sandbox upgrades, data portability rules, and regional regulatory passporting. The CBN also plans to introduce digital banking licenses and strengthen AI-based fraud detection as demand for open banking infrastructure grows among fintech firms. Nigeria's net foreign exchange inflow fell by 18.3% year-on-year to $48.1 billion in 9 months to September 2025, from $58.8 billion in 2024, driven by weaker inflows. Total inflows declined 15% to $83.71 billion, while outflows fell 12.2% to $35.65 billion. CBN inflows dropped sharply by 30% to $28.72 billion, while autonomous inflow fell 6.8% to $54.99 billion. Net flows through the CBN plunged 62% to $3.04 billion, while autonomous net inflows declined 11.5% to $45.02 billion. Diaspora remittance also weakened, with international money transfer operators' inflows down 15.7% to $3.22 billion. The Central Bank of Nigeria reports that Nigeria's Purchasing Managers Index (PMI) rose to 55.7 points in January 2026, indicating expansion in economic activity for the 14th consecutive month. Out of 36 subsectors surveyed, 31 recorded growth. The industrial sector expanded at 56.0 points, with 14 of 17 subsectors growing. The services sector posted 54.5 points, marking its 12th straight month of expansion, while agriculture recorded 54.2 points, extending growth to 18 consecutive months. The report also showed moderation in input and output prices, with sharper declines in output prices across the composite, services, and agriculture sectors. This is business news in Global News. Chimizi Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, Hong Kong to sentence media mogul Jimmy Lai on national security conviction. New Zealand Deputy PM heckled Day after saying colonization good for Maori. More details on our foreign news.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Authorities in Norway are investigating former Prime Minister Thorbjørn Jagland on suspicion of corruption following revelations about his ties to the late financier and sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The probe comes after documents released by the United States Department of Justice last week revealed years of communication between Jagland, who served as Norway's Prime Minister from 1996 to 1997, and Epstein, including emails suggesting that he stayed at the disgraced financier's home. Økokrim, Norway's dedicated police unit for fighting white-collar crime, said on Thursday that it had determined there were reasonable grounds to investigate Jagland for aggravated corruption. The agency said it had also requested the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to revoke the immunity conferred on Jagland, who also served as the head of the Nobel Committee and Secretary General of the Council of Europe, as the former head of an international organization. The United States military has said it had killed 2 people in its latest attack on the vessel in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. U.S. Southern Command, which oversees U.S. military operations in Latin America, said on Thursday that 2 narco-terrorists were killed during this action. Southcom did not provide any evidence to support its claim that the vessel and the 2 victims were involved in drug trafficking. U.S. strikes on vessels in the Pacific and Caribbean, which have killed 126 people in at least 34 attacks since the first recorded incident in September 2025, according to the watchdog group Air Wars, have been widely denounced as illegal under international law. The latest killings will bring that death toll to at least 128. The Trump administration has defended the strikes by likening drug trafficking to an armed attack on the U.S. and designating numerous criminal groups involved in the drug trade as terrorist organizations. International legal scholars, rights workers, and regional leaders have dismissed the U.S. claims, warning that the strikes constitute extrajudicial killings and that no state of armed conflict exists to justify such operations. About 38 vessels have been attacked across 36 strikes carried out by U.S. forces. Hong Kong pro-democracy media tycoon Jimmy Lai will be sentenced following his conviction in a national security trial, according to the Chinese self-governing territory's judiciary. The judiciary said on Friday on its website that it's calling for the sentencing session on Monday morning. The 78-year-old founder of the now-defunct Apple Daily newspaper was found guilty in December of foiling collusions under the city's sweeping national security law, which Beijing imposed following huge and sometimes violent pro-democracy protests in 2019. He was also found guilty of 1 count of seditious publication and could face life in prison. Global leaders, including United States President Donald Trump and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, have called for Lai's release, while rights groups say his trial is a death knell for press freedom in Hong Kong. New Zealand's Deputy Prime Minister David Seymour has rejected criticism of his claims that colonization was positive for the country's indigenous Maori population. Dozens of people started booing and shouting when Seymour stood on Friday to offer a prayer during a dawn service at the Waitangi Treaty Grounds, where New Zealand's founding document was signed in 1840 by representatives of the British Crown and more than 500 Maori indigenous chiefs, setting out how the 2 sides would govern the country. Following Seymour's prayer on Friday, left-wing Labour Party leader Chris Hipkins was also loudly jeered by those in attendance. Seymour's government has been accused of seeking to wind down special rights given to the country's 900,000-strong Maori population who were dispossessed of their land during British colonization and remain far more likely to die early, live in poverty, or be imprisoned compared with the country's non-indigenous population. Controversial legislation that was tabled last year seeking to reinterpret the treaty's principles and roll back policies designed to address inequalities experienced by indigenous people led to protests and failed after 2 of the 3 governing parties did not vote for it. And that's it on the foreign scene.
Next is sports news with Christopher Lele.
The Nigeria Football Association, NFF, has postponed its annual General Assembly, earlier scheduled to hold on February 14, 2026 in ENUGU, Bayelsa State. In a notice circulated to members of Congress, the Federation announced that the Assembly has now been rescheduled for March 26, 2026. Letters informing congressmen of the change have been dispatched accordingly. Confirming the development, NFF General Secretary Dr. Mohammed Sanusi said the decision was taken after consultations and due to unforeseen circumstances. The West African Football Union B, WAFUB, has announced a high-level seminar to under-17 coaches across the region. The 3-day program, scheduled to hold from February 8th to 10th in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, will bring together 14 coaches drawn from member federations, including Nigeria, Ghana, Niger, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Togo, and Benin. According to WAFB, the seminar is designed to strengthen technical capacity and harmonize coaching standards at youth level across the zone. Participants will undergo intensive sessions on modern training methodologies, tactics and game intelligence, mental preparation, refereeing education, and pathways to CAF coaching licenses. The initiative is part of WAFB's broader strategy to develop elite grassroots coaching structures and prepare the next generation of West African football talent through standardized education and high-performance training frameworks. Kun Khalifat FC has reversed their decision to withdraw from the Nigeria Premier Football League, NPFL, returning to the competition less than 24 hours after announcing their exit over what they described as unfair disciplinary measures. The Owerri-based club confirmed their reinstatement on Thursday following a meeting with the league management board, which they said resulted in a positive resolution of all outstanding issues. Kun Khalifat had earlier pulled out of the league in protest after being sanctioned for failing to honor a fixture against El Kanemi Warriors, a decision that sparked widespread debate among football stakeholders and supporters across the country. In a statement signed by the club's chief executive officer, Michael Amefula, Kun Khalifat expressed satisfaction with the outcome of discussions and confirmed that the club had been reinstated with immediate effect. With the matter resolved, Kun Khalifat will resume their league campaign and are scheduled to face Shooting Stars Sports Club of Ibadan on Sunday, February the 8th, at the Dan Anyam Stadium in Owerri. The club has urged supporters to turn out in large numbers for the fixture, describing it as a crucial match in their season. Kun Khalifat also thanked fans for their patience during the brief period of uncertainty and promised an exciting continuation of their MPFL campaign. St. Lucia's golden girl, Julienne Alfred, is set to make her competitive return this Saturday to begin her 2026 season. The reigning Olympic 100-meter champion has been confirmed for the Whoopee Classic in Fayetteville, Arkansas on February 7th, which comes after she withdrew from the Myros Games on February 1st, sparking brief speculation about her fitness. In Fayetteville, it represents a strategic return to a familiar environment, the Randall Tyson Track Center, where Alfred dominated during her collegiate years with the University of Texas. Alfred's entry into the Whoopee Classic signals her readiness to compete and fine-tune her preparations ahead of the World Indoor Championships in March. The weight of expectation will sit lightly on their shoulders when the marauding India opened their T20 World Cup campaign against a spirited US on Saturday, hoping to become the first team to defend the coveted crown. World number 1, India, have only gone from strength to strength, despite losing 2 pillars in Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli from their title-winning campaign of 2024, racketing up an overall 9 series wins since, including a rampant run in the Asia Cup last year. India's run-up to this tournament has been compared to the Australia of 2007 OD World Cup, a different era and in a different format. But the notion gets fuel from the fact that there isn't a single base that they have not covered. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Late Nollywood actress Auntie Ajara laid to rest. Nollywood actor Timini opens up on love life. And British rapper Central C converts to Islam. Gwyneth Wokonta has details on the entertainment news.
The late Nollywood actress Ajara Lasisi, popularly known as Auntie Ajara, has been laid to rest. The actress was buried on Thursday amid tears and prayers from family members, colleagues, and residents of her community. Videos and photos from the burial ceremony, which surfaced online, showed mourners gathered around her grave as Islamic burial rites were observed. The burial was attended by close relatives and a few colleagues from the Nollywood industry who paid their last respects to the late actress. Auntie Ajara died after a prolonged battle with liver disease, a development that threw the Nigerian film industry into mourning. News of her death was earlier confirmed by her management team, who described her passing as the end of a long and courageous struggle with illness. In the days leading to her death, appeals had been made by colleagues and supporters for financial assistance to support her medical treatment, drawing widespread attention and support from Nigerians at home and abroad. Following her death, her management announced that donations were no longer required and urged the public to stop sending money to the previously shared account details. Tributes have continued to pour in on social media, with fans and colleagues remembering Auntie Ajara for her simplicity, resilience, and dedication to indigenous film production. Nollywood actor Timini Ebuson has opened up about his love life and past relationship experiences, reflecting on how his views have evolved over the years. Speaking in an interview with Jay on Air, the 38-year-old actor admitted that he once believed financial stability was the most important factor in relationships. However, he noted that his perspective has shifted with time and maturity. While Timini still considers money an important element in romantic relationships, he emphasized that it should not be the sole contribution a person brings to the table. According to him, true connection goes beyond wealth and must include personality, character, and core values. British rapper O'Clennell Caesar Sue, popularly known as Central C, has revealed that he has converted to Islam. The rapper disclosed this during a recent live stream. He revealed that he had changed his name and taken his Shahada, officially becoming a Muslim, as his friends congratulated him. Before his latest revelation, Central C didn't explicitly declare a formal religion. Central C was born on 4th June 1998 in London to an English mother and father of Guyanese and Chinese ancestry. His parents separated when he was 7. He grew up with his mother and 2 younger brothers in Shepherd's Bush. Central C began his music career with an appearance on a new deleted episode of Fire in the Street series in 2014. His first song appearance was on the I Ain't on Nothing remix alongside Jay Hughes and more in January 2015. He released his breakout single Day in the Life on 14 June 2020. Since his debut, Central C has earned the status of the superstar in the UK drill music scene. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mukunta, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders,
you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Hello guys, I bring you gracious greetings in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I believe you and yours are doing great today. It is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. And today's show will be greatly thrilled. You'll be greatly thrilled. You'll be informed. You'll be edified. And most of all, you'll be educated. Therefore, gather your family and friends and let's enjoy the show together. My name is Victor Chief Judge, and I say you are most welcome. All right, you see, a songwriter said something, count your blessings, name them one by one. You will see what the Lord has done for you. Now, I want you to think about it, just like David told himself in Psalms 103 and verse 1, down the verses. He said, bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me, bless his holy name. He said, he forgives your iniquities, he heals your diseases, he crowns you with loving kindness and tender mercies and all that. You know, when you sit down to think about the goodness of God in your life, you begin to see that he deserves your worship. He deserves your worship. So I would like you to just feel free. You know, I can just stand and say, Lord, I am grateful for all the things that you have done. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for my family. Thank you for my business. Thank you for my career. Thank you for a whole lot of things to be grateful for. It makes you sing a song. It makes you dance. It makes you do a whole lot of things just in appreciation to God. All right? Let it be a habit. Let it be something you express every single minute of the day. Thanksgiving is not scheduled. Any day, any time, you can just thank God. Just thank God. Go ahead and give him all the praise that he deserves it. All right? And you see, one of the things that you do in life to move ahead is to reflect. When you reflect, you take stock of what has happened, what is in the present, and hopefully you will know what will happen in the near future. So in this segment, I want you to pay close attention to what you will be receiving, the word of God that has the capacity to transform your life. I'll be right back to continue the show with you.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
When things are working well in your life, you say, God has blessed me. God is with me. I have found favor with God. However, when things turn sour and things are not working well, or you're visited by tragedy, sickness, loss of job, and many other challenges, then you say, God has abandoned me. God is no longer with me. Or even, in some cases, God is punishing me because of my sins or the sins of my ancestors. We all go through this kind of swing between feeling the presence of God and sometimes feeling the absence of God. And I think that it was in that kind of situation that the early church found itself after the death, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus Christ. They wondered, where is God? They wondered about the future of the mission and the future of their lives. They wondered about their ultimate destiny. Even in the second reading for Ascension, we hear the disciples asking the Lord, are you going to restore the kingdom? That's the question that comes from the uncertainty deep down within their hearts. But this constant swing between feeling the presence of God and the absence of God, I think, is something that humanity, all of us, modern day Christians, we inherited this from our ancestors. Whether it's in my own case, from my own African ancestors, or in other cases, the Europeans, the Asians, Middle Easterners, Australians, indigenous people, everywhere, there was this conscious attempt by the ancients to deal with the absent God. And they sought in their own way to make images, idols, so that with those idols they can connect with God, with the spirits, and all the other supernatural intermediaries that they made in order to live with this fact that they cannot deal with the absent God. The ancient captured this word, this tendency, with the term Deus otiosus, the idea that God is absent from creation. God doesn't want to be bothered with us. That is the God of the Greeks, not the God of our Lord Jesus Christ. Or the other extreme, Deus ex machina, the God who intervenes. Yes, he abandons the world, and then things get array, scattered, tragedy, then suddenly, like a machine, God steps into the chaos to make everything right. The Deus ex machina and the Deus otiosus. That's the ancient pagan way of thinking. And we find that in the Old Testament, for instance, when Moses goes up the mountain, and the people waited for days, and he didn't come down. They said, we don't know what has happened with this Moses and with this God. So then they feel the absence of God, and they had to make an idol, the golden calf. These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you out from the land of slavery to the promised land. But we believers, especially in these holy days between the Ascension and the Pentecost, we are invited to think, meditate, and pray to realize that you are not alone, that God is always with you. So rather than the pagan idea of the absent God or the intervening God who comes only when there is tragedy to fix things, we have the always God, the God who is always with us. Jesus made that promise to his disciples. I am with you always, even till the end of time. I will not leave you orphans. I will come to you. In the world, you will have troubles, but be of good cheer. Be confident, I have overcome the world. All authority on earth and in heaven have been given to me, and I give to you all that I have received from my Father. That's the promise of Jesus. Jesus is present to us. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Like St. Paul says, it is in him we live and move and have our being. There is nothing like switching on and switching off in this understanding, in this revelation of God to us. He is always with us. We can connect with him in prayer. We can connect with him by celebrating the sacraments. We can connect with him by doing charity to the poor. We can connect with him in the very depths of our hearts when we allow God to speak deep down to us in our souls, telling us, I am with you. We can connect with him through the church. We can connect with him by hearing the word of God in scripture. So God is always there. Like my mother taught me, Jesus before me, Jesus behind me, Jesus above me, Jesus around me. Why should I be afraid? That is what we are invited as Christians to embrace. The heavens are filled with the glory of God. How great is your name, O God, O Lord our God, through all the earth. You have made, when I look at the heavens, the work of your hands, the moon and the stars that you arrange. Who am I? This poor creature stand. But you think of me, O Lord. God is always thinking of you. He says, even the hair on your head have been counted. His knowledge of you is particular, is unique. It was you, Lord, who knit me in my mother's womb. So what we celebrate, the ascension, is not the end of the story, is the beginning of the story. The ascension marks the completion of Jesus' earthly journey, but it begins a new phase in the work of God in us, now working in us, but with us, through us, in order to make the presence of God felt to the ends of the earth. You shall be my witnesses. Many people are asking the question today, where is God? The unrighteous, the sinners, the despondent, the skeptical, the cynical, the secularists, the materialists, all you name them. The atheists, they're asking, where is our God? Show me your God. Even that doubting Thomas is in us that tells us in the times of tragedy or pain or personal failure, you begin to wonder, where is God? Or you have prayed so much and God is not answering your prayers. You are surrounded by enemies, by threats. You are surrounded by pain. And then that thing in you says, where is God? Remember that God, like St. Augustine says, is closer to me than I am to myself. He is with you. He leads you. These days, as we prepare for Pentecost, open your heart to the Lord and allow the Lord to speak words of faith, hope, and courage into your soul. Allow the Lord to speak life anew into your soul. Because our lives are not ordinary. God is in us and we are in God. United with God, one with God. We can never feel the absence of God if we open our hearts always to the workings of divine grace and faith in us. May Jesus hold you by the hand. May Jesus confirm in you his presence in your life and give you that blessed assurance. I am with you always, even to the end of life. Amen.
All right, glad to have you back. I believe you were inspired by that session. Please do well to practicalize all that you have learned. I have a very wonderful guest in the studio today, and we are going to be talking about something very critical as it has to do with the Christian faith, and it is the authenticity of God's word. God's word is referred to as the sacred scriptures of Christianity, known as the Bible. It is considered the inspired and authoritative word of God revealed to humanity through various authors and prophets. You understand? And the Bible remains one of the books in history to attract several questions, misconceptions, and above all, misinterpretation, by thereby making the presentation and propagation, all right, challenging from one generation to another. However, today, to shed some light on the topic, is a great man of God and a father of faith in the state and the nation at large, hosting a whole lot of radio programs that has blessed lives across the nation. He is the lead pastor of the Triumphant Christian Church worldwide. Friends, help me make welcome Pastor Emmanuel Ogidiolu to Gospel Lounge. Good to see you, sir.
Very much. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
I welcome you, viewers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Straight to it. Why is the Bible the most controversial book in history?
Well, I think truly the Bible is the most controversial book.
Yes, sir.
There's no two way about it.
Yeah.
To start with, the Bible is the most published, most read, most translated book in the history of mankind. So it's controversial, but there are reasons why it is so.
Okay.
And I'll give you some of the reasons. Number one, the bold claim about truth and God.
Okay.
The Bible claims to be the exclusive word of God. In 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16, we are told the word of God is given by the inspiration of God.
Yes, sir.
Profitable for doctrine, for rebuke, for instruction in righteousness, so that the man of God may be perfect, complete to do every good work.
Yeah.
In 2 Peter, we are told, chapter 1, that the prophecies that were given were not just the opinions of men, but the holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Spirit. Now, it's the only Bible that claims that Jesus Christ is the only way to God. In John 14, verse 6, Jesus said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one comes to God except by me. Another aspect of it is that in moral and ethical standard, the Bible differs from the cultural things people are used to and comes and say, well, this is the standard for morality. The Bible is bold on things like sexuality, gender, sin, judgment.
Yeah.
He confronts human pride, sin, and does lay it bare. The Bible says in Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12, that the word of God is powerful, is active, is alive. He divides asunder the soul, the spirit, the joint, and the marrow, and is designer of the thoughts and the intent of the heart.
Yeah.
And that there is nothing that is hidden from the searchlight of the word of God. And then when you look at it again, you find that the divided opinion about the Bible. The truth of the fact is that some people will take the Bible, misinterpret it. And then that's why you find out of the same Bible, some people have built cults. They have built all kinds of things. And then you find also that the Bible is that book that some love with passion, some burn, some are, even in some countries, the Bible is banned completely. You are not allowed to bring the Bible into that.
That's right.
Into the nations. So you can't keep asking yourself, why? Because this is the only book that has survived many generations. Why? Because the author of the book itself is the Almighty God. And so you find out that's why the Bible is so controversial. And, you know, when you will now look at our contemporary time, some people have taken the Bible, interpreted it out of context, and then maybe, for example, manipulate people.
And that's exactly the next question that I want to ask you. I mean, within our setting, we have seen abuse.
Yeah,
we've seen misinterpretations and misconceptions of the words of the scriptures. And the question I want to ask you is, what is the issue? What actually is bringing this, and how can we salvage this? Because a lot of people pick a scripture I don't, what you will hear them speak, you'll be asking yourself, is this in my own Bible, or where are they getting this from?
You know, part of why we have this abuse is that on one hand, you have a set of people I will call biblical illiterates.
Okay.
They don't read the Bible, they don't know what is in the Bible, but they want to use the Bible to manipulate people, to control people for their own gain. Now, if you read 2 Peter, for example, chapter 2 from verse 1,
yes, sir.
Peter was saying this. He said, there were many false prophets in the past, even as there shall be false teachers.
Okay.
They will come in creeping and then bring damnable doctrines. And he said the motive behind that is greed. Is greed for gain. And so he said they will merchandise the word of God and make gain for themselves. In fact, the sad aspect of that is that Peter said, because of such people, the way of truth will be evil spoken of. Of course, those people will meet God's judgment.
Yeah.
In chapter 3, Peter says, some people will twist the words of Paul to their own destruction, like they twist other part of the scripture. You see, this is part of human frailty.
Yes, sir.
When men yield to their own greed, to their flesh, you can take this Bible and make it say what it does not say. All you have to do is take it out of context. And you see, it's so sad. No matter what you say, there will be a people that will always believe you. That's the sad irony. That's the story about human beings.
Yeah.
I was watching the other time a man, a so-called man of God, in a crusade, so-called, and he was asking people to raise their phone up that they are going to be receiving alert from other banks. Miracle alert. And I was wondering, what is wrong with people? Have people just lost their senses? Now imagine, if that is true, if I have an account in First Bank, for example, or any of the banks, will I be happy that somebody else is transferring my hard-earned money to another person that I don't know? But you see, that is deceit. That is not true. God is not involved in all of that.
Yeah.
God is not into all those kind of gambling. But you see, because people are gullible, and sometimes they take advantage of the situation of people. People are vulnerable, things are difficult, and then everybody is looking for easy way out. And then they fall prey to this kind of people, you know, these charlatans.
Yes.
So that's part of the problem. So if you say, what is the way out? It's always difficult. The way out for me is that people should know the truth. And for goodness sake, when you go to any place, don't throw away your head. God give you the head to think. When you go to the book of Acts chapter 17, you read what the Bible says. It said, some men listened to Paul when he came to the city of Berea. And they listened to him. And then they will go back home and say, this thing this man say, is it like that? So there was this check and balance. And then, but we have a generation that does not want to do anything for themselves.
They just take anything.
Say, yes, this man says, you know, hook, line, and sinker. Take everything. You are not supposed to take anything anybody say, regardless of who the person is. You are supposed to compare, and you are supposed to look at it. Because if people do that, they can easily read between the lines that this is not okay. Because there are certain things that are not even consistent with the character of God.
True, sir.
For example, someone says ministering somewhere, and is now saying, oh, there are people here, even the woman, you know, you are wearing a green undie, you are wearing, you know, God is too holy to dive into those kind of things. So when you don't know the character of God, you don't know the principles of God, you don't know the word of God, you just fall gullible to people who are there, charlatans, who are there to defraud people, take advantage of them. And all in the name of God.
This is so mind-blowing. Friends, I hope you are learning a whole lot from these revelations coming. Has to do with biblical literacy. You need to read and study the Word of God and know it for yourself. Before I let you go, sir, there's another question I want to talk about. A lot of people have been saying the Bible is scam. The Bible is a scam. A lot of people say this is the white man's book brought to Africa to brainwash us, take away our culture from that. I want you to help us. What are the challenges, to the authority of the Word of God? What are the challenges we see that can make people go to this extent?
I think part of the challenge we have that makes people doubt the authenticity of the Word of God,
yes, sir,
is because they don't even know what they are talking about. A whole lot of people who talk about the Bible, did they know the origin of the Bible? They don't. They don't. For example, the Bible, historically speaking, these are facts that people can check.
Yeah.
You find out the Bible was written between 1,500 years.
Okay.
What we call the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation.
Yes, sir.
It's written within a period of 1,500 years. By 40 authors plus. 40 authors living in different generations. Many don't even know themselves. So it will be almost impossible, if there is no divine author behind this, to make people write a book that will have been compiled now between 1,500 years. And then you see the harmony there.
Yeah.
And then that's not a man's opinion. Archaeological studies have verified many of the things the Bible says about places, about cities, about people who live in the past. They are all being verified. And when you look at it, the Lord Jesus Christ said this. Each time he's talking, he said, it is written. Talking about the scripture. To endorse it. And he now tells you that this scripture cannot be broken. The stories we read about Jonah, the story we read about that, people would have just think it's a fairy tale. But Jesus came and said about Jonah, the moment he said that, he endorsed it.
Yes.
He talked about Lot's wife. So that story we read in Genesis that looked like a fairy tale, Jesus said, remember Lot's wife. He was putting his endorsement on those scriptures.
Yeah.
Now, take for example, Isaiah 53 predicted the way Jesus would be crucified.
Yes, sir.
You read it there. When was that? 700 years before Jesus was born.
Wow.
Isaiah predicted exactly in graphic picture what will happen. Psalm 22 was a prophecy of David about Jesus' crucifixion. At that time, several hundred years before the Romans invented crucifixion as capital punishment. Could those things have just been coincidence?
No.
Where he would be born, Micah predicted it. And we saw how the whole thing played out. These are historical facts. And now the Bible itself said that this is the word of God, inspired by God. So I think part of the problem is that when people get disappointed, frustrated, sometimes dealing with human beings, like fellow human beings, they get frustrated, and maybe they see someone who did not live up to the standard, they see some other group of people that did not, and so they now use their circumstances to judge the word of God. But like Jesus said, heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will not pass away. Let me conclude by just saying this. I wish I have more time.
Yeah.
Israel as a nation is just a clear fact that this book is real. Do you know that God said in the book of Jeremiah that if you can remove the day and there will be no day, there will be no night, and then you remove the element of the sun and all of that, then God say Israel will cease from being a nation.
Wow.
Wow. In AD 70, Jesus predicted that Israel would be scattered, because he said, you rejected me, then you'll be scattered. And what happened? AD 70, General Titus came into Jerusalem, killed them. The Christians has left because God ministered to them. You can read in Josephus' history.
Yeah.
And they left. Israel became a nation again after almost 2,000 years in 1948.
Wow.
And that is why it does not matter what happens. You can't kill that nation, because that nation is just to tell you that what God is saying is true. God says, if it is possible to remove the ordinance of the sun so that the sun will not shine, it's possible to remove the ordinance of the moon, or there will be no day and night. Then God said, then it is possible that Israel will cease as a nation.
And since those things cannot be done.
Since those things cannot be done, Israel. So what other book on earth can be that authentic and powerful?
Wow.
The resurrection of Jesus Christ is an historic fact. Outside of the Bible, it's been proven that it really took place. So what are we saying?
My God, friends, my head is seriously pounding here, seeing such truth revealed about the authority.
So let's not be deceived that it's a white man. Which is a white man? White man, which white man? This book had its origin in Palestine. It has nothing to do with the white. They were just fortunate. The truth moved from that place, went to Europe, and then went to America. And then a generation that did not even know what their great-great-grandfather did. Yes, true, the Bible has been misused. For example, some people use it even to enslave people, slavery, and justify slavery, which is wrong.
Which is very wrong.
So there are a kind of misinterpretation, misuse of the book.
Oh,
but
my
that
God.
does not take away from the fact that the Bible is the authentic word of God.
This is so powerful. Friends, I know you've been blessed by that wonderful revelations from the conversation I've had here with this great man of God, Pastor Emmanuel Ogidolu. I'd like to call you to action right away. The authenticity of the Word of God is derived from its characteristics. You can hear my guest said inspiration, the authority, the inerrancy. There's no error in it, and sufficiency. The authority of God's Word is also seen in its impact on someone when received and believed on, because it makes for spiritual growth, guidance, evangelism. You heard when he said something about the Bible being so strong in morals and teaching godliness. Therefore, its preservation will be achieved by submitting to the Holy Spirit for proper help and interpretation. It's the Holy Spirit that helps to interpret the Word of God the way God intends it for mankind. Now, guys, when you don't understand anything about the Bible, please ask questions from well-trained pastors and theologians, not any kind of person. You just see people carrying Bible. No, please ask questions from well-trained pastors and theologians, and you'll be guided properly. Sir, many thanks to you for coming on the show today.
To be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From all of us here at Signature TV, we wish you well. Thank you so much, sir.
Wish you all the best too.
All right, my friends. That's my time with Pastor Emmanuel Ogidolu, the lead pastor of Triumphant Christian Church here in the city of ENUGU and beyond. I will see you shortly after this break. Thank you for joining us. This is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. I've been enjoying myself here in the studio, having beautiful conversations. And I have another guest in the building that will be discussing something very important with me, depression, this time around amongst young people, that's teenagers, right? We all know that depression is a complex and multifaceted mental disorder characterized by persistent feeling of sadness, helplessness, and a lack of interest in activities, just like that. This can affect anyone, regardless of the age, background, or status. It doesn't matter who you are. That's why our conversation today will focus on the young people, the teenagers, because it's a growing concern with significant impact on mental health, relationship, and academic performance, all right? Statistics have shown that approximately 1 out of 5 teenagers experience depression at the age of 18, or even less than that age, all right? So to discuss this critical topic with me today is Pastor Mrs. Grateful Itiowe Jonathan, a passionate Christian and a young people's coach, a well-read personality with great portfolio. There's a whole lot to talk about her, a legal practitioner, a global leader, and a committed advocate for holistic well-being and healing. Guys, help me make welcome Pastor Grateful to Gospel Lounge.
Thank
You're
you
welcome,
very
ma'am.
much.
Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. I want to just shoot in your experience as a coach and leading the young ones. What do you think will be? What's your take? What's your take on this rise of depression among young people?
Well, the reality of it is that it's alarming.
Okay.
It's an alarming situation and it's real. And the challenge is that we're not talking about it enough. We're not having conversations around it enough. So that's kind of making it kind of downplay how badly it's eating into the system.
Okay.
I feel that if we're having more awareness of the fact that this thing is eating and creeping into our economy, into our growth, into our churches, into our schools, that when we see that, okay, this is a problem, this is a challenge, that we will now be able to arise and deal with it with the attention that it deserves.
Yeah.
So I would say, yes, it's real, it's happening, and we need to do something about it urgently.
I agree with you, but the next question I want to ask you is very troubling. And should I say who is responsible or what are responsible for this? Because it doesn't just happen. And depression is not just an automatic thing that just happens just from anywhere.
Well, there's no one cause for depression or why it's happening. It's kind of holistic in the sense that you have the family pressure.
Yeah.
It could come from family pressure.
Okay.
It could come from school, academics, jam scores, school strikes. It could come from economic situations. It could come from social media. It's a very big challenge now.
Yeah.
They didn't like my post. I'm depressed about it.
Oh, yeah.
So there's not one cause for depression. So it's a case of there are so many factors teaming up to create this big monster.
Yeah.
And it could be a collation, a collaboration of so many factors in one particular person's life, and in some other people it could just be one reason.
Okay.
So there's the family issues. There's even the fact that the church has not come to recognize that this is a plague, that this is a challenge, this is a situation, this is an illness, this is a problem. The society has not come to understand that we're having these issues. Okay. So the fact that we have not also come to realize that, okay, this is sickness, and to know that, okay, we need to cure it, or we need to have give it the necessary attention, means that it will keep happening and nobody will know it's happening, if you get what I mean.
Yes.
Because when you realize that, okay, there is a challenge here and you start to work on it, then you know that it will kind of reduce the fact that we have acknowledged it helps us reduce the pain or the challenge in ways that we can. But the fact that we've not even acknowledged it is also a problem to why it keeps rising.
And the fact that we've not acknowledged it is a serious concern for me now. I want to drag this down to an angle.
Okay.
Because you said something that the fact that we have not acknowledged it, it means we're not paying attention. Now, as it has to do, let's start from the family.
Okay.
Let's start from the family. You mentioned the family as one of the places where these things can come from. Some parents, is it, okay, for instance, during the last JAMB examinations, a young chap took his life, because of the score, or there's a disappointment somewhere. And then I'm just trying to figure out inside my head what actually happened. This could come, maybe the father will say, if you get back home here with a very poor result, what are we going to do to you?
Yeah.
And then getting to know their score. Something started happening, and then they can't take it. They know the consequences, or maybe what they are going to face about that. Now, my question is, what do we do from the family circle to check this?
Yeah. So the family has a very critical role, because before the child or young person will leave home or would go to school to meet the pressure of school, they'll come from home.
Yeah.
Before they will go to church, they'll come from home.
Yeah.
Wherever it is they are going to in the society, they are coming from home.
Yeah.
So the family is the first institution that can help us tackle this.
Okay.
And one of the ways is for parents to reduce the amount of pressure they place on their children. And pressure could be a form of praise, in the sense that the parents may not even say, oh, if you come here with a bad result, I'll deal with you. It could be, oh, I know you, I trust you, you cannot disappoint me. You're your father's blood, your mother's, all these amazing praises that we give children.
Yeah.
And the child, it has so entered the child that the child does not want to disappoint that expectation.
Okay.
That if they come with anything less, they feel like, oh, I've disappointed my daddy who trusts me so much, who believes in me. So sometimes it's not always negative.
Okay.
Sometimes it could be even the praises that are creating the pressure in the child.
Wow.
So it's for us to now, as parents, find the balance. How much praise, how much pressure, how much conversation is healthy? Can my child come home with a bad result and know that I'm still proud of you? Can my child come home with an okay result and know that I'm still proud of you?
Okay.
So finding that balance is very, very critical. Interestingly, the story you just told about the child that committed, the lady that committed suicide, a 19-year-old, the father, from all I read, was very supportive, at least reasonably supportive. As a Nigerian father, he was quite supportive. And I read the story, and somewhere down the line, I read where the father said she's very intelligent, go to her primary school, go to her secondary school. They would say of how intelligent she is, she's the one who has been raising up my name. So I was just imagining, could it be that that child was feeling, so now I will now bring down daddy's name? And honestly, that is what every parent wants, right? A child that will bring up their name. But sometimes we unconsciously pass on pressure to these young people that we never realized. We thought we were praising them.
This is very critical. Just before I let you go, because I've been giving the signals that we don't have so much time, what would be your recommendation at this time around, this time from the government?
Okay, so before coming here, we tried an exercise of calling the hotlines that we saw.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, how many of these hotlines actually work? Okay, and it's like they're not enough. There are not many there, but the government can help us create awareness. And I don't want to talk of the government alone. The churches can create awareness. We should not see it as some spiritual lack of something.
Yeah.
The way we can say a Christian has headache and has malaria, we should be able to say that a Christian can have depression and now walk with the person through the process of finding healing. We could have more trained Christian counselors, and the government can also sponsor those counselors. We should have more mental health awarenesses that the government can also sponsor. The government can sponsor pastors to go for specific training in counseling. It's not about saying, I got this realization, I used to think, oh, I was a counselor, until I had a reason to be circled by so many people with mental health challenges, and I realized I didn't have the right tools. And I had to take courses on them. So we need people that are equipped with the right tools to handle specific issues like depression. It's not like your normal average snap out of it. You're going to be fine, go and sleep and wake up, go and eat. No. We would see so many people in scripture, Elijah, Moses, Jonah, that had despair, sadness, and were kind of on the brink of giving up. But somehow they walked with God, they walked with people of God, and they were able to come back up.
Wow.
So it's a process, and we need more people equipped with the knowledge to help our young people to stand up, to rise up, and to win and thrive over the causes of depression.
My God, this is very, 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 very strong, and I know you are picking a whole lot of this. It's a grateful. This will be a very serious, continuous conversation, because I'm going to invite you again, and we're going to go deeper into this. Just because of our time, I'm going to let you go. Friends, these young people are really the future we desire to see, and to do that, we owe a great duty and responsibility to guide and to guard them as they develop. It is said that a good family builds a great society and nation at large. So parents and guardians, do well to nurture your words in the fear of the Lord, teaching them life principles and ethics that is godly and sustainable. Let every platform, just like she's saying, an organization, even the government policies, create a conducive and a mind-restoring atmosphere to avoid some grievous psychological situations in order to save and secure our young people. I must thank you. Thank you. I don't feel like letting you go, but I just have to let you go. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you very much, sir.
From all of us here, we wish you well in all you do.
Thank you very much.
And to you, my wonderful audience, thank you for being there. Keep following us on all our social media handles. Like, comment, and share, and let us know how well we will serve you better. Till I come your way next time, my name is Victor Chief Judge. Bye for now.
Bright and early and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team.
We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
By a potpourri of members led by ENUGU. But we have one of the persons who proposed that 6-year single-term bill. Professor Paul Namchi is a member representing ENUGU East and East Uzo Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. Nice being with you.
Right. Before we get to the reason why the House struck it out, let's first of all ask you, why did you propose that particular bill? Is there a reason why? What's the intent of that particular bill?
The intent is more or less of two ways, short-term and long-term. On a short-term basis, we are looking at stability and also to the control of the syndrome of second tenor avarice, where they don't work, rather they start looking for how to come back. So to stabilize the polity, so that people, when they come, they want to leave legacy. But at the same time, we're looking at also the control of the corruption, where people tend to acquire money for them to also come back. Also, people dwell on patronage instead of the real governance of dividends of democracy. These are part of it. And if you also look at in the long term, you may say that maybe other areas of democracy they do is usually people consolidate on their legacies over time with the second tenor phenomenon. But so I think for our people to also see in the long term that what you are coming to do in governance is leaving legacy and also making people happy, and also bettering the people you are placed under. You are people you are meant to cater for. That's because the focus has changed, and that's why that bill was coming, so that the people refocus themselves. Like when you're in the position of authority, you now know what you've come for. You don't dwell on making the fixes your cardinal signature, not the Signaturetv by the way, but the signature of being. You want to see a legacy that you leave behind, instead of from day one you leave what you've come for to do with the other one. Then when you come to that second tenor proper, you're not just that you're tired, but you're knowing that you're not coming again. You're not acquiring money, not putting anything on the ground. These are part of the things. However, the second tenor of 4 years is not pretty bad compared to what compared. The only thing is that just the mindset and the perception have to change.
Yeah. Quite interesting. Well, yeah. I was also going to ask, if this intention is quite smooth and good, would you say the reason why it was struck out was because you people did not lobby properly, and you did not meet critical stakeholders? Because the way it was struck out, it was just like, we don't really need this. It was put to voice vote, and the people voted against it.
No, in politics, you do have to build bridges. There's two things you look at when you're trying to make a bill. God willing, I've had a lot of bills that no one has struck out. But there's things you look at. One is your image as the bill proposer. What does people look at you as? What is the perception of your colleagues? Will they see the genuinity in you? That is by the way. They also think about what is the religious aspect of it. What is the ethnic aspect of it in the case of our client? Then what's the geopolitical notion? Because a lot of us, 360 of us, represents one area or the other. No one is greater than the other. It's just about the national nomenclature. Then when those people come, you are going to meet what you vote, whether you vote or no vote. When there's a cause of yes, and you didn't raise up your hand to say no, people knows that it's either you are supporting them or you kept silent. So when you go home, you're accountable to them. So if maybe there's something you think that people will feel that if the bill were to go through, that maybe a section will feel that they are going to be shortchanged. In a short term, sometimes we are a bit short-sighted in our approach to politics, and that short-sightedness affects a lot of things. And also our planning for governance. If we are a particular region at a particular time feel that this is going to be against them, expect them to vote no in that particular issue, whether we like it or not. Ethnicity, religion, tribe, as my case may be. And also, and lobbying plays a vital role. So it is either one
of these points. I can't just say, I haven't done analysis to say what is this, and I haven't gone to the member to verify what actually happened or something like that. So at some point, but I can tell you, this one of these things played out. And also, people also averse to change most of the time. So change is very difficult to affect in politics, because a lot of people will think about the negative side than the positive side. This is about people. And some people will also think about there are people that are excited about new things, but most people are never excited about new things. They want to remain conservative. And we're in a very conservative society. As you could also see in many other things like the bill for women or bill for widows and also, we are in a conservative environment. And religion plays a very vital part in our palace. People will feel, okay, it is now going to be our turn, then it's going to be different. There's a lot of political things, and maybe, however, if the lobby is strong, anything can pass. Because in politics, most times they say in politics, even the devil can go to heaven.
You talked about giving a 6 years tenure to achieve so many things that political leaders have in store. I believe it's how well and not how long. So what is the guarantee that even within these 6 years, these things can be accomplished? And what's the guarantee that people won't take advantage of the time frame to siphon money and still go back on their promises?
I like doing things from my perspective is analysis or mathematics, because usually I'm an engineer, so I usually like to do it calculatively. If I tell you how much just people spend for campaign, it's enormous. If there's any fraud, it is the fraud to give money for election. And how you're just a short of 2 years. The money the person will spend in campaigning to come back is more than the money what he will do in that remaining 2 years. Remember, it is 8 years with campaigning between. 6 years, no campaigning between. Just if you look at this, the money that was used for infrastructure applied into campaign. And that you do 6 years or you do 4 years, they don't remove EFCC or ICPC from tracking your funds. So if you check how much people spend in elections, we're just trying to trim down the cost of governance, trim down the cost of electioneering. I'm not sure, but the issue is that it is neither here nor there. But the major fact is that the other one has its own merits and its demerits. So 8 years has also merit and also demerits. So, but what is the business of politics? Is the majority will carry the day. So today, majority has said we want 8 years to persist, and 8 years continue to remain until something changes. That's where we are.
Do you think, and I mean, you mentioned as one of the reasons, maybe one of the reasons why it did not scale through was because probably where the person comes from and the region where the person comes from. Do you think that may have played a role in basically killing this particular bill? Because some people would also say that if this person sponsored this bill, it may be a Yoruba person or maybe a Northerner, maybe it would have scaled.
No, it's not actually where the person comes from. Not the perception about the person is what his own personality. It's not about where he comes from. The region, why I mention of regional ethnicity is that people will feel that when it reaches their own turn, that they want to have 8 years. Do you understand? And not the region where the person proposing the bill is from. The person is doing it out of his own love for the country, out of what he thinks that Nigeria may gain more. And looking at that from that positive angle, I like to look at things from that direction. But there are people that will feel when it comes to our own region, we must do 8 years. Others have done 8 years. We want to. That's why I tell you, change is quite difficult to effect in our own clan. But people tend to think about what of this and why this, why not this. So, but it's also courageous enough. The people that propose bill are also courageous. But this is a place that you can't move bill without people attaching negative things to it. So it is also courageous enough. It's just being courageous, even for if you want to stand up and propose such a strong bill that may also attract some divisive, divisive tendencies and also perception, because your bill stick to you. Your bill is what you propose. It is you. Personally, your face is there. Even after the first person, it becomes the house. But the person that passes it is also important in that first time. It is the way he lobbied, it is the way he has met people. You can defend all those things, but at last, if the majority or if the thing does not go well with many people or many sections of the country, you can do nothing, no matter how good it is. No matter how outlandish what you think you are going to do portrays. They always have the saying, the minority might have their say, might have their opinion, but majority will have their way. So it comes to play in politics. However, that doesn't mean that it cannot be reintroduced. Do you understand? Sometimes you leave things for maturity. Time heals every wound. And by the way, how did it come to be? Why it came to be is that a lot people are feeling disgruntled. People are feeling that politicians are changing them. Remember, it is not actually what government are doing, but what the taxpayers' money is doing. So when the people feel angry about things, and moreover, most times people will just go, politicians do this, politicians do that, and everybody carries the name. Whether you do wrong or you are not the one doing it, you take the blame, because you actually placed at the helm of affairs. So that is why the bill was to also make people know that okay, to actually curtail things, some excesses that are leading to, or that might be the reason why some of these democracy dividends are not reaching where it should reach, are not as big as should have been. However, I also know that the economic impact is also one of the cardinal points that is because politics can be diverse from economies in terms of it. Economies, security, and politics go hand in hand. If there's good environment, the policy is stable. If there's good economies, the policy is stable, because the people will be happy, and there's more things to do. The masses will feed, because you can't preach to somebody that is hungry. These are the points that you will look at and see that we need all these things panned together, so for the people to feel well. At the moment, there's a whole lot of inflation. There's a whole lot of high cost of living and all that. And the people if the people don't feel the impact, they are not happy. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
The bill also sought to make it possible for all elections to be held on one particular day. Could you walk us through that process?
How it will be. So this is also the same mathematical aspect of it, where instead of doing an election 2 days, you do all of them, because it's just the same paper you're giving to people. The money for the other day, for presiding officers, logistics, security, and everything will be turned into one. If a country as big as US, more populated than us, and the landmark more than us, will do their whole election in one day. Why can't we?
But most gubernatorial elections are held differently, different states. It's
you
not
mean in Nigeria or
in Nigeria. So how is this supposed to be possible?
No. The thing is that when they say that the election will hold the same day, that doesn't mean that it changes the off-season election. Okay. That every election is off the game. Okay. You understand? And I can also tell you, I am also proposing a bill that one first reading on Thursday. The bill I'm proposing is that there will be also off-season for legislators. Because you can't tell me. I'll give you an example with what happened in ENUGU shortly. It was actually the inspiration that I got from that. Let's say the person representing Igbeze North and Igbeze South local government is Honorable Dennis Abu. Oh. He came in and the election was kind of annulled, and they went for another election. And before they finished the appeal, a tribunal appeal on the second one, the National Assembly has stayed 1 year and 6 months, and before he now returned. Then, in about 2.5 years again, or in about 2 years again, he's facing another election, or less than 2 years. He's facing another election. I think what is good for the sheep is good for the goat too. So, on that instance, he should be allowed to spend his 4 years that have been cut short by legal bottlenecks and issues. So, if there is off-season election for legislators in the US, there's off-season election for legislators in UK and many other advanced countries.
Okay.
You allow it because you are sustaining a particular people. Those times they're in court. Even the person there doesn't have rest of mind to represent the people. He is off and on in court and going to the lawyer's office every time. So he's not actually, the people are not represented within that period. I was in court several times within the time I won election, and I know how it is. You can't be concentrated. But the person fighting and you in the field won't be. You are not sure. This is legal things. You don't know whether it will be by technicality they will remove you. You don't know whether anything happen. It's a very dicey situation. Once you're in court, you're in court. Your decision lies on some other people. Both lawyers and judges, it is not longer about you. It's no longer. So it is also possible. So for the people to enjoy what they have done, for the people even to have some respite after those bruising elections, because usually the election is not easy, and they spend a lot of money just on trying to do this. So there should be off-season election even for legislators.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to follow up on what you just said, I thought that within the time frame that somebody is in court and the other person is there, that when the person eventually wins who has gone to court, whatever monies that has been paid to this person, whether it's salaries, constituency funds, are taken from him and given to this person who had won. Is that not what the person
is? No, that's not his rule, because he is at the moment taken to be represented. And how does he come to work without salary? Or do you want to deny the people completely because they're in court?
No. Like everything that he has, does it mean that every payment that's been made to him stays, and the person who takes over maybe 2 years into continues until the tenure finishes?
Yes, continues from the day he removes the other.
So the salary is paid to this person, constituency fund given to this person.
Yes.
He goes with it.
Yes, he has already represented the people that time. And for that, he is not the person, the people, assuming he's not the one, the people's choice, and he's there. So there is need that the other person stays the 4 years. And also, there's also the need that you finish legal process even before swearing in. The legal process should be for such things. But these are part of it. But to forestall it, another avenue is to have off-season election for legislators as well. Because it's just the same thing. It's about representation, both for the governors, both for the president, and also for the legislators too.
Wow, that's quite profound, really. I mean, I never thought about it that way. Yeah. But this is quite eye-opening. I don't know. Are you going to propose it immediately when you get back, or it's going to be something that you wait a little bit for?
If I have my phone, I will tell you the bill has been passed first reading.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay.
The bill passed first reading on Thursday.
Okay.
So it's already done. So I'm eagerly waiting to defend it for the second reading. And I'm hopeful the House will not disappoint us.
Okay, fair enough. I'm still very curious about that exchange, like somebody going to court and then striking this person out. I know that accommodation given to House of Rep members and senators as well. Does it mean that the person vacates the home?
Accommodations are not given to House of Rep members. Contrary to the popular view by the people, you are given 3.2 or 3.4 million for 4 years as accommodation. Oh. But the people, erroneously, probably people don't know a house is a place that is nobody defends the house. It's individually, but I can tell you, because I'm involved, I'll tell you, what is given for accommodation is 3.2 or between 3.2 and 3.4. And it is also deducted from your money, this thing. And it's for 4 years.
Wow.
Nobody talks about it. Okay, even the car you're given, is deducted over the 4 years. If you become a minister today, they bring 3 cards for you, new cards from the day you become a minister. It isn't so, but with the house. You are given a house, or you're given a car. Maybe after some 2 months you start, you are given the car, and the money they continue to deduct the money for the 4 years. The same way, you can verify this. The accommodation is 3.2 or 2.2, 3.3 for 4 years.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So no house is given, because the house that the administration built then in 1999 was monetized to those legislators then. So there's no accommodation. You find where you're going to live.
Ah. Wow. So, but that's actually a subset of what I was going to ask. So there is no accommodation. There's nothing giving. The vehicles are not giving. The vehicles are given, but deducted from your salary. From your pay. So what happens at that time when if a vehicle has been given to a legislator and then he is sacked by the court? Do they stop? Do they collect the vehicle? Do they stop this person and then they transfer the vehicle? What really happens?
No, in terms of the vehicle, I don't know the nitty-gritty of that aspect.
Okay.
Excuse me. The ones I know very well is that of allowance and salary.
Okay.
It goes to the person there, and you can't tell the person that you can return it because he was there within that period.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bill I'm proposing, or have proposed to the House, is that there should be an off-season, like as Dennis came from I'm using Dennis because he's from the state, and people are familiar with him. As he just came in last month, or within the beginning of this month, and tenure should also start running from that to the other time, so that when it's all finished, just like you do in the US and the other, the people vote at when their tenure elapses. But what is peculiar to one state may be different from the other states. Then at the same time, you hear people stand from their comfort zone to procrastinate for people who are also in need for. Our people should also be objective enough to look at the other person, what the other person is suffering, because that is empathy. Governance is also about empathy, fairness and justice. He has gone through all these things. You are staying 4 years. The other person is not staying. I just stayed 2 years. It's not that about the gain, but it's also about representation from the people. It's not that just after 2 years they are calling their people again out. After having come out for about 2 or 3 times, they are calling them out again to come vote. Let them have their own peace and do their other elections the other time. But exceptions are where the vacation of the seat is about death.
Okay.
Or where the vacation of seats is about recall. So there's no need for another off-season because you are completing another person's tenure. But in this case, you are not. In the other case, where it is by judicial processes, you are not completing another person's tenure. It is your tenure that should be completed, or the tenure of that particular person should be completed. That's the aspect of looking at it.
All right, we're wrapping up now. Maybe just 2 quick questions. I'm going to just, maybe you can rush through for us. You are representing issues or issues of federal constituency. There are major issues in issues of access. I'm sure you must have heard that farmers' headers clash. What is your office doing in that regard?
It is in terms of security. I made mention of that the security the governance or everything doesn't divorce itself from security and also from economies. When somebody is attacked, his economy is attacked. He is destabilized or displaced. His household sometimes are burnt, and also they are also dependents. And things about security, you need something like provision of good roads, provision of light as part of the endanger security, because there are certain things people will not do in daylight. These are the things we are doing by complementing federal government and local state government's efforts in terms of road production, road construction. Also providing And those cardinal places will provide solar lights, so that at any point there will be light in that during the night, and also the daylight, they will see where they're going. These are the cardinal things. Then another thing is that you also provide things for the people that have been displaced. We've been doing that. Then another aspect is that you inform security. Provide for them, give them information, and this is what I've done. The Chief of Defense Staff has also sent people there to ascertain the situation. When the late Chief of Army Staff was around, he also sent people. There are also some soldiers that were also kept there for some time, that has stabilized the place. For some time now, there has been a little bit of stability in terms of those things. And then also the backroom engagement between the people in Agara community, which is in Benue State, and that's all the people in Aham for this side, which also with the security being in change. I also commend the people from DSS, the army, and the police in the way they have piloted affairs. The last person I was one Katanonwe, they did a lot of work. But also know that it takes a lot of money to keep the soldiers in those fields. So we also commend the state government for also coming to the aid of those people, in terms of provision of those people. Well, I also see for himself then, that to know that the situation is very dire and the people need assistance, and that has been persistent. But more importantly, I will also see that when there's no further attack, but when attack actually occur, that the people are held responsible. Because if you don't hold people responsible, it will never. There will be no deterrent, and it must also continue. So I look forward to seeing when anybody when there's attacked, the people that did the attack will also be apprehended and brought to justice.
Wow. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We're following your developments, in the House of Assembly. You have presented
House of Rep. Yeah.
House of Rep. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have presented the unprecedented number of bills since 1999 up until this moment. We've counted, and it seems you are the highest so far, and the year is not even 2 years yet. So we're looking forward to more bills.
Yeah. Well, it as much as God gives us strength and also see things, and maybe also the people also, what the people tells you. I'll give you an instance. I came to visit orthopedic, and they told me, they drew my attention that since 2021, the cost of medication has remained the same, but the dollar exchange has also gone haywire. That's what can we do? I went back to the house and drew up a bill that the cost of NHIS be reviewed. So the bill is as a result of people's engagement. So now it has been moved to the Committee on Pulmonary Health, and the reasons are there, but people's mind may not be drawn to it. But once you call your legislator, look at this, he now see the need. There's a stopgap that needs to be done. That's how governance should also work. It is a people-oriented, because this is the people's house. So people-oriented bill, the bill that will impact on the people. That's what it is. And so that's so much more, and others you do is a result of that. I told you about the off-season election. The inspiration came because somebody from my state was out of the house for a year and 6 months, and he just came back. And after some time, you'll be looking at him as he's preparing for the election. I said, no, even though it is not peculiar, it is not about me, but somebody has to say something different, and somebody has to draw attention to this. That's how most of the bill comes from.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Paul Namchi.
Yeah.
All right. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much.
Truly appreciate you, and we ask that God gives you strength further, to do more.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate being here.
We all know the media plays a very important role in our lives today. I mean, most of the things that we see today, learn, watch, is basically pushed by the media. So today we're going to be, examining what media is as at today and how we will be able to use it, to mentor, to teach the next generation of media buffs. We have with us live in the studio Professor Sonny Emmanuel Udeze. He's a professor of mass communication, ENUGU State University of Science and Technology. Good to have you. Good morning.
It's good being here. Thank you so much, Charles.
Do you enjoy teaching mass communication?
Yeah, I do. I've been in the business of teaching mass communication since 1989, starting from the Polytechnic in ENUGU, that is the Institute of Management and Technology, then through ENUGU State University of Science and Technology, which is my base, to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Bariam, Ebonyi State University, Alex Ekweme Federal University in Dufalike, River State University. So some people normally say that some of us, myself and Professor Ndolo, who is supposed to be here but unfortunately could not, they say we are academic missionaries.
Absolutely.
So it's a business that we love doing.
All right. I mean, in those places you have taught people, mentored them. Are they enthusiastic about media in Nigeria?
Yes. To start with, most people who found themselves in the field of mass communication, I would say they did not come there by accident. They were conscious. They were enthusiastic. They were actually propelled to go into mass communication because of what they believe that mass communication has done and is doing in the lives of people and in the society. So it's not like somebody who came into a profession by accident or a program by accident, no. So because of the fact that they consciously decided to read mass comm, they are normally very enthusiastic.
Interesting. Professor Ndolo has been around for a while. I'm sure that you also have followed his development. You are friends with him. Can you give us some of the things that you would say that he did that was quite remarkable throughout his life, someone who's playing in that field?
Yes, like you said, he has been around for quite a long time, and also he has worked actively, like I just mentioned, going from one place to the other. You see, one thing that Professor Ndolo has done, which I thank God for, he came back from US, because when he was in US at Howard, it was Professor Julius Honor that met him at Howard when he was moving around recruiting staff for ESUT, or what they used to call ASUTEC. He met Ndolo and brought Ndolo back. I think that was in the 1986 or thereabout. And from the time that Ndolo came back to when he retired, he did so many remarkable things. Alongside him, myself, we started the PhD program in ESUT. We helped to finish the people that were almost abandoned for more than 13 years doing PhD program at the Ebonyi State University. There are so many of them. And then we started alongside Professor Muneli Keto Menoga, who is currently the Vice Chancellor of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Bariam, and Professor Chinyere Stella Okuna, the PhD program at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka. In fact, I was the internal reader for the first PhD graduate of that program. So over the years, he has been able, alongside some of us also, to create a new level of awareness in the field of mass communication. Because outside what they did, some of the people you hear that are professors now at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, at Ebonyi State University, in ESUT, and in Mariam, we are taught by us, you know. So I think he has done a very remarkable thing. I don't think that staying back in US, he would have impacted on Nigerians and Nigerian society the way he did when he came back with Professor Julius Honor. So he has done marvelously well. And not just in the academia. A whole lot of people that he taught are also pushing, working marvelously well, doing very great jobs in the media. So many of them. You know, all these radio, television stations, they're there doing marvelously well.
I mean, you cannot buy that kind of experience. I mean, given the kind of person he is and where he has come from and the level he has achieved. What kinds of things should we be expecting from somebody like that, you know, so as to inspire the younger generation who are looking to be like him or even surpass what he achieved?
Yes, like you rightly said, the great thing about Professor Ndolo is that, like I've always said, he is not just a teacher, he's a mentor. There is a difference between a teacher and a mentor. The mentor follows your every move with passion, to know how you're moving, to know what you're doing, try to track you. We keep tab of our former students, what they're doing. In fact, sometimes when I go to accreditation, I was at Abraka some time ago for UNUC resource verification. I saw this person, saw that person, and they said they were their staff. I told the VC, see, we know all our former students. We know what they are doing. So those who are not fully with you, please try to integrate them, which of course they did. And it is because of that kind of approach to teaching and learning, mentorship, that inspired his former mentees to do what they did for him on his 75th birthday the other day. They gave him this, it's not just the portraits, but the spirit with which they did that. They actually wanted to organize a symposium in his honor, but because of so many things that came up at the same time, we agreed that it is better that all these things will collapse into one event, where these people that he taught, some of them professors, like the one who spoke that day, Professor Okozo, Teresa, who is at Imo State University, talked about how, in spite of the bad roads, in spite of the challenges, he was dogged enough, made sure that he kept going to the going through the very terrible roads of Abakaliki until they graduated. It is the same thing that he did at Oka and then some other places. So the way and manner that he follows the job or followed the job when he was fully involved was such that anybody who is close to him, and part of what Ndolo did not teach me, that's the truth, he didn't teach me, but he's like an elder brother to me. We go together to all these places. Sometimes he'll be driving when we are going, and sometimes when we are coming back, I'll be driving. So from there, I learned so many things. It is not through classroom encounter that you learn from people. It's not classroom encounter alone that you learn from people. You can learn from people by interacting with them. So from him, I learned a whole lot of things. Part of what Ndolo does is that he sees every student that comes across him as a younger brother or younger sister and tries to mold him or her in that way. He doesn't get angry. He will always tell me, Sonny, I avoid quarrelsome people and quarrelsome situations. And that is why sometimes when you see me, I look younger than my age. You know, so that is him for you.
Right.
That helped me to a large extent, because there are things that I cannot do, because I know that when some people that know me very well here, that they will say, it's not possible that he will do this. Some of those things I learned from him as a person.
Right.
You know.
So let's talk about media generally as it relates to what we're facing today. I mean, the rise of digital media has given space for fake news and the likes. What role do you think that other statesmen like that and even your likes could play in terms of helping with that type of situation?
You know, the truth of the matter is that the conventional media, that is radio, television, newspaper, magazines, they have that wonderful advantage of what I may call credibility. Credibility that is anchored on having what we might call gatekeepers. The gatekeepers do not allow information to flow without trying to verify the authenticity or otherwise of that. But then the conventional media also has its own problems. One of those problems is the problem of accessibility. It is not every other person that can go easily to NTA, to FRCN, to ESBS, and what have you, to talk about happenings. So the number of people that access the conventional media is low. Now, on the other hand, the new media makes it possible for everybody who has his mobile phone to be a reporter, what you call the citizen journalism. But then the problem is the abuse of this new media by a lot of people. Sometimes people, for the sake of having more followership, they generate content that are completely false. And the truth of the matter is that if we want to be honest with ourselves, truth lives forever. Falsehood dies after a while. If you anchor your medium or your whatever medium that you're working with, if you depend on dishing out falsehood at a time, people will stop patronizing you. People are not morons. They know the truth. And once they discover that what you're dishing out are lies, they tend to turn the other way. You know, I was talking with some people the other time. That was when there was this post. And in the post, they showed a young lady, maggots were coming out from her labs. And they said that she did whatever kind of surgery that went bad. It was trying to boost her back, and then the thing was not properly done. So it has developed to a situation where maggots were coming out from her body. I told the person that I was sitting with that this is not true. Because if this lady had this problem, she will not even have the effrontery. She will not even think of making it public. That this is done to increase followership, make people to key into her platform. And that turned out to be the case. Yes. And I'm sure that some other people also thought the way I did. And when you depend on lies to grow, certainly it will not work. How do we even do that? Unfortunately, like we said, the new media makes everybody who is who has access to phone and can upload information to do so. But the people who are trained in the field of communication go through a course that we call ethics. And ethics makes you know that there are things that you, as somebody who is a purveyor of information, should not do. You know, ethics is based on truth. They say you should, at every point in time, tell the truth. And truth does not wear crutches. If it limps, it is falsehood. And you don't have two versions of truth. It is either it is true or it is false. Unfortunately, not everybody who is involved in what we are talking about, online journalism, is actually trained in the field of communication. Then how do we go about it? Some people suggest laws, restrictions, and all the rest of them, but no trained media person will tell you to go for restriction.
Right.
We don't talk about legal restrictions on freedom of expression. People can go ahead and talk, but at the end of the day, like I said, the truth will always come to surface, no matter how difficult you try, no matter how hard you try to suppress it. People will get to know at the right time that what you're doing is based on falsehood, and once they do, you're on your own.
Yeah, I mean, even those who are trained sometimes are vilified, are even chased out of the country. That we have a lot of journalists who, in their own right, investigate things, bring it to fore. At the end of the day, they become the victim of their own stories. For you, as someone who has played in that field for a long time, how do you think journalists can balance some of their reportage so that you don't get caught in the wind? Because again, it doesn't look like we have all the media freedom that we're supposed to have.
Yes, we do not have all the media freedom that we are supposed to have. We don't even have. That is the truth. We don't even have that media freedom because most of the times people are hounded. The only thing is that when the powers that be feel that they are not seriously threatened, they ignore you. They believe that after some time, the whole thing will fizzle out, so they don't bother about you. But the truth of the matter is that there is no journalist who is trained and who knows his or her onions that will go out and start suppressing information that he or she got just because he wants to balance. What are you balancing? It is either that this cup is white or it is black. If you say that this cup looks like white and black, you're not being honest with yourself. And that is not how journalists are trained. A journalist is trained to say that this is white as long as it is white, or it is black as long as it is black. So I understand what you mean by trying to balance, to avoid being hounded by the powers that be. But then, in trying to do that, you create a very bad image for yourself. You know, some time ago, something happened. One man, he was running a magazine, one of these entertainment magazine. I think his name is Lawrence Akapa. I don't know whether he's still there or not. Akapa was dishing out stories about how a certain Nigerian young lady known as Tina Enebeli was getting married to Michael Jackson. And at the end of every week, he would push out those stories. And people will rush and buy the magazine. And he will be making money and smiling to his bank. But eventually it was discovered that that story were normally crafted by him, but the pictures were never taken in one place. It was superimposition. The person that he was calling a Nigerian lady was a Jamaican model. That was how that magazine came to an end.
Wow.
It never went beyond that month because people discovered the lies. So, on the other hand, like you said, investigative journalism is a very important aspect of journalism. Like my teacher, Professor Kwele, used to tell us, journalism is a risky business. If you're not ready to take the risk, then leave. Because you must encounter challenges as you try to tell the truth. Somebody said that while the powers that be try to suppress the truth, the media people try to uncover the truth. So a clash between the two is inevitable. Unfortunately, the media people do not have the police and army with which to fight the powers that be. The only thing they have is their pen, and they keep talking about it gradually until people get conscientized and start asking questions. That is why sometimes people say that the pen is mightier than the sword. Not that the pen can do anything against the sword, but gradual conscientization, people get to rise up and say, thus far no more. That's the point.
Right. So for Professor Ndolo, for instance, do you think writing a book and documenting its experiences in this field would help mentor, the younger generation, to look forward to, the kind of person has become and the kind of sacrifices that he also did for the field of journalism?
Yes, actually, he has done one already, but that is a general discussion, narration of his life. The one that was unveiled the other day, where he talked about Ike Chukwu, the triumph of destiny. As a matter of fact, in most occasions when we used to travel, we used to talk about those experiences, and that's the thing he chronicled in that his book. It is the story of a man who decided not to give up, even when he was almost supposed to give up, when he had every excuse to do so, but he refused. He came back from the war, after coming back, when he came back from the war, ordinarily he could have continued with his smoking of Indian hemp, but he found out that the war has ended, so he's no longer a soldier. He dumped that side of life, and then said time to go back to school. There was no money, but he insisted. He did not get all the luxuries that would have been that would have accompanied his going back to school, like he talked about where he was sleeping on the floor. But he still did not allow those problems to deter him. He continued. When he wanted to go to US, his father didn't want him to, but he still went on without money. Did a first degree. He could have stopped with a first degree, but the push, because he normally tells us that he would tell me that he used to tell his father that Onyara Nuchiai, you know. So the father saw him as a rascally young man, and he's the first of his father's children. And of course, every person in this our part of the world will want the first child to be a shining example to the others. So he saw Ndolo's rascality as something that could have stopped him from moving, but it never stopped him, because, like he said, he would tell his father, "No nyara, no chia." So when he went to US, did first degree, did second degree, did PhD under very terrible, excruciating conditions. Yet he was able to finish with all those things, and his life turned around when he was given opportunity to start teaching at Howard. Okay, he talked about his teaching experiences. Going to all these places we talked about, when he what he titled the hostel and bustle years, when we used to go to all those places. Talked about the people we met, how we interacted, the students we taught, and all the rest of them. But that is not enough for somebody who has done all that he did. Perhaps in the review or in the next edition of the book, he may bring in a chapter that will now focus on some of those telling qualities that he has that makes him Ikechukwu Ndolo. Because, you know, it is said that lecturers extort money and they extort sex from young ladies. But in all the places we've been to, no student will ever come out to say that Ndolo or Sonny ask for money or ask for sex. Even when we supervise students and they come to say, "Sir, with our groups did this," say, "Come on, go with your money. How much do you get?" To start with, you get this money from your parents and your guardians. Some of them, or most of them, we are better than them. So we don't need it. So that is the kind of thing that will now form another chapter of that book, so that people will know that when you do this job and do it well, you get the reward both here on earth and in heaven. The other time when I did my inaugural lecture, my former mentees, they have a platform just like its own. They did a first script on me, a book in my honor, a public relations book in my honor. Who will do that for you if you collected money from him? Nobody. Who will do what they did for him the other day if he collected money from him, from them? Nobody. So from that way, the younger ones and some old ones who don't believe that morality is important, we know that when you do this job and do it well, yes, it pays. It pays. So I think that is the only addition that he may add to the book to make it complete.
All right. I mean, you mentioned the event that happened a few days ago, 75th birthday. I think we'll have a report on that. We'll take that and come back and continue
That's
the
all right.
conversation.
That's great.
All right. We're headed for that break afterwards.
Professor Ikendolo has spent a lifetime making impact and touching lives in diverse ways, especially in the academic and intellectual community. And as a way of appreciating his invaluable contributions, people from all walks of life came under one roof to honor him in a special way in multiple events. First, to mark his 75th birthday, celebrate his numerous achievements, including the prestigious Papal Award and the unveiling of his autobiography and honor by his academic children. The wife of the celebrant, Mrs. Maureen Ndolo, expressed her gratitude to God for the life and achievement of her husband.
When you're married to a man, you don't know the significance of his life. It is other people that will be telling you what he is like. So today has shown me that my husband is beyond what I have imagined. I thank God for his life. I learned today that I have a very, very special man in my hand.
Ikendolo Jr., son to the celebrant, described his dad as a man of wisdom and knowledge.
My dad is very well respected and very well loved because he puts out respect and love. His legacy is going to be passed on to the next generation through, just because he's a very communicative person and he's a professor, so he teaches people, and all his students are here. All his students respect him, and they pretty much pass on whatever he teaches them.
Fina Wibo, the celebrant's younger sister, described Professor Ikendolo as a man of the people who often considered other people before himself.
I'm happy for him. I think by the grace of God, he has lived, I will call it a fulfilled life. Because by the grace of God, God has given him most of the things he asked, especially good health. He's a miracle to us, and I'm sure you people heard a lot about him. I don't even know how to describe him. He's a very good man. A man with a cheerful heart, a generous heart, a golden heart that helps people. He's full of life, and in the family, he loves all of us. From our dad to our mom, they are late now, to the least of our siblings.
Dr. Helen Ijoma, who is one of Professor Ikendolo's mentees, shared fond memories of the academic giant, describing him as a man that made a lot of impact on those who passed through him.
He is, I'm using the word is because I still believe that irrespective of the fact that he was my PhD supervisor, he has remained a mentor and has been there anytime I need any professional guidance. Professor Ikendolo is someone that you can reach out to for guidance in your academics, guidance even in
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres. Please, could you take your seats?
Let me begin with two words we have not been able to say often enough in this hall. Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in a world scorched by war, leaders made a choice: cooperation over chaos, law over lawlessness, peace over conflict. And that choice gave birth to the United Nations, not as a dream for perfection, but as a practical strategy for the survival of humanity. Many of our founders had seen firsthand the hell of the death camps and the terror of war. They knew that true leadership meant creating a system to prevent a replay of those horrors, a firewall against the flames of conflict and World War III, a forum for sovereign states to pursue dialogue and cooperation, and a concrete affirmation of an essential human truth: we are all in this together. And this General Assembly Hall is the heartbeat of that truth. It is why for decades, world leaders have come to this one-of-a-kind podium. It is why you are here today. Because at its best, the United Nations is more than a meeting place. It's a moral compass, a force for peace and peacekeeping, a guardian of international law, a catalyst for sustainable development, a lifeline for people in crisis, a lighthouse for human rights, and the center that transforms your decisions, the decisions of member states, into action. 80 years on, we confront again the question our founders faced, only more urgent, more intertwined, more unforgiving. What kind of world do we choose to build together? Excellencies, we have our work cut out for us, as our ability to carry out that work is being cut from us. We have entered in an age of reckless disruption and relentless human suffering. Look around. The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege. Listen, the pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference. Sovereign nations invaded, hunger weaponized, truth silence, rising smoke from bombed-out cities, rising anger in fractured societies, rising seas swallowing coastlines. Each one a warning, each one a question: what kind of world will we choose? A world of raw power or a world of laws? A world that is a scramble for self-interest or a world where nations come together? A world where might makes right or a world of rights for all? Excellencies, our world is becoming increasingly multipolar, and this is positive, reflecting a more diverse, dynamic global landscape. But multipolarity without effective multilateral institutions can court chaos, as Europe has learned the hard way, resulting in World War I. It was multipolar, but there was no multilateral institutions. So let's be clear. International cooperation is not naivete. It is hard-headed pragmatism. In a world where there's leap borders, isolation is an illusion. No country can stop a pandemic alone. No army can halt rising temperatures. No algorithm can rebuild trust once it is broken. These are global stress tests of our system, our solidarity, and our resolve. I'm convinced we can pass these tests, and we must. Because people everywhere are demanding something better, and we owe them a system worthy of their trust and a future worthy of their dreams. And so we must make the choice, an active choice, to reaffirm the imperative of international law, to reassert the centrality of multilateralism, to reinforce justice and human rights, and to recommit to the principles that gave rise to our organization, and to the promise contained in its first words, we, the peoples. Excellencies, the choices we face are not part of an ideological debate. They are a matter of life and death for millions. As I scan the global landscape, we must make 5 critical choices. First, we must choose peace rooted in international law. Peace is our first obligation. Yet today, wars rage with a barbarity we vowed never to allow. Too often, the Charter is brandished when convenient and trampled when not. But the Charter is not optional. It is our foundation. And when the foundation cracks, everything built upon fractures. Around the world, we see countries acting as if the rules don't apply to them. We see humans treated as less than human, and we must call it out. Impunity is the mother of chaos, and it has spawned some of the most atrocious conflicts of our times. In Sudan, civilians are being slaughtered, starved, and silenced. Women and girls face unspeakable violence. There is no military solution. I urge all parties, including those in this hall, end the external support that is fueling this bloodshed. Push to protect civilians, because the Sudanese people deserve peace, dignity, and hope. In Ukraine, relentless violence continues to kill civilians, destroy civilian infrastructure, and threaten global peace and security. I commend recent diplomatic efforts by the United States and others. We must work for a full ceasefire and a just, lasting peace in accordance with the Charter, UN resolutions, and international law. In Gaza, the horrors are approaching a third monstrous year. They are the result of decisions that defy basic humanity. The scale of death and destruction are beyond any other conflict in my years as Secretary General. The International Court of Justice has issued legally binding provisional measures in the case named Application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip. Since then, a famine has been declared and the killing has intensified. The measures stipulated by the ICJ must be implemented fully and immediately. Nothing can justify the horrific Hamas terror attacks of October 7 and the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and the systematic destruction of Gaza. We know what is needed. Permanent ceasefire now. All the hostages released now. Full humanitarian access now. And we must not relent in the only viable answer to sustainable Middle East peace, a two-state solution as so eloquently reaffirmed yesterday. We must urgently reverse dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence, and the looming threat of annexation must stop. Everywhere, from Haiti to Yemen, to Myanmar and the Sahel and beyond, we must choose peace anchored in international law. The past year has brought glimmers of hope, including the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand, and the agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia brokered by the United States. but far too many crises continue unchecked. Impunity prevails, lawlessness is a contagion, it invites mayhem, accelerates terror, and risks a nuclear free-for-all. When accountability shrinks, graveyards grow. When UN staff and facilities are attacked, violating legal obligations, so too is the core of our ability to serve and deliver. The Security Council must live up to its responsibilities. It must be more representative, more transparent, and more effective. And beyond crisis response, we must tackle the injustices that ignite conflict: exclusion, inequality, impunity, and corruption. The surest way to silence the guns is to raise the volume for justice. Real security is born of fairness and opportunity for all.
Excellencies, this leads me to my second point. We must choose human dignity and human rights. Human rights are not an ornament of peace, they're its bedrock. Human rights, economic, social, cultural, political, and civil, are universal, indivisible, and interdependent. Choosing rights means more than words. It means choosing justice over silence. It means protecting freedom and civic space, advancing equality for women and girls, confronting racism and discrimination in all its forms, protecting human rights defenders, journalists, and freedom of speech, and upholding the rights of refugees and migrants so that mobility is safe and in accordance with international law. Human rights are a daily battle, online and offline. They require political will. But dignity is not only about the protection of rights. It is about rights fulfilled through inclusive and resilient development. Rights that put an end to poverty and hunger. Rights that open doors to education, health, and opportunity. The Sustainable Development Goals are our shared roadmap for achieving these rights. But in order to make progress down this road, we need fuel. And that fuel is finance. We've seen what development done right can deliver. In the past decade, millions more have gained access to electricity, clean cooking solutions, and to the internet. Child marriage is in retreat. Women's representation is growing, but cuts to aid are wreaking havoc. They are a death sentence for many. For so many more, a stolen future. This is the great paradox of our time. We have the solutions, but we are siphoning off the fuel that would make it possible to make progress. To choose dignity, we must choose financial justice and solidarity. We need to reform the international financial architecture so that it drives development for all. With bigger and bolder multilateral development banks, lending more, and mobilizing more private capital for developing countries, with faster and fairer debt relief mechanisms, helping every country in crisis, including middle-income countries. Protecting natural resources by tackling illicit financial flows and abusive tax practices that rob societies of their future. And global financial institutions that represent today's world, with far greater participation of developing countries in terms of their composition and their decision-making. So let us choose a global economy that works for everyone, men and women. Let us choose human rights and dignity. And let us equip ourselves with the means to ensure a transition for people and the planet. Excellencies, this brings me to the third choice. We must choose climate justice. The climate crisis is accelerating, but so are the solutions. The clean energy future is no longer a distant promise. It's already here. No government, industry, or special interest can stop it. But some are trying, hurting economies, locking in higher prices, and squandering a historic opportunity.
Fossil fuels are a losing bet. Last year, almost all new power capacity came from renewables, and the investment is surging. Renewables are the cheapest and fastest source of new power. They create jobs, drive growth, shield economies from volatile oil and gas markets, connect the unconnected, and can free us from the tyranny of fossil fuels. But not at today's pace. Clean energy investment remains uneven. 21st century grids and storage are not rolling out fast enough. And public subsidies, taking from taxpayer money, still flow to fossil fuels over clean energy by a factor of 9 to 1. Meanwhile, emissions, temperatures, and disasters keep rising. And those least responsible suffer the most. Science says limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century is still possible, but the window is closing. The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states. We must step up action and ambition, especially through strengthened national climate plans. Tomorrow, I will welcome leaders to announce new targets. The G20, the biggest emitters, must lead, guided by common but differentiated responsibilities. But all countries must step up and do more as we head to the UN Climate Conference in Brazil. By accelerating action in energy, forests, methane, and industrial decarbonization. By defining a credible roadmap to mobilize $1.3 trillion annually in climate finance by 2035 for developing countries. By supporting just transitions, by doubling finance for adaptation to at least $40 billion this year, and rapidly deploying proven tools to unlock billions more in concessional finance. And by capitalizing the Loss and Damage Fund with significant contributions. All of these requires government, international financial institutions, philanthropies, civil society, and the private sector to work together, to provide fiscal space to developing countries and unlock new innovative sources of finance at scale, including solidarity levies on high-emitting sectors and debt swaps. We have the solutions and tools, but we must choose climate justice and climate action. First, we must choose to put technology at the service of humanity. Artificial intelligence is rewriting human existence in real time, transforming how we learn, work, communicate, and what we can trust. And the question is not how to stop it, but how to steer it for the greater good. Technology must be our servant, not our master. It must promote human rights, human dignity, and human agency. Yet today, AI's advancement in outpacing regulation and responsibility and is concentrated in a few hands. And the risks are expanding to new frontiers, from biotech to autonomous weapons. We are witnessing the rise of tools for mass surveillance, mass social control, mass disruption, and even mass destruction. Tools that can drain energy, strain ecosystems, and intensify the race for critical minerals, potentially stoking instability and conflict. Yet, these technologies remain largely ungoverned. We need universal guardrails and common standards across platforms. No company should be above the law. No machines should decide who lives or dies. No system should be deployed without transparency, safety, and accountability. Last month, this Assembly took a historic step, establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and an annual global dialogue on AI governance. Two new pillars of a shared architecture, connecting science with policy to bring clarity and foresight, enabling innovation to flourish while advancing our values and our rights, and ensuring governments, companies, and civil society can help shape common norms. We must build on these mechanisms and close the capacity gap. All countries must be able to design and develop AI, not just to consume it. I have proposed voluntary financing options to build AI computing power, data, and skills in developing nations. No country should be locked out of the digital future or locked into systems it cannot shape or trust. And governments must lead with vision, and companies must act with responsibility. And we, the international community, must ensure that technology lifts up humanity. So let us choose cooperation over fragmentation, ethics over expediency, and transparency over opacity. Technology will not wait for us, but we can still choose what it serves. So let us choose wisely. And the United Nations for the 21st century. The forces shaking our world are also testing the foundations of the United Nations system. We are being hit by rising geopolitical tensions and divisions, chronic uncertainty, and mounting financial strain. But those who depend on the United Nations must not be made to bear the cost, especially now, when for every dollar invested to support our core work to build peace, the world spends $750 on weapons of war. This is not only unsustainable, it is indefensible. In this moment of crisis, the United Nations has never been more essential. The world needs our unique legitimacy, our convening power, our vision to unite nations, to bridge divides, and confront the challenges before us. The Pact for the Future has shown your determination to build a United Nations that is stronger, more inclusive, and more effective. That is the logic and the urgency of our UN80 initiative. We are moving swiftly and decisively. I put forward concrete proposals, a revised budget for 2026 that strengthens accountability, improves delivery, and cuts costs. Practical reforms to implement mandates more effectively and efficiently with greater impact. And ideas to spark a paradigm shift in the structure of the UN and how its parts work together. Most of these decisions rest with you, the Member States, and we will move forward in full respect of the established procedures. Together, let us choose to invest in a United Nations that adapts, innovates, and is empowered to deliver for people everywhere. Excellencies, my overriding message comes down to this. Now is the time to choose. It's not enough to know what the right choices are. I urge you to make them. I grew up in a world where choices were few. I was raised in the darkness of dictatorship, where fear silenced voices and hope was nearly crushed. Yet, even the bleakest hours, especially then, I discovered a truth that has never left me. Power does not reside in the hands of those who dominate or divide. Real power resides from people, from our shared resolve to uphold dignity, to defend equality, to believe fiercely in our common humanity and the potential of every human being. I learned early to persevere, to speak out, to refuse to surrender, no matter the challenge, no matter the obstacle, no matter the hour. We must and we will overcome. Because in a world of many choices, there is one choice we must never make, the choice to give up. We must never give up. That is my promise to you, for peace, for dignity, for justice, for humanity, for the world we know is possible when we work as one. I will never, ever give up. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General.
The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
President, we need a reset, and we need to reset. Mr. President, in your absence, I congratulate you on your assumption of this chairmanship of the General Assembly. We can wait. As I said, Mr. President, we need a reset, and we need to reset. Those of us here today representing our brothers and our sisters the world over have endured 4 years of polycrises. As the children of Mother Earth, we continue to wrestle with the climate crisis. As a human family, we grapple with the legacy of the pandemic. As a digitally connected people, we are now, regrettably, confronted by multiple theaters of war and scenes of horror and famine flowing from that war, armed conflict instead of pursued development. Citizens of every country as well, struggling to contain the rising cost of living and the implications for them and their families on a day-to-day basis. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we are all now threatened by the second but silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance, together with a growing incidence of death and disability from chronic non-communicable diseases. We cannot afford the distraction of war. If ever there was a time to pause and to reset, it is now. Collectively as an international community, and individually as leaders in each of our countries, we must now deliver new opportunities and solutions to these crises which dampen economic growth, which restrict the ambitions of our people and numb our sense of the beauty and goodness that the world ought to be offering because it has it to offer. The reset for which I am calling, and indeed all of our citizens are demanding, must see an end to all forms of discrimination. That rules and institutions today exist which create first and second class citizens, as we have said from this podium year after year, depending on your nation of origin, militate against the trust and the credibility and the hope, and it fosters a crisis of confidence in the existing international order, which must become inclusive and responsive for all. More than any other complaint from this podium has been the disparity in treatment and the inability to be able to have fair and transparent treatment for all that would lead to the trust necessary for us to solve the problems of our times that are truly beyond man-made causes. Neo-colonialist structures that perpetuate and reflect an old world order characterized by racism and classism and misogyny, while ignoring the legitimate aspirations of billions, will not help to foster the hope or trust that is necessary to meet these polycrises. We must ensure that the global institutions give developing countries, especially small vulnerable states like my own, or vulnerable middle-income countries, seats at the table of decision-making where we can be seen, heard, become active agents in our own cause and lead our own development paradigms. My friends, we are reminded that 2024 is the final year of the United Nations Decade for the People of African Descent. Much has been achieved, but the recognition, the justice, and the development for people of African descent that was promised by this decade has, to say the least, not yet been fully realized. And it is for this reason that the Caribbean community joins the growing chorus, and my own country in particular, for the immediate proclamation of a second decade to complete the unfinished work and address the matter of reparations for slavery and colonialism. I start here because this is a necessary but complex conversation, and the Caribbean community is resolute that it must happen. Its resolution lies, and I want to be very clear, its resolution lies in a multi-generational approach, in the same way that the £20 million sterling debt that was incurred by the British government only was repaid in this 21st century, almost 200 years later, so that the notion of unaffordability becomes a non-issue once we recognize that the solution to reparations must be multi-generational and grounded in development. Mr. President, of necessity, the reset must also be characterized by institutional reform, which has to start in the United Nations councils. These councils suggest that some are full members, and others are only part members, and some may be part-time members, and some may be occasional members. All of this has no place in the 21st century. And the anger and the mistrust of our citizens and institutions, in leaders, in multilateralism, and in the processes which exclude while yielding much talk and little action is very real. And nowhere is reform and consequentially trust and hope more important to the well-being of billions of people today than in relation to the global financial architecture. Restricted access to capital, its disproportionately high costs barring us from doing that which we must, its inadequate scale, and the overwhelming burden of debt often imposed on us by circumstances beyond our control. These are all now combining to force governments in the world's poorest countries, and frankly, across many vulnerable middle-income countries, to devote more resources to debt service than to health and education, and in some instances, even infrastructure. For far too many members of the human family, cold ground is our bed, and rock is our pillow. Too many go to bed with their bellies hungry, and too many may not even have a bed. Our reset must therefore collectively build a common agenda that reflects and reinforces our shared humanity. It is that shared humanity that binds us together. Mr. President, you know better than most our African brothers and sisters got it right with the principle of Ubuntu. And I've used this principle, this General Assembly, to remind us that its simplicity is what we should aspire to. I am because you are. I am because we are. My well-being is tied to yours, and our collective well-being is connected to Mother Earth. This best voices the approach needed to give expression to the reset that is absolutely necessary. And we acknowledge that there are glimpses of hope. We have, for example, on Monday, agreed to a pact for the future, but we still have war. We have agreed on a global digital compact, but we still have raging pandemics in the slow motion silent pandemic. All of this rests, my friends, on the common agenda that the Secretary General had set out for us before. Yesterday, we agreed in a high-level meeting on a political declaration on antimicrobial resistance. A lot of fancy words, but this is where the rubber hits the road. Because all of us in this room know people who have died from infections and for whom the antibiotics simply are no longer effective. So that within 48 hours, a person's life is snuffed out, almost as if they were at war. My friends, following on the intervention of the Bridgetown Initiative and the Paris Pact for People and Planet, the efforts of many across the board, we acknowledge that there is some hope. And it is evident in the beginnings of the reform that we are seeing little by little, but nevertheless, they have started. These are all important steps, but we cannot take our eyes off the prize. Barbados' call for a fundamental reset includes attitudes and behavior as much as actions or reforms. Heads of government are in agree that we must trigger national development agendas of transformation with both speed and scale. We have a date with destiny against 1.5 degrees. We know that that is what is needed to survive. And the implications for people, even as we speak, can be dire. But if there is a failure to act with clarity of purpose, and if the political will retards progress on the front of the much-needed reform within the international financial institutions, purely because heads of government do not speak to ministers of finance when they reach Washington, D.C., or their board directors, if there is a need for that to be dealt with, then, my friends, there must be a commitment to be equal to the current challenges of member states if we are not to perpetuate the discriminatory practices that result in undermining the transformational opportunities that we need. Depriving vulnerable countries from being able to access concessional income that is long enough to build the resilience to save lives and to protect livelihoods is unjust. And that is why we must remain focused. That is why, my friends, we launched yesterday the third iteration of the Bridgetown Initiative, which identifies three key principles, very simply. One, we must change the rules of the international financial system and reform its governance and instruments. Two, we must shock-proof vulnerable economies by dealing with debt and liquidity in a comprehensive, development-focused manner. And if we need to give countries a shot of liquidity like we give them a shot of adrenaline to avoid them falling off the cliff of death, then we must do so. And thirdly, we must augment financing by boosting country capacity to invest in resilience by several means, including what has been announced already, the rechanneling of special drawing rights through our multilateral development partners, but that will only be truly effective if there is another issuance of SDRs in the near future. Indeed, we must also address the challenge, and this I believe to be the fundamental mission of this generation, of how we are going to secure the global public commons to be able to maintain our safety and stability as a global community. We're going to have to discuss how we can secure it, and of course, how we must finance it. And that is not only the climate crisis or the loss of biodiversity that we speak about, but the other many global challenges that can truly destabilize countries and regions. Mr. President, these considerations are of fundamental importance to the sustainable existence of our generations, future generations. The SIDS agenda is another story of promises made but not kept. 30 years ago, the international community gathered in my own country to take action for the first time on the unique challenges faced by small island developing states. We birthed in my home country the first ever global agenda for small island developing states, which became known as the Barbados Program of Action. I thank Mauritius for its strategy of implementation, Samoa for its pathway. They were carriers of the baton of a development agenda for small island developing states in the intervening years, in the face of multiple global crises from health to climate to finance. The vulnerabilities, yes, of our countries as small states have become more pronounced. In May of this year, we gathered in Antigua and Barbuda for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States. And I call on the international community and the multilateral system to let us work together to ensure that the promise created in Bridgetown in 1994 is delivered and realized through the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS 2024, otherwise known as ABBAS. Let me use this opportunity as well to inform you that 2 days ago we took over the presidency of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, the V20 countries of the world, from Ghana, whose president I would like to thank for the excellent stewardship of the group over the past 2 years, and indeed for the strengthening of its institutional capacity. The priorities of our term as chair of the V20 countries will be the multiple dimensions of climate crisis, dealing with them, the impact of the climate crisis on human health, and of course, the issue of debt and climate, because if we don't solve that, we cannot take the appropriate actions to deal with climate. I invite all United Nations members who are not yet members of the V20 but who are climate vulnerable to join this group, because it is only through amplification of our voices and consistency of our message and solidarity that we will continue to see the pace and scale of reforms that we need to be able to save our people's lives. I commend to you the declaration of the leaders of the Climate Vulnerable Forum that was adopted this week on Wednesday. Mr. President, above all else, we need a global reset on peace. There needs to be global peace. And those of us who are old enough would have recognized that there are peaks and valleys as it relates to this issue of conflict. There are few areas where the world is more in need of the United Nations acting as the United Nations to secure the objectives of the Charter than in the area of peace and security. The silence that has engulfed Sudan is unacceptable and may well be rooted in the racism that the world still carries as a badge of honor from the victories of the last great war of the World War II. The actions in Myanmar cannot continue. Ukraine has sucked more oxygen out of the global community and the global financial system than any of us can appropriately accept at the very time when the world needs to be applying its resources and efforts to fight in the greatest crisis known to mankind. And the spread of the war from Gaza to the consequences in the West Bank to now clearly what is happening in Lebanon as we speak with Israel, all of these are but the tip of an iceberg of death, violence, and instability, and robs the global community of oxygen and resources at the very time when we need it most in a strategic way. We all know, as students of history, that even the longest war in history came to an end. These wars, yes, they too will come to an end. But the question is when and at what cost, and without much loss of life. With how many children not being able to be either given the chance to live or will now live with memories of war that will affect their every action for the next 60, 70, 80 years of their lives. Innocent people are paying the price with the one thing that is theirs to give, and they don't give it willingly. It is their life. Unless we address the root causes of these wars, one by one, and the manners in which they are being sustained and financed, we will never, never know anything else other than war and rumors of war in these theaters. The transmittal of these scenes of horror in real time into people's bedrooms, into people's living rooms, will trigger two extreme reactions, neither of which are acceptable to us in the third decade of the 21st century. We will either get the desensitizing of ordinary people to the loss of lives, especially those of innocent children and women on the one hand, or we will get, on the other hand, the anger and inclination for vengeance that it spawns necessarily. We need peace. And it cannot be too difficult for us to work for peace. It is the same Bible that tells us in the stories of the Old Testament, much which has guided many people across this world. But when we turn from the Old Testament to the New Testament, it is Romans that says to us, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, not any country, not any human being, so that the Bible can't be used as a convenient aid when it suits us and rejected when it doesn't. In the midst of this maelstrom, we were very clear. My country took the step this year of recognizing and establishing diplomatic relations with the state of Palestine, in spite of having supported a two-state solution since 1969. And we did this because it is clear to us that the state and people of Palestine, human beings, are entitled to full recognition by integration into and support from the international community. The Charter does not say we the people, with the exception of any one group from any one part of the world. We join with others, therefore, in congratulating the state of Palestine in taking their seat among the United Nations member states as they did on the 10th of September of this year. And let me be clear, we condemn the actions of Hamas on October 7th. But we equally and strongly deplore the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, which is the result of the disproportionate use of force by Israel. There's no justification for it. And that is why treaties exist governing the rules of engagement for war. Because we as human beings learned better and know better and committed to better. A two-state solution, no matter how elusive it may appear to be now, is the only answer. And I've said already this week that we have known difficult battles in mankind's history. But when we were in it, we didn't think we could achieve it, but we did. We abolished slavery. We removed apartheid in South Africa. These battles are not beyond our creativity, our capacity, and our resilience to resolve them. Similarly, we insist that the killing in Ukraine really has to stop. The people of Ukraine must be allowed to live within the internationally recognized boundaries of their state in peace and freedom from the threat of use or force. And as I said, it is sucking too much oxygen out of the global financial system, and countries that should be the beneficiary of aid are being told that they may have to wait in the interest of the defense of others. because of war. I say to us truly, there has to be a singular commitment to build a peace. Truly. Mr. President, my own region has not escaped the scourge of instability and violence. The Americas do not constitute today a theater of war, but we are today witnessing, for some years now, an unprecedented escalation in the number and caliber of assault weapons which are finding themselves in the hands of criminals who are wreaking havoc on the legal systems and our societies, particularly in the small island developing states of the Caribbean and indeed in the wider states of Central and Latin America. This scourge caused by guns manufactured in the United States of America primarily also requires a fundamental reset. The right of persons to bear arms in countries not engaged in military conflict should not be an opening to accept as legitimate the presence of assault weapons in countries. It is simply not right. There is no place for assault weapons in our societies. I turn now to the fate of the people of Haiti, which continues to be of major concern to our people in the Caribbean region. The global community now has an opportunity for an essential reset with how it addresses its relationship with Haiti, and which has been born in all kinds of semi and partial concern over the course of the last few decades. We continue to have it as a recurring decimal because we have failed to solve the problems and put them on a sustainable path to development for its people. What is needed is transformation of our sister nation. And yes, we must provide first and foremost security, but transformation must be its handmaiden. The government and people of Haiti need the full support of the international community, not just in the short term, but in the long term. And yes, this starts by extending the mandate of the Multinational Security Support Force, escalating the work of the United Nations, deploying all the tools of bilateral, regional, and global cooperation, not excluding countries who want to participate for spurious reasons, ensuring that those of us who can step up to the plate by significantly increasing the pledge funds that we do so, because we know that it takes cash to be able to deploy the forces and the police necessary to help with the restoration, so that Haitian mother or that Haitian child can go about their day-to-day life without fear of being assaulted or killed or being denied the right to work because of their simple fear of walking the streets. The Caribbean community has been working hard this year to support our largest member state. And in the early part of the first few months of this year, we met on Haiti almost 3 to 4 times a week to guarantee the stability that we ask you now to help us secure. We thank the efforts of the Eminent Persons group of former CARICOM prime ministers who were on the front line of helping to resolve this complex problem day in and day out, so that we could find a political consensus for Haiti. That Haiti had at this General Assembly both the interim president of the Transitional Council and Prime Minister Corneille is a remarkable achievement given where Haiti was in February of this year. Let them continue on a path, please, of securing their future. And we cannot be on this podium speaking about Haiti without thanking Kenya and President Ruto for their remarkable leadership. After many delays and in what represents now a historical precedent for an African country, they have ensured that an African country has taken the lead in helping to tackle the peace and security challenge beyond its own continent. That is the kind of reset that we need in the international community. And Mr. President, you cannot come on this platform, regrettably, although I look forward to the day when I will not have to say it, when we must ask for reprieve for the people of Cuba. It is unacceptable. it is unconscionable, and that it continues today is a mark on our international conscience. The Cuban people continue to face the most dire of economic circumstances, and that this is directly as a result of its exclusion and its designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. And I have addressed our only knowledge of terrorism, and Cuba is in fact the downing of the Cubana plane off the waters of Barbados, where Cubans, Guyanese, and Koreans were killed. My friends, Cuba has been a valuable partner, stepping up for us when it has mattered most, by the provision of nurses and doctors in pandemics, and by the provision of other essential workers when the global community needed it, and when people needed to be liberated in Southern Africa. The reality is that we must have and continue to have resolve in calling for the embargo to be lifted, and we will condemn it year after year after year, because it is simply wrong. As we say so, we pray that the people of Cuba, as they determine what damages they have found from Hurricane Helen, as well as we pray for the people of Florida, who clearly are going to spend the next few days identifying the damage as a result of a hurricane that hit Category 4 when it reached Florida. This is the climate crisis that we speak about. The people of Nigeria are still counting the bodies with respect to the floods that took place there. We have hard work to do. In our own Caribbean region, Beryl literally decimated the islands of Carriacou and Union Island, and indeed would have affected Grenada and St. Vincent more broadly. Jamaica and my own country's coastal infrastructure was significantly affected, with our fishing industry, 90% of it being decimated. This season of superlatives, with its floods and droughts, its hurricanes and fires, will take the lives and livelihoods of too many. The climate crisis is hitting us almost weekly across the globe. The deniers of the climate crisis, they too need a reset that will admit of the absolute necessity of collective action by the global community to save our way of life and our planet. Mr. President, at the start of this week, the skies were much darker. I truly believe so. We are starting to see some glimmers of light. We leave New York this week noting that the clouds...
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, ENUGU Airport resumes operations after temporary shutdown by aviation unions. Experts, investors, and regulatory authorities make recommendations for capital mobilization for Southeast development. Russian generals shot several times in Moscow. And Canada and France to open Greenland consulates after Trump demands. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Akanu Ibiam International Airport, ENUGU, witnessed a rowdy atmosphere in the early hours of Friday morning, resulting in a complete operational shutdown. The situation raises fresh concerns about the stability of Nigeria's aviation sector and the unresolved controversy surrounding the federal government's airport concession plans. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who was at the airport while the action lasted, has an update.
The rowdy session at the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, in the early hours of Friday was at the instance of aviation workers. The action, which lasted between 6 a.m. and 9:30 a.m., brought airport activities to a standstill, raising fresh concerns about the stability of Nigeria's aviation sector and the unresolved controversy surrounding the federal government airport concession plans. The situation left passengers stranded within the terminal while airport workers were unable to access their duty posts. Several flight schedules were affected as travelers waited anxiously for information, updates, and possible alternatives. According to the chairman of the National Union of Air Transport Employees, NAOTE, Enugu branch, Kenneth Igbokwe, the decision to shut down the airport followed intelligence reports that the concessionaire was expected to arrive at the airport for a formal handover. The union explained that the action was a preventive measure aimed at resisting any move to implement the concession without first addressing the concerns of aviation workers.
We got a direct brief from them to stop them from taking it further until our demands are met. And that's where we are. Today, we close down the airport until for our demands to be met. But as we are ongoing on that, we are communicating with our nationals. So a directive came from them that we should open the airport, open the terminal building so that our passengers can gain access and use their flights.
Igbokwe maintained that the union remains firm and united in its opposition to the concession arrangement. He warned that there would be unlimited resistance if the federal government goes ahead with the handover without meaningful engagement with the unions.
But what we are saying is that after the expiration of 21 days ultimatum, that what we are witnessing here today, you will experience it at all the airports of the Federation. There will be a total shutdown until our demands are met.
According to him, the unions are prepared to escalate their actions in defense of workers' rights, job security, and the future of the aviation industry. Although normal operations have gradually resumed at the Akanu Ibiam International Airport, critical questions remain unanswered. Attention has now shifted to the Nigerian government to see how it will handle the lingering issue and restore normalcy to the sector. Stakeholders and air travelers are watching closely. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The strike by workers of the Federal Capital Territory appears to be easing as school teachers and healthcare staff are back to work. The union suspended the industrial action after a late-night meeting with the FCT minister and leaders of organized labor. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedimma, who visited some schools and health facilities in Abuja, has the details.
public schools and health facilities in parts of Abuja are reopening after disruption caused by the strike action by workers under the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress. At the junior secondary school in Mpape, Abuja, classes resumed with teachers and students returning to the classrooms. The vice principal, academics, who declined to be named, confirmed that the strike had been called off and normal academic activities had resumed. At the primary health care center, also in Mpape, health workers were also back on duty, attending to patients. Although officials declined to speak officially on camera, explaining that they were not in any position to give any update, they said only the area council and union leadership were authorized to speak on the matter. However, they confirmed that services had resumed following the suspension of the strike. There was a steady flow of patients, with medical staff attending to them. The resumption of activities follows an overnight conciliatory meeting between the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, and leaders of organized labor, including the NLC and TUC. The meeting, which began late Monday night and ended early Tuesday morning, resulted in an agreement to suspend the strike. As part of the resolution, both parties agreed to withdraw all pending cases at the National Industrial Court. The minister also assured workers that no one would be victimized for participating in the strike and called for unity and continued dialogue. With operations gradually returning to normal, attention now turns to how both labor unions and the FCT administration will sustain dialogue to prevent any disruption in public services. In Abuja, Belinda Wobodo for Signature TV News.
The 4-day Southeast Vision 2050 stakeholders engagement has ended with a consensus that the Southeast region must focus on mobilizing public and private sector capital to improve long-term development. Experts from government, finance and civil society converged to explore practical financing strategies aimed at turning Vision 2050 from policy to reality. Christopher Lele, who has been covering the event, reports on the parting shots from the summit.
The fourth day of the Southeast Vision 2050 stakeholders engagement focused on how the region can mobilize public and blended capital to drive long-term development. Experts from government, finance, and civil society converged to explore practical financing strategies aimed at turning Vision 2050 from policy to reality. At the center of discussions was a paper presentation titled Financing Vision 2050, Strengthening Domestic Revenue Mobilization and the Fiscal Social Contract. Executive Director of Nigeria Revenue Service, Obinna Ihedoha, stressed the importance of digitizing revenue systems, noting that technology would help curb corruption, improve discipline, and boost sustainable revenue generation across the region.
Digitization of the revenue system. I understand that I knew quite well firsthand when a sense of discipline is provided within the state. ENUGU has done that, Anambra has done that, Abia has done that, even did that in the past. But what it shows is that once it's digitized, it removes a sense of arbitrariness, it removes a sense of opaqueness, and provides a platform through which revenues can then be harnessed for the growth cycle for the social contract that is being established.
Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer of InfraCredit and one of the panelists, Daniel Mwala, highlighted the need for private sector collaboration with government institutions to strengthen struggling organizations. He also identified political risks as a major challenge affecting private investment.
So political risk is associated with this risk. We do have successes though. The port space, those are largely 20-year concessions, and I don't recall any being revoked early unless it was due to bad performance by the operator. The hydropower plants in Niger State, Shiroro, Jeba, and Keji, all of those are long-term concessions, 35-year concessions. So again, these companies are running the risk that the concession could be terminated by a new government that comes into power. But those agreements have been structured well enough, and the monitoring of the performance is structured well enough.
Contributing to the discussion, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Nigeria, Dr. Imomotimi Agama, emphasized that creating bankable projects requires strong foundations, credible planning, and patience throughout implementation.
It is very, very important that for us to have pension funds investing, one of them is transparency. But beyond that transparency is the stamp of the SEC, whether you like it or not. My dear brother and boss of the Pecan will tell you that the value of the monthly real estate investment trust is clearly the way it is because of the collaboration and cooperation between the SEC and a government entity.
Founder and CEO of ENUGU Unite, Ijeoma Okoli, called for improved access to basic amenities such as potable water, electricity, and security across the Southeast, describing them as critical drivers for attracting investors and stimulating development.
We need running water everywhere. We need electricity everywhere. Because when you say that in the next part, does it mean that you'll have running water everywhere, right? Because we've seen it work. And it's just very disheartening, right? Because we know it should be an easy fix. We see how it works everywhere else. Even if we don't know how it works, we can ask them to help us, right? But the reason why EYU, in my opinion, has been thriving is that we're not looking at states individually. We're working together. We're united. It's not Anambra. It's not Imo. It's unite Igbo, unite Igbo children, unite. And together we can be great. We can do anything that we put our minds to.
Stakeholders say the discussions on financing underline the need for strong institutions, strategic partnerships, and people-centered development as the Southeast charts its path towards Vision 2050. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, has assured the Enugu State Government of continuous partnership to promote sustainable peace, security, and development in the state and across Nigeria. Air Marshal Aneke, who paid a courtesy visit to Governor Peter Mba at the Government House, Enugu, emphasized that effective collaboration between security agencies and subnational governments remains critical to achieving lasting peace and stability. He commended the pace of transformation under Governor Peter Mba's administration, describing the governor as a new sheriff in town.
I am glad to be here with my delegation, sir. And part of the reason why we are here is because of the transformational, visionary, and strategic leadership you have given to this state. Even from the air, what I'm seeing is not what I saw last time I came home. I was asking myself if I was entering London, because from the air, even from the air, it's clear that there is a new sheriff in town. And I am so proud, sir, to have somebody like you as the governor of my state. It's an honor to be in your presence, and I'm here to work with you to achieve the purpose of government. Sir, you have done a lot. ENUGU is one of our oldest bases, strategically located in the southeast, plays a very critical role in terms of security, economics, and politics. We have a lot of structures here. We have a lot of capabilities, and your government and the good people of Enugu State has been a good host to us. And usually, it's our culture and tradition in the military that when we come into a new place, we must pay homage to the owners of the land to appreciate them for giving us the space to do our job. Enugu and Nigerian Air Force has shared a great partnership and collaboration in the way government is run. And we want to thank you for all the necessary assistance you have given us.
Governor Mbah described Air Marshal Aneke as a worthy son of ENUGU State, who has distinguished himself in national service. The governor commended the Air Chief for his swift responses to security challenges and his hands-on leadership style, recalling instances where his interventions helped restore calm in the state.
You are a true ambassador of the state, and we are very, very proud of you. We know that what has brought you to ENUGU is your tour of duty. So this is not the reception that we have proposed. We're still expecting that that will happen in due course. And so we welcome you, and we're glad that you're able to find time to pay us this visit. We're now going to be eagerly looking forward to a day that would formally accord you a civic reception as a true son of this state who continues to make us proud. I recall just calling you on the phone when we had some tension at some part of the state, how you swiftly, swung into action, and you were asking me by the next day, are they still there? And so that really underscores the passion you bring to this job.
Governor Peter Mbah announced plans to organize a civic reception in honor of Air Marshal Aneke, in recognition of his service and contributions to national peace and stability. Up ahead, UNESCO seeks partnership with ENUGU on geoheritage, geotourism. Peter Obi berates Nigerian Senate for handling of Electoral Act. Details of these and more after the break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Enugu State government is entering into a strategic partnership with the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, towards giving recognition to the state's rich geoheritage assets. This follows a visit to the state by officials of the UNESCO International Geoscience and Geoparks Program. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
The chairman of UNESCO, Dr. Aminu Abudullah Ishaku, who led the delegation on a courtesy call to Governor Peter Mbah, said the delegation is in the state to explore partnership opportunities aimed at geoheritage conservation and geotourism development. Dr. Ishaku explained that the committee inaugurated in 2024 has been working to harness geoheritage resources across the United Nations member states. He described the visit to Enugu as historic, marking the first partnership meeting between the committee and any subnational governments. He noted that Enugu possesses geology of international significance, with the potential to boost geotourism and expand the state's cultural and economic profile beyond traditional tourism.
Enugu is our first state to visit to develop partnership with subnational governments in Nigeria on behalf of UNESCO in the area of geoparks development. And as you know, ENUGU is a coal city. There is a lot of heritage around the coal legacy in ENUGU state that is yet to be fully harnessed for geoconservation, for post-mining land restorations, and also for even community ownership of that legacy. And there are also issues that are there associated with that legacy as well, that included environmental issues and all that. But most importantly is the geoparks development. There are lots of sites in ENUGU state that, when fully harnessed, can provide a lot of opportunities in the geotourism sector that is now evolving in Nigeria. It comes with job creation, youth empowerment, women, empowerment, and revenue generation as well, because we will open up the state when eventually our committee, working together with the state government and communities that are living in those areas, by the time this is fully developed, we are hopeful that they will meet the UNESCO standards.
Responding, Governor Peter Mbah expressed appreciation to UNESCO, describing the visit as timely, saying the state government is currently revitalizing historical and culturally significant tourist sites. Governor Mbah, who listed several historic locations across the state that deserve global attention, called on the UNESCO committee to partner with the state in promoting ENUGU's geo-heritage assets. He said his administration envisions attracting 3 million visitors to ENUGU in the near future.
ENUGU, its naturally lends itself to geotourism. I'm trying to, of course, make those locations attractive by building access roads and making sure that we also provide utilities there. Because when we triangle out what essentially makes us want to visit these other locations out there, because of the ease, we do have places where we'd love to come, but I think it's identifying them and giving them the recognition that they deserve. So this for me is really a remarkable visit, and I think that it's something we want to take and run with. We'd like to work collaboratively with you and your team.
The partnership is expected to position ENUGU State as a major hub for geotourism in Nigeria and unlock new economic opportunities while preserving its historic and geological legacy. From Government House, ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has condemned the Senate's refusal to make electronic transmission of election results mandatory, calling the move a threat to Nigeria's democracy and a blow to its credibility. Obi shared his views on X on Friday, saying lawmakers are deliberately weakening the electoral process ahead of the 2027 elections. Describing the Senate's decision as intentional and dangerous, Obi said rejecting mandatory electronic transmission is not an oversight, but a calculated attempt to block transparency. He linked the move to the post-election dispute of 2023, which he said stemmed from incomplete deployment of electronic results, and dismissed claims of technical failures. Obi compared Nigeria's system with other African nations that use technology to improve election credibility, saying Nigeria is falling behind. He criticized the country's leadership for resisting meaningful reforms and warned that the Senate's action opens the door for manipulation, chaos, and the continued enrichment of a few at the expense of the many. The Conference of Nigeria Political Parties has urged the Conference Committee of the National Assembly to adopt the House of Representatives version of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026, saying it is vital for credible elections. In a statement on Friday, the CNPP said the House proposal, which makes real-time electronic transmission of results mandatory, would improve transparency and reduce electoral malpractice. The group explained that the bill compels presiding officers to upload results directly to INEC's portal after collation, removing discretion in results transmission. It criticized the Senate for retaining provisions that allow INEC to decide how results are transmitted, describing the move as anti-democratic and capable of undermining public trust. The CNPP recalled the 2023 general elections and related court cases as evidence that discretionary transmission fuels controversy and litigation. The United States mission in Nigeria has condemned the brutal killing of more than 200 civilians following recent attacks on communities in Kwara State. The U.S. mission, in a statement, described the incident as a horrific act of violence and extended condolences to families affected, noting that many victims are still unaccounted for. The mission also acknowledged President Bola Tinubu's directive for the deployment of security forces to safeguard affected communities, as well as his order for federal and state authorities to provide relief to victims and ensure those responsible are brought to justice. According to reports, terrorists carried out coordinated assaults in Woro and Nuku communities in Kayama local government area on Tuesday night, targeting residents without warning. By Thursday night, the death toll from the attacks had risen to about 200. Up next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) will issue an implementation roadmap for open banking within 3 months to address technical gaps delaying adoption, according to its FinTech Report 2025. The plan includes rolling out standards, governance structures, and consumer awareness initiatives. The roadmap forms part of wider reforms, including regulatory sandbox upgrades, data portability rules, and regional regulatory passporting. The CBN also plans to introduce digital banking licenses and strengthen AI-based fraud detection as demand for open banking infrastructure grows among fintech firms. Nigeria's net foreign exchange inflow fell by 18.3% year-on-year to $48.1 billion in 9 months to September 2025, from $58.8 billion in 2024, driven by weaker inflows. Total inflows declined 15% to $83.71 billion, while outflows fell 12.2% to $35.65 billion. CBN inflows dropped sharply by 30% to $28.72 billion, while autonomous inflow fell 6.8% to $54.99 billion. Net flows through the CBN plunged 62% to $3.04 billion, while autonomous net inflows declined 11.5% to $45.02 billion. Diaspora remittance also weakened, with international money transfer operators' inflows down 15.7% to $3.22 billion. The Central Bank of Nigeria reports that Nigeria's Purchasing Managers Index (PMI) rose to 55.7 points in January 2026, indicating expansion in economic activity for the 14th consecutive month. Out of 36 subsectors surveyed, 31 recorded growth. The industrial sector expanded at 56.0 points, with 14 of 17 subsectors growing. The services sector posted 54.5 points, marking its 12th straight month of expansion, while agriculture recorded 54.2 points, extending growth to 18 consecutive months. The report also showed moderation in input and output prices, with sharper declines in output prices across the composite, services, and agriculture sectors. This is business news in Global News. Chimizi Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, US and Iran hold talks as fears of direct conflict continue. TikTok told to change addictive design by EU or face massive fines. More details on our foreign news.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A senior Russian general has been shot and wounded in Moscow. Lieutenant General Vladimir Alexeyev was taken to hospital after being shot several times in a residential building in the city's northwest. His condition is not known. Alexeyev is a senior figure in Russia's military intelligence agency and is the latest high-ranking officer targeted in the capital since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine nearly 4 years ago. He has been under EU sanctions since 2018, when the GRU was accused of carrying out a nerve agent attack in Salisbury in the UK. Russia's intelligence committee said a criminal case for attempted murder has been opened. The victim has been hospitalized at one of the city's hospitals, spokesperson Svetlana Petrenko said. Alexeyev played a key role in the war in Ukraine, including talks with Kyiv during the siege of Mariupol in 2022. He was also involved in negotiations with Wagner boss Yevgeny Prigozhin during the failed mutiny in June 2022. It is not yet known who carried out the shooting on Volokolamskoye Highway on Friday morning. Ukraine has previously claimed responsibility for attacks on Russian military figures. Last month, Russian intelligence said it had foiled an attempted attack in St. Petersburg. In January, an Uzbek man was jailed over the 2022 killing of another general, Igor Kirillov, who died in a blast outside a Moscow apartment block. Ukraine's SBU later said it was behind that attack. Canada is opening its first diplomatic outpost in Greenland, signaling support after U.S. President Donald Trump's comment about taking control of the territory. Governor General Mary Simon and Foreign Minister Anita Anand will travel to ENUGU on Friday to open the consulate, alongside a Canadian Coast Guard ship. Simon said Canada stands firmly in support of the people of Greenland, who will determine their own future. The move comes as France opens its own consulate the same day, expanding NATO allies' presence in Greenland, where only the US and Iceland previously had missions. Canada first announced the consulate in 2024 as part of an Arctic policy review. Its opening now carries added weight amid concerns over US's comments on Greenland's security. Simon and Anand will meet Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nelson and Foreign Minister Vivian Motzfeldt during the visit. Canada dispatches senior officials to open Greenland consulate. Senior US and Iranian officials are in Oman for talks aimed at easing a crisis that has raised fears of military confrontation. The discussions come after a U.S. military buildup in the Middle East, following Iran's violent crackdown on nationwide protests last month, which rights groups say killed thousands. The scope of the talks remains unclear, with the U.S. pushing to address Iran's nuclear program, enriched uranium stockpile, ballistic missiles, support for regional proxies, and human rights record. Tehran insists talks will focus solely on its nuclear program, and it's uncertain if that gap can be breached. Oman's foreign minister met separately with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and U.S. envoys, including Jared Kushner, to prepare for the meeting. The last round of nuclear talks collapsed in June 2025 after Israel launched a surprise attack on Iran. President Trump has warned of military action if no deal is reached. The U.S. has deployed thousands of troops, fighter jets, and warships, while Iran has threatened retaliation against U.S. forces and Israel. For Iran, the talks may be a last chance to avoid further U.S. action amid the country's deepest domestic crisis since 1979. Human rights groups say nearly 7,000 people were killed and tens of thousands arrested during the protests. Iran maintains its nuclear program is peaceful, though it has hinted at limited compromises, such as a regional consortium for uranium enrichment. It rejects demands to curb missiles or end support for allies like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. The meeting, originally set for Istanbul, was moved to Oman at Iran's request and involves only U.S. and Iranian officials. Regional powers hope it can prevent a wider conflict and offer a diplomatic exit from rising tensions. Donald Trump has endorsed Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi ahead of a snap election on Sunday. Trump announced his backing in a Truth Social post on Thursday. While rare, he was previously endorsed foreign leaders, including Argentina's Javier Milei and Hungary's Viktor Orban. The move comes as Tokyo looks to stabilize ties with Washington after Trump's tariff threats. The U.S. later agreed to cut tariffs to 15% in return for Japan investing $550 billion in the American economy. Takaichi, 64, became prime minister in October after winning her party's leadership race and securing parliamentary support. She then called an early election to seek a public mandate. Just a week into office, she hosted Trump in Tokyo with full military honors. The high-profile visits included joint appearances aboard the USS George Washington and a rare earths deal, alongside a pledge to deepen U.S.-Japan ties. The two leaders aligned on defense, with both backing higher Japanese military spending. Trump has also said he will welcome Takaichi to the White House on 19th of March. The endorsement carries regional significance, particularly for China, as tensions remain high over Taiwan. Trump's backing came a day after he spoke with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Polls predict a landslide for Takaichi, though the vote is just the first test of her leadership as she seeks to revive Japan's economy and manage relations with both the US and China. The EU has told TikTok to change its addictive design or face heavy fines after finding out that the app violated online safety rules. The move follows an investigation by the European Commission that began in February 2024. The Commission's preliminary findings said TikTok failed to properly assess how features like autoplay could harm users, including children, and did not put enough measures in place to reduce those risks. A TikTok spokesperson told reporters that the findings were categorically false and entirely meritless, and that the company plans to challenge them. TikTok has been invited to respond to the EU's findings. Depending on the outcome, the Commission could fine the company up to 6% of its global annual turnover, tens of billions of euros. EU tech chief Henna Virkkunen said TikTok would need to change the design of their service in Europe to avoid penalties. Suggestions include adding screen time breaks, adjusting algorithms that recommend content, and disabling infinite scroll, which lets users quickly cycle through millions of videos. The Digital Services Act makes platforms responsible for the effects they have on their users, Vic Crinen added. In Europe, the law is enforced to protect children and citizens online. And that's it on the international scene.
Next is sports news.
The Nigeria Football Association, NFF, has postponed its annual General Assembly, earlier scheduled to hold on February 14, 2026 in ENUGU, Bayelsa State. In a notice circulated to members of Congress, the Federation announced that the Assembly has now been rescheduled for March 26, 2026. Letters informing congressmen of the change have been dispatched accordingly. Confirming the development, NFF General Secretary Dr. Mohammed Sanusi said the decision was taken after consultations and due to unforeseen circumstances. The West African Football Union B, WAFUB, has announced a high-level seminar to under-17 coaches across the region. The three-day program, scheduled to hold from February 8th to 10th in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, will bring together 14 coaches drawn from member federations, including Nigeria, Ghana, Niger, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Togo, and Benin. According to WAFUB, the seminar is designed to strengthen technical capacity and harmonize coaching standards at youth level across the zone. Participants will undergo intensive sessions on modern training methodologies, tactics and game intelligence, mental preparation, refereeing education, and pathways to CAF coaching licenses. The initiative is part of WAFUB's broader strategy to develop elite grassroots coaching structures and prepare the next generation of West African football talent through standardized education and high-performance training frameworks. Kun Khalifat FC has reversed their decision to withdraw from the Nigeria Premier Football League, NPFL, returning to the competition less than 24 hours after announcing their exit over what they described as unfair disciplinary measures. The Owerri-based club confirmed their reinstatement on Thursday following a meeting with the league management board, which they said resulted in a positive resolution of all outstanding issues. Kun Khalifat had earlier pulled out of the league in protest after being sanctioned for failing to honor a fixture against El Kanemi Warriors, a decision that sparked widespread debate among football stakeholders and supporters across the country. In a statement signed by the club's chief executive officer, Michael Amefula, Kun Khalifat expressed satisfaction with the outcome of discussions and confirmed that the club had been reinstated with immediate effect. With the matter resolved, Kun Khalifat will resume their league campaign and are scheduled to face Shooting Stars Sports Club of Ibadan on Sunday, February the 8th, at the Dan Anyam Stadium in Owerri. The club has urged supporters to turn out in large numbers for the fixture, describing it as a crucial match in their season. Kun Khalifat also thanked fans for their patience during the brief period of uncertainty and promised an exciting continuation of their MPFL campaign. St. Lucia's golden girl, Julienne Alfred, is set to make her competitive return this Saturday to begin her 2026 season. The reigning Olympic 100-meter champion has been confirmed in the Whoopee Classic in Fayetteville, Arkansas on February 7th, which comes after she withdrew from the Myros Games on February 1st, sparking brief speculation about her fitness. In Fayetteville, it represents a strategic return to a familiar environment, the Randall Tyson Track Center, where Alfred dominated during her collegiate years with the University of Texas. Alfred's entry into the Whoopee Classic signals her readiness to compete and fine-tune her preparations ahead of the World Indoor Championships in March. The weight of expectations will sit lightly on their shoulders when the marauding India opened their T20 World Cup campaign against a spirited US on Saturday, hoping to become the first team to defend the coveted crown. World number 1 India have only gone from strength to strength, despite losing two pillars in Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli from their title-winning campaign of 2024, racketing up an overall 9 series wins since. including a rampant run in the Asia Cup last year. India's run-up to this tournament has been compared to the Australia of 2007 OD World Cup, a different era and in a different format. But the notion gets fuel from the fact that there isn't a single base that they have not covered. That's sports news on TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Late Nollywood actress Auntie Ajara laid to rest. Nollywood actor Timini opens up on love life. And British rapper Central C converts to Islam. Gwyneth Mokonta has the details on the entertainment news.
The late Nollywood actress Ajara Lasisi, popularly known as Auntie Ajara, has been laid to rest. The actress was buried on Thursday amid tears and prayers from family members, colleagues, and residents of her community. Videos and photos from the burial ceremony, which surfaced online, showed mourners gathered around her grave as Islamic burial rites were observed. The burial was attended by close relatives and a few colleagues from the Nollywood industry who paid their last respects to the late actress. Auntie Ajara died after a prolonged battle with liver disease, a development that threw the Nigerian film industry into mourning. News of her death was earlier confirmed by her management team, who described her passing as the end of a long and courageous struggle with illness. In the days leading to her death, appeals had been made by colleagues and supporters for financial assistance to support her medical treatment, drawing widespread attention and support from Nigerians at home and abroad. Following her death, her management announced that donations were no longer required and urged the public to stop sending money to the previously shared account details. Tributes have continued to pour in on social media, with fans and colleagues remembering Auntie Ajara for her simplicity, resilience, and dedication to indigenous film production. Nollywood actor Timini Ebuson has opened up about his love life and past relationship experiences, reflecting on how his views have evolved over the years. Speaking in an interview with Jay on Air, the 38-year-old actor admitted that he once believed financial stability was the most important factor in relationships. However, he noted that his perspective has shifted with time and maturity. While Timini still considers money an important element in romantic relationships, he emphasized that it should not be the sole contribution a person brings to the table. According to him, true connection goes beyond wealth and must include personality, character, and core values. British rapper O'Clennell Caesar Sue, popularly known as Central C, has revealed that he has converted to Islam. The rapper disclosed this during a recent live stream. He revealed that he had changed his name and taken his Shahada, officially becoming a Muslim, as his friends congratulated him. Before his latest revelation, Central C didn't explicitly declare a formal religion. Central C was born on 4th June 1998 in London to an English mother and father of Guyanese and Chinese ancestry. His parents separated when he was 7. He grew up with his mother and 2 younger brothers in Shepherd's Bush. Central C began his music career with an appearance on a new deleted episode of Fire in the Street series in 2014. His first song appearance was on the I Ain't on Nothing remix alongside Jay Hughes and more in January 2015. He released his breakout single Day in the Life on 14 June 2020. Since his debut, Central C has earned the status of the superstar in the UK drill music scene. And that's the entertainment news. Gwyneth Mokonta, Signaturetv News.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are, rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape. From the Dream Team, we can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC.
This is